Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360. Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360. Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome one and all right back to the NACL presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Hawk, and it is another beautiful day here in sunny NACL.
A beautiful day indeed. In sunny NACL, yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it.
I don't have windows. Just imagine.
I can see sun right out there. So yeah, a nice sunny NACL day, at least here in Los Angeles. But a good and bright day for NACL in general. As Mazel, we had some pretty crazy games yesterday.
We did indeed. That being said, we'll have to think about that as we go into today as well. But you also have to think about the registration process for the OQs because it's coming up and it's coming to an end. Only 3 days left to get your signups in. It starts on May 16th, so make sure you get that QR code and get the sign up link going for yourself and your team if you're looking to compete to try to earn a spot into the NACL.
Yeah, if you think you wouldn't throw a 7,000 gold lead against Supernova, maybe you could try and try out for the NACL as well, because that was the highlight of yesterday.
Yeah. Was that
was definitely that crazy Game 3 comeback by Supernova.
One of the gold graphs of all time, that's for sure. It was actually incredible. Let's go ahead and take a look at the standings here at exactly what we're going to be getting ourselves into today. We had a very pivotal match that decided some of the upper parts of the standings yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, big clinches from CCG and Supernova coming through. Supernova obviously winning their match against Dorado, as we highlighted. They are in prime position at 6-2. They're in the playoffs. They're contending for a top 2 spot. As for Dorado themselves, they are still in it. I may have given them a hard time with the OQ registration, but they're likely safe from relegation. We're going to put an asterisk on that for our first series today. Likely safe from relegation, and also still have a good opportunity to make the playoffs. As for Conviction, they lost to NRG. NRG, they have a chance to lock up a number 1 or number 2 seed with a win here today. Whereas for Conviction themselves, they are still very much not safe in the playoff race, despite currently controlling that number 6 seed.
And as we're still looking at this graphic here, the most interesting thing is the fact that we have a lot of teams with only 1 series left, Hawk. Like, it is down to the wire now. It is down to the last-ditch efforts of this regular season for Split 1.
Yeah, it truly is. Every team has 2 or fewer series remaining. Dorado, they already played that game against Supernova. 2 or fewer remaining. As you say, a lot of teams completing their seasons. We're actually going to have Blue Water and NRG complete their seasons right here today.
That's an interesting place to be, at least when you're looking at the standings of the league. And obviously with the way that playoffs work top 6, then there's the little middle ground of 2, and then you have the promotion relegation teams in the bottom 2. And still some potential fluctuation in those standings here to make that so, and especially looking at that promo relegation slot.
Yeah, absolutely big promotion relegation implications with the series here today, as 1 win not going to cut it for anyone. Obviously, Blue Water, Apex Mission Impossible, they're currently alone there at the bottom of the standings. Blue Water in a must-win scenario to even have a prayer of getting out. But it's most certainly not guaranteed, as tie breaks. Remember, head-to-head is the only tiebreaker that matters. Game score irrelevant. So they have tiebreak over Dorado. They do not over the Citadel. And then as for Apex Mission Impossible, they play, I believe, tomorrow against the Citadel. That's going to be a really big match with also large promotion implications.
Yeah, and it's always a curious position to be in. We've been in this position before where there's two teams that are kind of in that weird limbo of not being in playoffs, not being in it. It's got to be so interesting, like getting to that push and making it to that position, because like, oh man, I missed out on making it to playoffs and playing more games, but at least I don't have to worry about my slot.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely, I think right now, if you're Citadel and Dorado, you're sweating a little bit, but if Blue Water loses today, and especially for Citadel, they control their own destiny, they can just win tomorrow, they could take a big weight off of their shoulders. Something important to note is that if Blue Water loses today, Dorado is completely safe. They have head-to-head over both the Citadel and Apex Mission Impossible. They cannot be relegated if Blue Water loses. So Dorado fans are massive conviction fans here today, to say the least.
Well, hey, I do hear we get to hear from the Blue Water camp themselves. I do believe you're going to be talking to Patch, so let's go ahead and send it on over.
Welcome, Patch, to the NACL stream. Always a pleasure to get to chat with you, my friend. First things first, big match here today. Obviously, a must-win for you all. How's the team feeling coming into this one?
We're feeling good. It's been a good week, and I think we're feeling pretty good about the match today.
Awesome. Always good to hear that the team is in high spirits. Conviction on the docket. Also a team that's been facing struggles of their own. Was there any specific preparation? I obviously, not leaking too many strats, but anything that Blue Water was looking at working on over the last week or so?
Definitely preparing for, their top side of the map. Obviously, Sniper's very talented. So, we want to be ready for, him and all the skill he brings to the team. Obviously, they switched up their bot lane this week, so, that also introduces some differences. But, I think we're in a good spot.
Awesome. Very good to hear. As for, the season as a whole, obviously things have not entirely gone according to plan for Blue Otter, but, with any split, with any season, long term, generally a part of the picture. How do you feel, despite what the wins and losses may say, Blue Water has grown throughout the split to look ahead?
Yeah, I think we've been hitting some steady improvements. We've taken some games off, Supernova and NRG and, some good teams. And, I think when we're playing well, you see some flashes of, a very solid group. And hopefully we'll sort of show more of that than not today. And, we'll come into our usual Blue Water summer in a month or two once we get that rolling.
I better be seeing Blue Water Summer, Patch. I'm holding you to it. Okay. Who's popping off today to make sure Blue Water Summer happens?
Ooh, hopefully Spawn. I want to see Spawn have a really good game. Rovex as well. Our bot lane's always been a really solid bunch for us, and Rovex has been with the team forever. I think Ariana will have a good series too. I think they'll all play well, hopefully.
Of course. All gonna play well, but all right, I'm gonna keep an eye out for the side lanes. Maybe we're cooking something a little bit extra. I don't know. Patch, before I let you go, man, any shout outs, anything that you want to say to the fans?
Yeah, thanks for rooting for us. We always appreciate the support of the fans. Shout out to the team and Dion and Sneezes. We spend so much time talking to each other. And shout out to my fiance who, deals with me putting 40 hours a week into League of Legends.
We always need someone to lean on. Patch, thank you so much for talking to me. I'll let you get back to the team. And rooting for Blue Water Summer, I think, are a lot of NACL fans. But Conviction, obviously going to be the ones to want to shut things down. Let's get Mazel back on in here. Maybe a bit of the side lanes, I think, appropriately highlighting, Conviction. They swapped out their bottom lane, but feeling that Rovex and Spawn always been a solid duo.
True. All I'm gonna be concerned of is I gotta figure out how to get that shirt, because that shirt was amazing, Patch. So if you know, and send me a DM. No, but it is important to focus on that bot lane as well. I know he talked a little bit about the changes coming into the bot lane there for Conviction, but this is an opportunity to maybe take advantage of some of that newness down there and try to get an advantage for their own right. And like I said, Blue Water has taken games off of some top tier opponents and maybe looking to repeat some of that here today. But let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule for today, as we were kind of foreshadowing to it earlier. Obviously, this first series, a very important one, Blue Water versus Conviction. And then we have CCG and NRG there as the final series of the day.
Yeah, this first one going to have the most direct implications on the standings in the sense of all the promotion relegation implications. If Blue Water loses, their locked promotion. Dorado is safe. If they win, it gets a little bit more interesting. Dorado has to sweat a little bit through their final week of games. And then for Conviction, generally in a must-win position, which is even crazy. They could still lose today because they've got Dorado as their last game. That's the most important one. But still, to avoid any craziness, they really want to win this one. And, for any of the four-way tie heads out there, we've got Conviction needs to win this game for that. So if you want to see four teams at 4 and 5, Conviction needs to win.
Well, we got our predictions up on the docket. A little bit split today. 2-2 for the first series. Me and Desrex, the play-by-plays, the rightful rulers, going to be for Blue Water. So that's at least above. I'm sorry, Hawk. Anyways, Color is going to be on Conviction. They are smarter usually, so I don't know. We'll take that with what you will. NRG, though, a majority favorite, at least for the second series.
Dude, you abandoned your boy there. What happened?
Going with, I say, hey.
What happened?
Sometimes you can't jump off the cliff when your friends are jumping off the cliff. You gotta
wow! And predicting CCG's jumping off a cliff.
Lennon, we're not gonna
that's two of the top teams we have in our league.
We're not gonna look that far into it. NRG looking really good. Is all I'm saying. But
CCG only has one more loss than NRG. They're a great team. That's a top of the standings match. See, if the first one's the one with all the big implications, I view the second match as just like the cinema match, where it's like we just get to watch two top teams slug each other.
I'm really excited for a couple of those matchups too, but that's something we'll get to talk about a little bit later, as we're going to be taking a look at Blue Otter versus Conviction. A very, let's say, tough outing for Conviction yesterday against NRG. I think we saw some moments. We saw the Shungle came out, almost brought the game back, but there were also some tough moments for Conviction, but looking to clear that up today against Blue Water.
Yeah, I think Insanity had a really great game 1 on the Anivia. Tomio had like an awesome 5-minute stretch in game 2 where he was killing everyone on Shen. But it wasn't that close of a series despite everything, I fear, for Conviction. They were on the back foot pretty much the entire time. They kind of almost brought game 1 back, but NRG never truly lost control. They were able to play to their win conditions and close things out pretty cleanly in a 2-0. I do think bright spots for them. The new bot lane looked fine. I don't think they were great. They got 2v2'd by an Italy, but Spico was kind of nasty with it. So, and I think Tactical and Bounty, they played pretty well. For Blue Otter, though, on the other side, you mentioned it, they've taken games off of a couple of top teams, Mazel, and while, yes, the series wins haven't exactly landed, they've shown us flashes of what they are capable of. And I do think when I look at this Blue Otter team, they've been very scrappy. They've always been known to be scrappy no matter what the roster is. And I do think for Conviction that has just struggled a little bit, I think we should not count them out at all. Yeah,
and pivotal pieces that we were talking about from the face-to-face interview was Ariana on the top side, Spawn and Rovex at the bot side. I know my personal highlights got to be on Munchie. It's been awesome to watch Munchie. Some of the comfort he's been willing to go for, at least in some of their tough losses. But against Tomio, obviously an established vet of the tier 2 scene. I'd be very curious to see how this matchup kind of pans out. But I think this team is gearing up for the long term, at least trying to figure out what they can work through. And you could tell, obviously, looking forward to Blue Otter summer, as they say.
Yeah, it's worth noting, even if Blue Otter does win the match here today, they don't control their own destiny when it comes to promotion relegation. So I do think kind of looking ahead, but obviously wanting to pick up any win that they can. And I do think it's really interesting. We're highlighting the side lanes, right? Ariana, I think he's had a fine split. He's against a struggling sniper. I think this could be a really interesting matchup between those two lanes. But I want to talk a little bit more about the mid jungle, because I think coming into the split, that was where everyone's eyes were drawn. Munchie and Samikin. Samikin had really been popping off over his first couple of years in NACL. He had his moments, was working on consistency, was wanting to prove he could be a top echelon mid laner in this league. Munchie, first couple weeks, the hot rookie, he's picking Master Yi. He's bodying Fools on Mundo. We're having some crazy, crazy games. But I feel like the wheels have kind of fallen off the bus a little bit. I think Samikin has really struggled this split, especially compared to, I think we're expecting for him to take the next step. I would even dare say, I feel like he's taken a step back, and it just doesn't look like Munchie has been able to play with the same swagger that people thought he might be able to after the first couple weeks of games.
And on the other side, you got some established names, obviously still trying to figure out what's going on as well with the team, and still fighting for that top 6 spot, obviously. And it's still a team that on paper now, especially with Tactical there, and Bounty on top of it, but it's on paper looks really good. Have struggled to kind of put it together though.
I gotta say, the ink for Bounty, that is looking awesome. Holy moly, the tiger neck tattoo goes crazy. That's great. But I agree. I mean, I do think Conviction, they have a lot to figure out, right? We've been vocal about the struggles of Sniper over the last couple of weeks. To his credit, and Conviction during their last few games, their 3-game loss streak, they have played against, I think, who are widely considered to be the 3 best top laners in Porter, Zamudo, and Denethor. Sniper, potentially an opportunity to bounce back here against Ariana. And we already talked about how Tactical and Bounty, I think, played fine yesterday. And while fine is not enough to really be a playoff team, it's at least a decent start for a bottom lane that's probably only had about a week of playing together.
Yeah, and that's the hardest part, is like just trying to hit the ground running as quickly as you can with the changes coming in. It's all about adaptation in the moment as well. But as we move on to our premier matchup of the day, it's going to be a fun one. We got the face-to-face matchup, Munchie versus Tomio, presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. And I think this was going to be a little bit spicy. I know I'm harping on the Shungle from Tomio. We saw it twice yesterday. It lost both times, which is unfortunate. But being able to see some proactivity from the jungle is my expectation today.
Yeah, I mean, we just need to see early split Munchie again if Blue Water is going to find a series win here today. And for Tomio, again, the Shen jungle, it had its moments. There was like a 5-minute stretch where I was like, oh my gosh, Tomio is the carry. Ever. Yeah. And then they very swiftly fell very far behind and kind of got beat. And honestly, I think outside of that 5-minute stretch, I felt that Tomio had a very negligible impact on the series across the board. We talk about Tomio as this aggressive jungler, likes to set up for his lanes, put them in good positions. It felt like Conviction didn't really have much of an early game plan yesterday. They just weren't really doing much. Their lanes were slowly losing. So by the time they came to those team fights, they were already behind. I need to see more proactivity from Tomio if Conviction is going to show me that they are a contender this split. Yeah,
and I think also on top of it, it's both these teams are going to be facilitated by their junglers in a lot of ways. And we're taking a look at the champ pool here. Obviously, a little bit of a different champ pool for both of these guys. But you see the staples are still there and the shared pool. And I do wonder how much flexibility in that role we're going to get today, or if it's just going to be a straight up matchup with some of the kind of premier picks we've been seeing as of late.
Yeah, I mean, Jarvan, Pantheon, Xin Zhao, Nocturne. Am I forgetting one of them? I don't know. Those have generally been the 4, Wukong as well. Those have been the 5 premier junglers, all very early game focused, skirmish heavy, slightly carry oriented, but also utility focused, kind of fitting that very middle of the road, quintessential jungle pool I'm expecting to see those still prioritized early. I do think it is when we get towards game 2 in the Fearless, things start getting Fearlessed out. You can potentially ban out one of the jungle pools for certain picks here or there. That's when we might see them start to branch out. Tomio has been one of the most willing junglers to play tanks really throughout his career, I feel, but also in this split where I have really only seen Skarner and Sejuani sporadically and not really any other tank junglers. Munchie obviously has played the Sejuani himself, but it's not been as common. So I do think, you know, those slight differences, like Munchie generally likes to go more for the carries when we're getting later Fearless. Tomio towards things like the Malphite, the Skarner.
Yeah, and I do expect this to go to 3. I know I think there's been some fluctuations, obviously, on the Rift for both these two teams, but I do expect a pretty chaotic 3-game series here. So we could see potentially that extra breadth of the Fearless draft coming into effect here, especially for the jungles. But another matchup that we wanted to highlight was that mid lane. I know you were highlighting the Anivia, at least for Insanity, but Samikin Insanity is a classical tier 2 matchup for us here in NACL, it feels like, and it's going to be a fun one nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, these guys have been playing against each other now for the better part of 3 years, and I do think, you know, Insanity has generally been held on high regard. We've seen flashes, though, of Samikin being able to punch up into some of these, you know, best mid laners in the league, like Insanity, like Spyrax, like Toasty Alex in the past, right? But for Insanity, he had a good game on the Anivia yesterday. I still feel he's been playing like regular season Insanity. He's just kind of been fine. But I think his floor, to me, still feels higher than Samikin. And I do truly feel that Samikin has struggled this split. He's had his games. I think of the Ziggs. He's 2-0, I believe, on the pick throughout this split so far. He was able to take a game off of NRG. He was able to take a game off of Supernova on that champion. But by and large, it just feels like his impact in both the mid game and especially later game team fights, where it felt like he generally shined the most, hasn't really been there like it was in previous splits.
Yeah, and you look at the champ pools here. There are some consistent mid laners that are being picked right now. These two guys, the only dipping into each other's champ pools are Orianna and Ari. Everything else is their own home brews, and I kind of appreciate that. Although a lot of them are like one gamers, it's still interesting to see the kind of difference between the two guys, because that's what I love not only about tier 2 but about these two guys specifically, is they do love to dip into their champ pools.
Yeah, I mean, the Aurelion Soul and the Twisted Fate, definitely a little bit of spicier picks for Insanity, and we all know that Samikin loves the artillery mage, right? He's one of the only people playing Lux, Zoe. Some of the mid laners have picked up Mel, not all of them, right?
When are we
the
gonna
Ziggs,
get
obviously
Xerath?
a big pick that we already highlighted. Yeah, show me a Xerath. Why not? That'd be fun.
I did hear that Xerath is pretty good right now, but I don't know if he's competitively viable with the way that things go.
Hey man, Hardstuck Casterlo lost to a Xerath the other day, so
I see.
that champion's pretty OP if you ask me.
We actually did see it in tier 1 as well, not that long ago, at least in the LPL. But here they are, the premier matchup, at least in the mid lane. And off of the way that these two guys like to play, I do expect some resources to be delved here. But I think if we're really looking at where these junglers are going to be focusing on, it will initially be those side lanes as well. And I do wonder, something I had a little bit, not a complaint about, but a little thought process on was Tactical yesterday not being on the premier hyper carries, going with the Jhin and the Corki. I think I would like to see maybe some more onus given to Tactical in this second series, and that would require Tomio to kind of focus down towards that bot lane a little bit more too.
Yeah, you know, it is interesting because I think Tactical has always been thought of as such an aggressive AD carry, and we really didn't get to see much of the pop-off yesterday from Tactical. And again, I think it's hard when you are playing in a new bot lane, you know, Tactical kind of coming off of a break as well. But, you know, game 1 on the Jhin, I honestly thought the Jhin was pretty good, but it wasn't, it didn't feel like Tactical really, you know, kicking butt and taking names, right? So I do agree. I think focus down towards the bottom side would make a lot of sense. It is difficult, I do think, for this Conviction squad because they have this new bottom lane, but they also have other mouths to feed. Again, I think Sniper generally more of a carry-oriented player on the top side. We saw really for the first time all season, Sniper kind of decide to just play tanks yesterday, and it didn't really work, right? So if Tomio is going to give those resources down towards tactical, which I think, you know, is a decision that could make sense, it does just beg the question of, you know, what happens elsewhere on the map? What does Conviction, how does this iteration of Conviction want to play the game?
Yeah. And I know it's a little side point, but honestly, I know we were talking so much about the history of the mid lane matchup, but there's some decent history between Spawn and Tactical as well, both with tier 1 experience, but also, you know, obviously some fluctuations in their careers. But will be fun to keep an eye on how Spawn and Rovex will be handling this bot lane 2v2 as we get into draft number 1. Blue Otter on that blue side going to be taking away the Rise, Jarvan, and Caitlyn. Conviction on the red side going to be banning away the Orianna. Thankfully, that pick will not be let through in game number 1 at least, and the Karma ban too.
So big picks that I'm looking at, Spawn has been a massive purveyor of the Ezreal so far in the NACL. He's played it in 6 of the 8 series that Blue Otter has played. So that is a really massive pick that I am looking at for Blue to come through. Also, the Varus has been his favorite lane dominant pick, but of course you can't forget the strong junglers, right? Things like the Pantheon, the Jarvan. No jungle bans except for the Jarvan. Generally, Nocturne has been the answer into Pantheon throughout this NACL split, but obviously things like the Vi, like the Wukong, obviously can be strong as well.
We see the first pick, Pantheon. On blue side, by the way, that's rare these days, by the way, if you didn't know. It is going to be potential duo of the Ashe Seraphine for Conviction, though, and that is massive.
I like this a lot. Get Tactical and Bounty on a really strong 2v2. Something that's also very simple, very easy to execute. It sets them up for success in this game. I don't even know what you answer with here as Blue. Karma banned out, so you can't go like Karma Ezreal. Feels like you're going maybe a little bit down the tier list. Nami Corki is available as a possible 2v2 answer. Bard, another popular pick that we have seen. Rovex most played on the season, but maybe just wanting to get comfort for Samikin. Aurora, it's been a strong pick throughout the split for a lot of mid laners.
Yeah, it just provides mobility out of mid lane as well, and a lot of team fights set up there. Really looking forward to the combination. It's not one of those like on paper incredible combos with the Pantheon, but you can absolutely play towards the jungle with this mid-jungle duo. We'll see what Blue Otter want to finish their first phase with. They have not picked their bot lane just yet, and they do see the opposing on the other side. The Nautilus will be the first lock-in. I'm not going to lie, that sounds really tough to play in the earlier part of the game.
We did see a Nautilus misanswer both in pro play, but also here in the NACL to the Ashe Seraphine, and it was extremely effective coming out from Supernova. So that is something we maybe could see. Funnily enough, it was actually done against Conviction's old bottom.
It was, yeah.
Beach and Breezy. So maybe something to keep our eyes on. We'll see if Arlen and Mash and the rest of CNV are able to anticipate this one, potentially throwing a ban that direction. There's Varus, though, that they opt to remove.
We got the Varus from Conviction. We got the Victor from Blue Otter. So trying to take away Insanity's consistent pool. And the Victor scaling as well there. I wonder if the mid lane is still going to be a focus for Blue Otter, as it's the Ziggs ban by Conviction. So trying to take away some of that artillery style in the bot lane. Still think that MF looming large here, if that's going to be the case for Spawn.
Yeah, I mean, MF definitely a champion that can make a lot of sense, especially you already have a lot of good layering CC and all-in between the Aurora and Pantheon as well. Blue Otter potentially building themselves a pretty strong dive composition, but of course, Conviction kind of just getting power across the board. Ashe, Seraphine, Xin Zhao, you can't really go wrong with that. And now Insanity has the luxury of counterpicking mid right here, unless Sniper wanted to go for something like a safe blind Gnar to just remove that from Ariana.
That would be pretty interesting. I do wonder. There's a little bit of fluctuation of who's going to get that counter pick here. Would more than likely expect it to be sticking over towards Sniper, since they haven't seen the top lane matchup just yet. We'll see exactly what the final two lock-ins are going to be for Blue Otter. Before we get to that one, But right now, it is going to be the TF locked in. 3 games played there, but it's Insanity that will be taking that one out. It's one he's played 2 of, so majority of the games played in NACL.
Yeah, and only 2 losses as well for Insanity. And here's a fun stat. NACL is the only region in the entire world, the only league in the entire world that is playing Twisted Fate. 2 games from Insanity, 1 game from Zach. Zach got a win. Insanity has a couple of L's on the pick. I am not super inspired by this. It can be nice against the Aurora due to the range advantage it has. It does have that true sight, immediate lockdown. It's good at following the roams and setting up for single target picks with things like the Ashe, the Xin Zhao. But it does mean that the damage coming out from Conviction isn't the highest, pending what Sniper decides to go, which, if we know anything about Sniper, side lane, split pushing, generally been pretty strong, but it's against a Rumble. And Mizo, what did we talk about yesterday? We shouldn't be giving anyone Rumble.
Yeah, Rumble's pretty good right now. Might be one of the best champions in the patch, or I guess in general in League of Legends. It's going to be the Cassante, so going with a more stable pick, I guess you could say. It's also going to be his first Cassante of the split for Sniper, just trying to figure out how to be kind of a rock for his team in the top lane over these last couple days. I got to go back to the bot lane matchup, though. Jhin was the pick up for Spawn. Obviously, Spawn not played Jhin so far this split, but well-known Jhin nonetheless. And matchup can go okay into the Ashe Seraphine, but more specifically, like, pressure early can be tough to come by when you're dealing with all this poke. So I'm actually all eyes back towards bot lane for this early game as well.
Yeah, I think this 2v2 is going to be so important.
Let's go.
Jhin does provide that single target damage setup that you would expect from long range, but also it's not, I agree with you, it's not going to have the same presence in the lane as something like the Misfortune might have had. It's definitely a bit more of a utility focused pick here for Spawn. And for me, bot lane is going to be important, but the early game as a whole, I think whichever one of these compositions gets ahead is just going to win this game. Conviction, Blue Water, they are number 6 and number 7, respectively, in gold difference at 15. They have both been in the bottom middle of the pack. They're both on average down gold at 15 minutes. I need to see a good early game from one or both of these teams, because I think for Conviction, either they're going to get ahead and they're just going to be able to death ball with all their tankiness, or they're going to fall behind, and Blue Water, with all of their copious pick potential, is just going to be able to dive into them.
Game 1 of the day, day 2, week 7, kicking off now. Blue Water versus Conviction, this best of 3. And weigh a lot on the minds of both teams. Blue Water needing the win. A bit of early vision here on the bot side, but those early trades can also be extremely strong. I do like Spawn going for the cleanse, being able to get out of these big PC chains that's going to be coming from CNV will be really good for him.
One thing to keep our eyes on in this early game as well. See early jungle pathing. We have a mismatched clear from the 2 junglers. She actually making his way up towards the top side. I do think if you are able to get these solo lanes going for Blue Water, your early skirmish so powerful with Rumble, Pantheon, Aurora. And for Insanity, although you do have the range advantage, hold that.
Oh, big pick on a bounty. Just didn't expect the minion to get taken out just like that. And the dredge line follows through sweet as Rovex able to find a nice little engage on a bounty, make them a little bit more wary of stepping up in this lane. It's still going to be difficult to get any kind of farming and kind of push onto the lane by the bot lane of Blue Water, but they're going to try their darndest. That being said, I know you were talking about the pathing. Yeah, we'll see if he wants to go for a quick little gank. It looks like he's just going to get the half clear off and back here. Still going to stop it. Was hesitating for a moment. Was thinking about going in for a gank, but it's going to be a back and going into the top side. So, is that a cheater recall for jungle? Is that what we call it?
I mean, this is something we've been seeing around the world a lot. Junglers full clearing one side of their camps. They go back at their early longsword. It gives them a lot of skirmishing power on basically the next like 2 minutes or so before the enemy jungler completes their first clear and goes back to base. You can fight for something like a Scuttle Crab. You can look for something like maybe an early gank mid and just be stronger. As Rovek's finding a really nice trade on the bottom side. Blue Otter's bot lane. Patch said he wanted to see them pop off, and already Bounty's dead. No
He's
flash.
down. First blood for Spot, and Ariana's down. Sniper just got a solo bolo in the top lane.
All right, we're already seeing volatility across the map. Patch calling his shot with Spawn, able to pick up first blood. Munchie now, he's gonna try to run down Sniper. No flash on this Cassante. Maybe he can wait out the knockup.
Oh, the flash play. Munchie's going to get the CC. No mana from Sniper, and he will just be executed. Another kill going over to Blue Otter.
And Ariana with the die into better wave state true combo is he's going to be able to TP back, hold these minions. And Sniper are going to be forced to own if he wants to push out that wave or call for jungle help. At the very least, Munchie has spent a lot of time.
Oh, look at this move. The move from Rovex, he's been on the roam. He actually caught out Tomio in the invade, and now Blue Water can chase him down. They've got the slow, they got the CC. Munchie's coming over too. Tomio is in a world of hurt. Insanity's going to throw a yellow card, but then he puts himself right in the eyes as Spawn cleans up Tomio. The flash comes out from Insanity. It is Blue Otter, baby. 3-1 early.
Yeah, I mean, you highlighted it, Mazel. Really nice move from Rovex. Munchie, I thought he might stay on the top side, potentially try to bully Sniper, but no, he says, I'm going to defend my chickens. And you know what? I'd defend my chicken too. So Munchie doing what any good jungler does and calls his support for help. Able to pick up another kill for his AD carry as Spawn. Really nice Deadly Flourish, pick that one up, and getting the flash off of Insanity. And remember, volatility, I think, going to favor Blue Water. They're the ones with the composition that has the crazy amount of pick tools. They have the Pantheon. They have the skirmish. So Conviction blowing all these resources early, a little bit scary for them.
And I was wondering if we were going to get a replay of that bot lane because, I mean, from what we saw, it was just some great hooks from Rovex, hitting Bounty with every single one of them, it felt like. And when you're getting hit by those, you don't have that kind of poke pressure that the Ashe Seraphine typically brings. You're just getting full engaged on every time you step up. And that is going to lean the way now of Blue Water in that bot lane, which has upset the balance of power down there. They're going to have pushback. Obviously, Ashe Seraphine's still very, very strong. But Spawn's going to be getting there. I mean, he's got Pickaxe already with the longsword. He's going to be feeling pretty decent. Also has the blue buff as Jhin. I always love that. Being able to just spam these abilities and keep at least some wave clear coming.
Yeah, I mean, Spawn already is very strong in this bottom lane. And I agree with you. If Tactical and Bounty make more mistakes with their positioning like they already have, this lane could very quickly get out of hand for them. I do think we highlighted this is the most important lane out of any of them on Summoner's Rift. Obviously, Ariana getting solo kill wasn't great on the top side of the map, but he's still doing fine. The lane seems relatively stable outside of that. I do think as long as he's able to not let it get out of control, Blue Otter feeling very good with their 1k gold advantage at 6.
And we do have Dragon up on the board now as well. See if any early push is going to lean into that objective at least. I know Blue Water, we were talking a little bit earlier, even in their troubling season, they've still leaned extremely heavily on dragons and trying to get those stacking up for themselves. There is a back and redeploy coming out from Munchie towards this bot lane as his bot lane camps are coming up as well. But we'll see what kind of prevalence that dragon has here because we still have a little while till the grubs come up as well. Could also just be a trade potential between the two and just kind of seeing how things pan out here.
We did just see a team-wide reset from Blue Otter on their entire bottom side of the map. I'm expecting to see a contest for this dragon, but Rovex did overstay. He's up pretty far. They might go for Bounty. Does have his flash back up.
Starfall gets the flash out of Bounty. Really nice preemptive flash from him to get away from that one. That was going to be a really nice pick from Blue Otter.
Should secure Blue Otter the dragon, though. Tomio's on the top side of the map, and again, I think this is just Blue Otter cashing in on the tempo. They based everyone, and now Munchie should just be able to do this one. Spawn crashing the wave first. The walkover.
The dopamine, the dancing grenade feels great. Get all 4 kills on the minion. It's one of the best moments in the game. No bias. No bias. Dragon is already about half health now. They did put another control word, or at least have that control word there. And that will be an early objective and gives time to reset the map to get towards topside if they want to go for the grubs. And I got to wonder, are they favored here in this point? I mean, level 6 is going to be coming up for everyone. You're going to have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow now for Tactical. Some of that CC is truly coming online for CNV.
Yeah, I mean, their biggest tools definitely up and available, specifically looking at Insanity, right? He is the early game driver of their composition. Insanity's Twisted Fate getting active on the map, being able to find isolated members and start the fight on terms for Conviction is what they need in order to get these proactive plays. But I think in a straight up early game team fight around something like a Dragon or one of these grubs, it feels difficult for Conviction if they don't have that favorable setup.
Yeah, they are going to start up the grubs here. No response as of yet from Blue Otter. Looks like they're just going to give this one away. It's going to be pretty big, I feel like, getting all 3 grubs for this style of composition. The siege under turret will be devastating, but that will be something they'll have to return to a little bit later on. Bounty showing up in mid lane, just trying to get some roaming power off while Tactical was getting the reset off for himself. I'd love to see this from Conviction, just capitalizing on the map state. It was their turn to do something, and they go ahead and take the topside objective.
Yeah, Munchie needing to clear all of his camps after having spent time to do the Dragon. I do still think Blue Otter are happy with the trade. Grubs definitely do feel nice. You mentioned the siege power, but also Conviction does have pretty good ability to play side lanes, especially with this Twisted Fate. Cassante, being able to move their pieces around, I think they'll be difficult, especially Sniper to answer later on into the game in these 1v1s. But in general, I have not felt that grubs are very powerful this season, with Dragon stacking just feeling like such a good way to progress the game forward in favor of one team or the other. Grubs, honestly, I feel like they've boiled down to just kind of a nice bonus to have.
Yeah, sometimes, especially off of tempo plays, they can be really impactful when you're taking down like multiple turrets. But it is definitely something that's a little bit more undersung, or at least under the radar in the general meta right now as well. But that being said, I think it is time to see more backs. Munchie not going to go for anything. Did have the Grand Starfall, but no lane is really in a position to do anything about. The push has been constant from Blue Otter now in the bot lane, and going to be getting closer and closer to these first items as well. Really appreciate what we've seen from Spawn and Rovex dealing with this Ashe Seraphine combo so far really well.
And you just have to give credit to Rovex. He's had a really great game so far, not only setting up for that 2v2 kill in bottom lane, but also in that little jungle skirmish around the chickens, being first to the play out of the 2 supports. I think Rovex, he's had a really up and down season. You know, coming into the split, I was really feeling like Rovex might be one of the stronger supports in our league at this point. He's got multiple years of NACL under his belt. He's been playing the support role now for nearly 5 seasons, which is crazy to say, for as long as it's been since Rovex was a mid laner for the real ones that remember. But I think in general hasn't been the most impressive from him, but moments like that and games like this, or early games like this, I should say, still reminding you that Rovex is a really solid support in this league.
Yeah, he truly is. And he's been around for a while, I think rightfully so. We're getting a interesting setup right now. We have Tactical and Bounty switching up to the top side of the map. But as Sniper did show on bot side, that means the redeploy from Spawn and Rovex will be there to match. There's going to be another back coming out from Tactical, and it looks like they might switch up again. Yeah. So they're just having a little bit of map fun.
They're really trying to get out of this 2v2, because even though Conviction, in the last few minutes, they've not given over more kills, the gold lead hasn't really grown for Blue Water. They've lost all their pressure for their bottom lane as Ariana.
Oh, nice flash from Ariana. That's going to be the Destiny Gate. He's going to throw up the Lee Sin emote. Insanity's going to come in with the yellow card. Tomio with the wind becomes lightning. They should have enough damage to still take this one down, but do they? The 3-talent strike wasn't enough, but it will be under tower with Insanity getting 1 kill for Conviction.
Lot committed from Conviction, but they do get the kill. Nice arrow from Tactical to force the flash early, allowing Insanity to follow through with the guaranteed CC of himself and Tomio. But Blue Water, they are pushing in mid. going to deny Insanity some of that gold back.
Oh, they found
and now,
Tactical.
oh, Munchie found Tactical.
The setup is here. Depth charge from a distance, and Munchie can't kill Tactical. Curtain Call opens up, but it shouldn't be enough damage. Tactical makes it out barely alive. It's a quick play for Blue Otter on the back end.
Honestly, the biggest beneficiary of this entire play going to end up being Sniper as well. Look at the top lane. He's going completely free as Blue. They recalled their bottom lane to try to continue to match the swaps, but because Ariana died with no teleport, Sniper gets a lot, and now Blue Otter might be caught. Nice buffer.
It's going to be Tomio. Nice flash, 3 talent strike, the yellow card on top of it, and the CC chaining is really coming alive for Conviction.
It's mid-jungle 2v2, Tomio and Insanity, they are starting to get going. Conviction finding a massive fight win. That's going to nothing the Dragon, and that is going to even up this game.
A really nice pace of play from Conviction, and it's really those level 6s coming together finally that have really made a difference. And first Enchanted Crystal Arrow does strike true, and I expect it to continue to be that way. As a Dragon goes over to Conviction, we will have an Ocean Soul, but it's now 1-to-1 in those objectives. And honestly, Tactical Bounty feeling pretty okay. Still a big individual gold deficit for Tactical, but your utility makes up that difference, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, I still think they're going to be on the wrong end of this push. Spawn's definitely still the strongest member on Summoner's Rift, but I do think getting a lot of gold into Conviction, especially this mid-jungle. Remember, that is the core that need to be the ones making the plays for this squad. And Sniper, with all the free time he got on the tower and on the minion waves, he's got a Canic Rooker, and so Ariana not really going to be able to move him for the foreseeable future either. And I do think Blue Otter, we're still seeing what has plagued them through a lot of this split, just seemingly playing too fast in a lot of these plays. Munchie and Rovex burning a lot of cooldowns, trying to make a play on the Tactical. They do get his summoners out, but not the kill. And then around the Dragon, Spawn was still hitting the bot lane minion wave when they get caught in the river. Just not quite connected, playing a little too far ahead of the rest of the squad. And Conviction does a great job punishing.
Does Ariana know? Does he know? Does he know? He's going to step up. He took the bait. Tomio goes for the instant Crescent Guard, get the knockback. Now Ariana going to go for the wave because he knows his life is forfeit. That'll be another big pick for Conviction. They are being decisive across the map, but they are losing bot lane.
I asked Tomio to get involved. A little bit quiet early, but the last few minutes he has truly come alive, putting Conviction in a great mid-game position. Do want to praise Ariana. Heads up play, just going for the wave with the equalizer right there, honestly. That is the correct thing to do as the Rumble when you know you are dead. But still, it's Conviction that obviously come out ahead on the play.
Still gold being traded across. Very even early game here as we cross the 15-minute mark. Just been trades back and forth. We will have the Rift Herald. That is the main focal point now. Also with the bot lanes now going towards mid, should give a little bit more onus to that fight.
Mazel, I wanted to see a bounce back from Sniper, and he is 2-1. He is up 1.5k individually. Level 13 on this Cassante. I'm so glad to see him getting resources and taking advantage. This Cassante is going to be a huge problem later on into the game.
You know
as Rovex did not want that hook.
Jin hates Cassante.
Yeah.
So you know,
who is killing this guy? He's got a Canic Rooker against 2 magic damage carries, a Jin and a Pantheon.
Yeah. It's not going to be easy. I mean, like pulling teeth as Tomio starting up the Rift Herald. Blue Otter surrounding here, but I don't know if they can necessarily move in to contest. There's so much space that is available to Conviction to kind of buffer out Blue Otter's attempts, and Rovex is going to get Enchanted Crystal Arrow, going to get the Encore on top of it too. They're going to get everything. My God, he didn't even get to touch his mouse and keyboard.
At the very least, they do get Conviction to commit as 5 towards this play. I'm a bit confused watching that one from Blue Otter. Rovex so heavily contesting the River Vision around the Herald, but it seems like Ariana and the rest of the team weren't really in a position to follow up on any sort of engage on either side. So Rovex kind of just dying for free. Conviction going to continue progressing this game in their favor as they pick up a Herald. At the very least, Ariana does secure the first tower of the game for Blue, so it's not a completely one-sided trade.
Man, but you really see the power of the combination conviction there. Literally CC'd the entirety of his life, it felt like, for Rovex. They did use a lot for it, but that's just a sign of the times right now for conviction on what can happen if somebody is just a little bit overextended or caught out in these fights. They will have the Rift Herald now available to them to make a play, potentially crack open some of these outer turrets as well that they haven't been able to do just yet. We are bustling to 2 items on some members, especially seeing 2 items for spawn. That's going to feel good. It's not necessarily the most damage early, but you're going to have a lot of range to play with there.
17.5 minutes, though. The gold lead, marginal, but I think it's safe to say conviction slightly in the lead at this point. 3rd dragon coming onto the rift. You mentioned the item spikes. Insanity critically not really that strong with just a 7-stack Roa, and I think this is a critical fight for Blue Water if they want to get back into this game. If conviction comes out ahead, their composition, their death ball is going to start to become pretty unbreakable.
Rift Herald
Already they've got the Herald on mid.
The Equalizer doesn't get the cannon, and the Rift Herald will just get the charge. Oh, he might just give his life over. Blue Water ready for it. They're ready for the catch. They're going to get the Dredge line on top, but it's a 2-man encore. The Crescent Guard comes through, though, and it's going to block so much. It's going to be Sniper, the big focus now. He has the Frostfire Gauntlet as well. He's 2 items in. Sammykin getting bursted down the 3-town strike. It's not enough to take him out. Destiny has been popped. They got vision, but the eyes are in the eye of the beholder here, and it looks like nobody's going down just yet. Just some backs coming off at low health. The Dragon still available.
Munchie on blinking HP does have the Grand Starfall coming back up. Sammykin has TP. They might try to re-engage this.
Insanity just getting caught on the side here, but Tomio's there to back him up. All of Conviction are now collapsing, but they're split on the targets. They're still going to get Munchie in the end anyways, and that just means that this Dragon fight is holistically in control of Conviction.
Oh, Sniper!
Tactical getting a little bit spicy there. As Sniper also gets the kill. He's going to look forward a little bit more, but he is not going to be as tanky in this setup, as he will dash away from Sammykin, who has rejoined the fight at full health. Dragon has been started by Tomio and Tactical.
Ends up being a very split 2-for-0, as Conviction will be the ones to secure this Dragon, and they are taking firm control of this game. You can see the difference the death ball makes. Sniper got so low in that fight. It looked like Blue Water might be able to win it, but then in the long extended play, Conviction, they have the resources to kite it out, to keep themselves topped off, and to be able to win the fight. And I, again, need to criticize Blue Water for this re-engage. Sammykin's in base. He's not even channeled TP yet. They play way too fast. This team does not have the patience. Munchie gets punished for it. Rovex ends up getting punished for it here as well. And Conviction ends up punishing by taking the Dragon.
And Sammykin made a stop off there into the jungle. Unfortunately, the rest of the play was continuing in mid lane, but just a little bit too fast, like you said, for Blue Water. And Conviction will take full control of that. Now 3,000 gold up, and Sniper moving forward to take them out of their own jungle at this point. I don't think the Conviction could force the Baron just yet. They aren't there yet. But they have gotten 2 items on everyone now on their side, obviously besides Bounty. That's going to be the case. They're going to try to push in this outer tower.
Tomio on the side. He is so strong. The top side of Conviction.
Engage on the Rovex.
Massive this game.
Tomio is just having himself a field day here with these executes and the way that he's trying to move into these fights. It's been really nice to see some of that confidence coming through from Conviction. And they just knew their comp, when it came together, was going to be strong. Sniper, he's okay. He's a tanky boy.
Yeah, Sniper just going to walk that one out. He is level 15, 3, 1, and 2. It's a
big redemption.
It's be a difficult Cassante to kill, man.
Compared to yesterday, I think Sniper's feeling a lot better.
And again, 3rd game in a row on a tank as well. This is not really the look we're accustomed to seeing from Sniper, but is interesting to see him stepping into a little bit more of, dare I say, a weak side role. Obviously did get some attention from Tomio to really help him solidify his lead, but both the top laner and jungler of Conviction really paying their team back for those plays. And
yeah,
I think really Sniper was the player I was looking at, just in need of a bounce back series. Feels like perhaps mentally, just wasn't quite there over the last couple of series, right? Playing up against some really good top laners, but getting handled by all of them. And here against Ariana, just having a really nice game for himself, showing that he is still one of the most talented top laners we have here in the NACL.
And it's the Rumble that we've talked so much about, and it's Sniper's first Cassante of the split. Obviously played Cassante before, but first Cassante of this split, as they're going to get a catch out on a Munchie. The Encore is going to go a bit wide there, but the yellow card won't, and that CC is there again, man. And now Rovex gets caught too. The equalizer comes down. They are burning. They are ticking. The curtain call is out, but they will be able to block the shots. Fourth shot tries to sneak around, tries to bend the bullet, but it's not nearly enough, and that lead continues to balloon here for Conviction.
Conviction understanding that if they just group up as 5, their composition so difficult to remove. Baron start is a little bit risky, health bar's a bit low, but of course Seraphine can keep them topped off, and Sniper is full HP on the front line.
They're a little bit worried. Oh, they got the catch out on Samikin. Oh, Samikin, he is down. Health bar is still a little bit low in this fight, but now you're just missing bodies from Blue Otter. They just might go for the fight. Look, Bounty is going to look for it. Yellow card goes in and connects onto Rovex. Sniper's going to run him down. They just left 2 members to get the Baron. Now Grand Starfall's coming over. This was a split play from Conviction. They got a little bit too big of a head for that one. Munchie tries to get the kill with the Sniper, but can't do it. Oh my god, Munchie's getting turned around on Tomio. It's just taking him down a size, as that's going to be a killing spree for the jungler of Conviction.
Ooh, Insanity. Okay, no 4th shot going to come through. No vision for Blue Otter, but Conviction, they get themselves a Baron. And you know what, Mazel? I think they might just be far enough ahead where it doesn't matter if the call that they make is split. I agree. Maybe going a little bit too deep there where the solo lanes and Bounty trying to make the turn happen, but they ended up trading out 2 for 1 anyway.
Really solid performance so far in this game by Conviction. Dragon coming up in 20 seconds. Would be soul point on the Ocean Soul for them as well. I think this is one that Blue Otter is just going to have to give.
Yeah, I mean, Conviction just has so much control over the map. I really like the way Insanity playing between multiple lanes, always looking for potentially isolated members to be able to follow through on. Conviction has a lot of ability to engage on anyone, no matter where they are on the map, be it Destiny Gate or Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and that means Blue Otter, if they are not grouped up, which they currently have their mid laner hitting top tier 1 and their jungler farming top camps, means they just can't defend.
And that's Baron buff is going to be tough. And hey, here comes the grub conversation, as the siege just becomes that much more difficult to manage here when they have all 3 grubs. And you can see the Baron buff helping out with that. Sniper looking for false engages, but just trying to keep the pressure, keep the line forward to be able to take this inhib as well. They're taking mid lane as well on top of it all. Sniper getting a little bit lower. Needs to be a bit careful there. But they will get the permanent damage, at least on the bot side. Was looking for the mid lane turret too. Sniper gonna get 2-man encore, double CC root, but they don't have the damage. They can't get across the wall. Wind becomes lightning. Tomio says, we are going. Turret's gonna fall. No more defenses for Blue Otter, and those defenses might not even be there here for the rest of the game. That is Conviction with a convincing base fight. They will lose 1. Insanity does overextend there. Curtain call is going to be unleashed here, but they should be able to dodge out of this one. Baron buff still for 30 seconds, and they are on to the Nexus turrets.
Yeah, Conviction, they might just close this one out. Sub 27 as we crest the 26-minute mark, 3v5 in the base.
CC, Sniper. Sniper goes down. Shutdown goes to Munchie. They could have the defense here. The turrets are down now. Nexus is bare, but Tactical so low. Deadly Flourish not going to get him there. The flash is coming through, and it will be the white flag raised for the moment by Conviction, but they will go back to the Baron, or to the Dragon rather, potentially after these resets.
Blue Otter will live to fight another day. Conviction reaching their hand maybe just a little bit too far into the cookie jar, but I don't think it's going to change the outcome of this game. The gold diff is just too large. Blue Otter not going to have the damage or the tank stats to really get through this Seraphine Cassante death ball of a composition. And you know what? This game, despite the first 5 or so minutes, really looking all Blue Water. Conviction, once Tomio started getting active on the map, they just took over.
Yeah. And that's what you draft this comp for. You realize that the 5-man, the CC that you can provide, and the lockdown if you're on the right target can just be so difficult to deal with. And as soon as I saw the Ash Seraphine come in, it's like, yes, you can have good lanes and it can go well. It didn't go well. But afterwards, it's the utility they bring, right? Like the combo of hitting an Enchanted Crystal Arrow with an Encore on top of it has been so nice for Conviction.
Now,
and let's give it up to Tactical and Bounty, by the way. You know, having a good start to the series today.
Yeah, I mean, the lane phase was not great, but once the team fights have started, I think they've definitely done their jobs. I really did like the arrow from Tactical on towards Ariana in that first play that really got the Conviction ball rolling. I do still think, you know, still room for improvement though, for the two of them, at least as far as I'm concerned.
Well, the siege continues. The base crumbling to dust around Blue Water. The final lane with turrets in it is slowly getting whittled down. I don't know if they'll be able to push past this minion wave, though. And it looks like siege will be delayed. But this is honestly all they need to fight for. You don't have the bear in for another minute. You don't have dragon for another 4 minutes as well. You can just kind of exert your pressure. This lead that feels so overbearing against Blue Water.
I mean, Blue Water knows they just can't engage. They have to wait for Conviction to make a mistake, but it's so difficult because Conviction can always rally numbers with something like the Twisted Fate Ultimate. And if Blue Water ever overcommits to attacking a single member, Conviction could just go forward on the other side, you know, with their numbers of their own. So Blue probably jailed in their base for the foreseeable future. I think Soul in 3 minutes, potentially where we're going to see that final game-ending fight. That is, if Conviction doesn't want to just do Baron in 20 seconds.
I think they will. Tough start for the final series for Blue Otter in their search for another win in this first split as well. I think it could be a tough outing here. Hopefully the you know, keep your head in the game mentality is going to be there as well for this series. But I do wonder if they even try to contest this Baron. Doesn't feel like they're in position to do so, and they still got to clear out a lot of these waves.
Yeah, doesn't look like that's going to happen. I mean, if they felt like they could leave their base, which they don't really have any vision outside of, it's just too difficult to really engage into this 4-man squad of Conviction. They know it would get turned around on their heads. As you mentioned, 2 inhibitors down means plenty of minion waves to clear out. I think Blue Water just going to settle to try to pre-push some waves. Hope that buys them enough time off this Baron buff to where they can maybe survive and maybe get out on the map for this Ocean Soul.
The purple capes at the back of the purple team. Conviction looking for a stop to the slide here, if you will, as they are on a 3-series loss streak, and they've all been 2-0s. They have not won a game since week 4 of the NACL. I'm hoping this bot lane change can maybe make that happen here. So far, it's looking pretty good for at least game number 1. Still a whole series to play out, but we're looking to finish this one off with a potentially 10+ K gold lead. So the siege coming a little bit slow here, not able to get much damage onto the turret.
This game feels important to me for Conviction, not just to pick up a win, but I think for mental, Conviction just looked like they were so scattered over the last few weeks. They looked like they weren't playing with the same swagger, even...
Oh, the Encore on the 2, insta-cleanse from Spawn. He should be fine, but Rovex is another question altogether. He gets knocked back. He gets the Dredgeline out. He's alive. Insanity's going to cleanse himself with his spellbook. He should be fine for now. Curtain Call not going to get much in the end. The final turret has fallen. Now it's only the Nexus turrets that are alive. TP coming back in from Sniper, and this should be the end of the game. Look at all those cannon minions. There's more waves coming in. It's going to be a last-ditch effort for Blue Otter, but it's going to be Ariana, the immediate focus for Conviction. A yellow card connects there at Montamunchi. They're going to try to get Samikin. Samikin goes between worlds, but he doesn't have the health bar to stick around for very long. A double root from Bounty, and it's going to be the all-out from Sniper to signal the all-in from Conviction. Game number 1 holistically theirs, and a massive massive game number 1 for Conviction.
It's absolutely huge because, as I was going to say, Conviction, it just felt like they needed some confidence back, man. Tomio getting back out on the map and always going forward like we expect from a player like him. Sniper getting a handle on Ariana in the 1v1 with a nice solo kill, and then being able to build that lead even bigger. Insanity on the Twisted Fate. He's making plays all over the map, and that allowed Conviction to just group up and be stronger as a team. It's not just about putting a W in the column, but Conviction looking like a squad that actually knows how to win games. That is so big.
Yeah, it truly was. And while the bot lane was going tough, I think Tomio was able to keep tempo on the game itself, keep a lot of control there as well. So big shout out to him for this one, but as well as the whole draft for Conviction felt really solid across the board. That's it for game number 1. We're going to take a short break while we get ready for that game number 2 to see if Blue Water can finish strong in their final series.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
What's up, everybody? Slayer here, bringing you the Week 6 NACL recap, where we're going to focus in on Citadel's huge upset over NRG. Game 1 saw Citadel draft 5 champions with dashes and high mobility to shut down NRG's heavy CC composition. And after a very clean early game from Griffin and Bradley, CTG secured nearly every neutral objective on the map to open up a resounding lead. In Game 2, Citadel knew they had league-leading NRG on the ropes, and Bradley decided it was time to take over, locking in Irelia mid and immediately grabbing a solo kill in style, 1 versus 2. From there was little NRG could do to stop the Citadel freight train. Try as they might, the CTG Deathball composition couldn't lose a fight. Aaron on 5, all it took was a catch onto Spica's Senna outside the NRG base to cement Citadel's sweep of NRG, NRG's first series loss, and the biggest upset of the split no one saw coming. Let's take a look at our standings with playoffs just a couple of weeks away. Maryville and NRG have locked in postseason play already, with CCG and Supernova not too far behind. But the real battle will be for those final 2 playoff spots, currently held by Winthrop University and Conviction, and Dorado Gaming and Citadel on the outside looking in, with the regular season winding down. And there's your Week 6 recap of the NACL, brought to you by our friends Philips Norelco. Make sure to follow us on Twitter and tune in for another week of NACL at twitch.tv/NACL. I hope to see you there.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back to NACL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Hawk and Conviction. Convincing game number 1 win over Blue Water.
Convincing is absolutely the right word I would use to describe it. A massive bounce back for the top side core that's been playing together for the entire season. Sniper, Pomeo, and Insanity really feeling like they came back to life in this game. And as you highlighted as well, Tactical and Bounty in the bottom lane. The lane didn't exactly go according to plan, but once they were able to scale up, doing their jobs just as well.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing here is it doesn't matter what happens in the early game. It matters what happens in that mid game. And yeah, it didn't matter how far ahead Spawn had gotten in the bot lane. It was a team diff from Conviction. We'll see the teams back on the same sides here as Blue Water on that blue side will be banning away the Caitlyn. Looks like they're going to have first pick as well again. Orianna going to be the needed ban here as a very powerful champion on the patch now. Rise also going to be banned away as well by Blue Water. So mid lane bans coming out plenty.
Yeah, seeing similar bans to what we saw in game 1. Obviously, Fearless going to change up what the teams are able to bring to the table, though. And reminder for the sakes of this game, Blue Otter, they are 1 game now away from being sent to the promotion relegation tournament. Dorado, they're 1 game away from being safe from having any chance of being sent to that promotion relegation tournament. A really big match for both of those teams. Blue Otter really going to want to turn things around and interestingly banning out the Ezreal that has been a favorite of Spawn's the entire season. So what do they want to go for here on 1? Jungle would make a lot of sense. Jarvan banned in the last game.
I do like the Jarvan first pick here for Blue Water. Gives Munchie a ton of setup tools. I'm also going to say that I also like the Ezreal ban towards Tactical. Tactical is a hell of a good Ezreal player. His most played champion in his career as well. But yeah, taking away some of their own comfort. It's the sacrifice that Spawn must make. We'll see what the 1-2 punch is from Conviction here, though. Now that they'll have 2 in a row, it'll be the Vi coming through first.
And obviously, Ezreal, one of the most popular answers into the Jarvan at the AD carry position. So yeah, I agree. That one's making a lot of sense. Vi as the response, though, with Lucian. So Lucian Milio potentially being threatened here from Conviction. 2nd game in a row where we are going to see Tactical and Bounty maybe go towards something a little bit more on the aggressive side in the bottom lane. For Tactical, though, this is definitely a bit of a flashier pick than the Ashe. Critically has an escape for that J4 Cataclysm.
And just leans into his style. I mean, this guy loves to take trades, loves to play on that line. And when you have that later on burst that you do as the Lucian nowadays, like, you can absolutely make such a difference in a split moment if you choose to go aggressive. So I love these styles that we're seeing from Tactical today, a little bit different from yesterday. And that is already in a good position for me, at least. Now, the Ahri does come through. It was banned away last game. But will be the combo now in the mid jungle, and Samikin going to be on the Ahri once again. It'll be his 2nd one of the split.
Does feel like in some way a denial from Conviction as well. Ahri, Vi, such a strong combo throughout League of Legends over the last few years. Sanity, though, still has quite a few things he can go for. I think more than likely, though, Conviction would like to pick up their support. Likely the Milio here. Nami, obviously the old school pairing with Lucian if they wanted to go for it. So it will afford Blue Water the opportunity to ban away a couple of mid laners from Insanity should they so choose. Obviously the Scion also getting locked in means that this draft is very mismatched so far. Blue Water already showing solo lanes, going to have full counter pick on the bottom side of the map, but of course opening up the door for Sniper and Insanity yet again, who both I think made good use of their counter picks last game.
Yeah, they definitely did. We are going to see the Nami for the second time for Bounty. I will say day one didn't go his way. Maybe this time will be a little bit better for him, but has some real peel tools for his team now with the tidal wave as well. In the second phase, we get the Gwen ban away by Blue Water, as that was something Sniper was hovering last game at least. It is going to be the Nico and the Lulu ban by Conviction.
Yeah, I'm assuming Split Pusher is going to be banned away from Sniper here in order to protect the Scion. Something like the Gnar also just has been a favorite of really every top laner in this league. Has been a pretty popular answer. Does provide some decent frontline setup for Conviction, but also strong side laning in its own right. Ambessa ends up being the ban. I don't really agree with that one as much when Ariana already is showing Scion. You have so much mobility in the composition as well.
Let's see if Sniper is finally going to be unleashed. He has been playing tanks. He's been showing that side of him. He had a pretty darn good Cassante game last time around. See if they want to kind of lean back into that pool, find another tank to play with, or if they're going to give him a little bit more of a bruiser style. It's going to be the Aatrox that he's been willing to go to a few times so far this split.
Yeah, the Aatrox getting pulled out. This has been, I feel like, a bit of a Sniper special. We've not seen too much Aatrox in the NACL split so far. Is a strong matchup into the Scion. Is something a bit more carry-oriented. As you highlighted, Conviction, a very aggressive composition so far. I like this Xayah pick for Spawn. And they're going to go to the classic Xayah Rakan. A very typical answer into the Vi, denying a lot of that dive potential. And Blue Water, they've got themselves a pretty impressive front-to-back teamfight composition.
They really do. And in that 2v2, I'm not going to lie. I mean, Lucian has to go forward for a lot of his trades. You're going to be getting straight into the Blade Caller as well. So that'll be something to keep an eye on. Lissandra coming out for Insanity. Something I know he's cooked up in the past as well. And he is deep in the champion pool now.
Yeah, at the top of the day, we talked about how Insanity, definitely one of those players that can reach into a bag of tricks, and we get Lissandra. It's just a full commit to the dive here from Conviction, but Blue Water, I gotta say, a lot of frontline, a lot of peel. I think, once again, the early game is going to be everything, but the shoe on the other foot this time around. Is Blue Water able to get to the point where their front to back is just stronger? Or is Conviction going to be able to find the early plays, get the gold onto their carries to where they can just dive with reckless abandon into Blue Water's composition and not care, not fear the stat check?
It's like they switched around this time around. Blue Water have that really hefty team-oriented scaling style for themselves, whereas Conviction going to need to mechanically execute to get some leads, to potentially snowball some things here or there. Obviously, still some scaling options. Lucian is no slouch in the later part of the game, but it's still something to think about how easy to execute Blue Water's comp is. I think that's something I really appreciate. When you're just looking for wins, just give yourself the lowest bar of execution you can and give yourself a fighting chance.
Important thing for Blue Water, though, they have to be a team that just looks like they're making the same play all at once. It was a huge point of emphasis in the previous game. And if you are going to be against this heavy pick, heavy dive Conviction composition, you can not split up like that, or Conviction will just pick you apart. In this early game, though, bottom lane, I still think of the utmost importance, that 2v2, definitely with the potential to be explosive, double range, but Xayah Rakan, very well known for its ability to fight back. And then for Insanity as well, going for this Lissandra, it is, I don't want to say an old school counter pick to the Ahri, it is a niche counter pick to the Ahri. We have seen it a little bit in the LCS. Halifax did unfortunately not win. It was against Ahri.
Very true. Something to think about, as Rovex takes about half his health in the earlier trade. It's not going to feel incredibly great. Did to burn the early heal, the early barrier there from Tactical as well. Just block a decent amount of that damage, and still loving what the early laning phases have been like in the bot lane with the early summoner spell usages. But this time around, for the first time, we're going to get both junglers pathing the same way. We'll be looking towards bot lane unless there's any shenanigans to be had in their paths.
Yeah, I don't think we're really expecting too many fireworks on the top side of the map. I think Sniper should just be able to build himself up a nice CS lead. Ariana, at the very least on the Scion, should be very safe. The Tactical and Bounty, I think a very good level 1 for them. You already highlighted the trade. The weakest part of the lane for Lucian Nami is that level 1. So Spawn and Rovex not being able to take advantage, but Samikin, talk about nice trading.
Yeah, able to get a really hefty advantage in the mid lane now over Insanity. Insanity will be forced to burn his TP early to get back, and that was almost first blood to Blue Water too. Samikin will take the trade, will go up a little bit in minions as well, and get the reset himself.
Very least, Insanity is able to hang on to his flash, so should mean that, you know, it's a mistake that will get the teleport, will force Insanity rather to miss a couple of creeps, but shouldn't have too many long-lasting ramifications as long as he's able to not let that happen again.
It's okay that you did it once, but don't let it happen again.
Right, exactly.
Angry Hawk.
But, you know, if you lose the flash, all of a sudden, you might not have a choice of if it happens again.
Maybe losing some flashes is bot lane. Looks like they will be. Oh, they're stepping up for the
There's a lot of
3v3
junglers here.
Trying to buy into this Lucian early damage. Tomio is going to hit the Vault Breaker on the Munchie. Munchie waiting to go in, will not pull the trigger on it, and will just go towards top side, ceding the bot lane scuttle to Conviction.
Blue bottom lane taking so much
Really
damage trying to
good
step
trades
up.
from Tactical. He's able to dodge out through most of it as well. Getting some of those early poke moments in on the Lucian is important. Tomio is just going to dart straight across mid, try to contest for the Scuttle Crab.
Let's push in top for Sniper, so Munchie going to be forced to give that one away. Both these junglers so ultimate reliant. Camp advantage for Tomio going to feel very good.
That's a big moment for Tomio. Take a little bit of control there. You don't often see the double scuttle, especially if the other jungler has already seeded the bot lane. But for now, we'll have a pretty nice advantage in the jungle and stemming off that game number 1. I think rightfully so. A big highlight in today. Tomio just obviously reunited with Tactical there and Insanity, but he's been kind of the linchpin for the entirety of Conviction in how they get off the ground running, how they get some of these advantages that they've gotten.
Ooh, nice trade there for Sniper too, yeah. I mean, I think Conviction in a really nice, comfortable spot in this game already. Both side lanes going very well for them. We are seeing Munchie play around his 1 point of power. Samikin doing a really nice job in the lane against Insanity. We didn't really talk about it too much, but in game 1, against the Twisted Fate, Samikin also trading very well, did build himself a CS lead. Part of that, of course, coming from Insanity going for some of those roams on the Twisted Fate, but I do think it has been a good laning phase from Samikin so far in this series.
So far, so good. Still want to see that transition into team fight wins. And that's an important factor here today as well, especially with the Ahri pick. Just being able to hit those charms, get the big catch out. A crucial part to kind of keep an eye on for Blue Water in these fights. We are getting a little bit closer to level 6s, so that Spirit Rush combo with Munchie will be super important. We do have Dragon on the table, though. Both junglers pathing down towards bot lane. I think this bot lane priority is going to be of utmost importance.
And full resources on both sides. Tactical.
Tactical. Nice little dodge there, but he's just getting himself further into the hole. Here comes Tomio, trying to take the fight back. Tactical calculated the entire way, dashes into the fight again, and he is okay. What a Chad play from Tactical.
Yeah, very nicely done to sidestep the flag and drag, and that health advantage should mean Dragon over to Tomio. Munchie just going to take a recall, confirming it for them. It is flash for flash off of the supports, with the objective going to be the real prize, and it is Conviction just slowly but surely building up a lead. Remember, their composition does generally want to be ahead, as Blue Water Mind has the strong front to back once the items do start coming through.
This item's going to be nice power spikes there as well. Spellbook TP going to be used by Rovex. He gets back over to lane. Just able to keep up the pressure down there, potentially. The push has been a little bit back and forth between the two. But now that these grubs are in about a minute and a half, we've seen some of the fighting strength already. Conviction, do you favor them going into these next fights around the objectives?
Yeah, definitely the next couple of fights. I mean, second dragon, potential void grub play. Conviction's champions just stronger at this point. The immense pick potential as well. Okay, that's a cooldown burned.
Yeah, Frozen Tomb is going to be gone now. Samikin doing a great job of trading into Insanity.
I think even despite that, though, it still doesn't change the fact that Conviction does feel like they just have stronger champions at this point. Obviously, you can't count out the strength of things like Jarvanari if they do manage to find a pick. And Blue Water, they do have the first wards on the top side river. So if there is maybe a look for a play, it could be there. But Ariana getting bullied out like this with Sniper having priority means it would be quite a feat.
Yeah, they're just going to get reset, get ready for this next potential fight. TP probably going to be utilized by Insanity. Yep, he's going to go ahead and pull the trigger on that one. Get back out to mid lane, be ready for this one too. As Munchie and Tomio, more importantly, will have level 6s now available. A lot of facilitation tools are now available for both sides.
It is important that Munchie has still been able to keep up
He's spotted.
with Tomio. Ooh.
Really
Now,
good vision
Ariana
play.
does not have vision on the top side of the map. He just ulted for the wave. He is probably dead.
Yeah, he might be as we go top lane. Cease and desist, use. The CC chain is there. It's going to be the flash from Ariana. They won't follow it through. They don't want to burn any more abilities, or at least even burn the summoner spells to try to get the kill. He is still a tanky Scion, even if it's early, as he's stacking straight armor right now. And this might mean the ping's coming down. Yeah, it will be the grubs. Potentially getting started off by Tomio here. Just wants to make sure it's going to be safe.
Again, though, I do think it's really big that Munchie's keeping up with Tomio in terms of the clear. He already full cleared his top side before coming down towards bottom here. So he's going to get ahead in the camps. Ariana's just going to try to harass away Tomio too. I think playing very well to absorb a lot of pressure, slow down Conviction, and allow Blue Otter to just say, hey, we can just take some gold and experience. We know we can't win the fights at this point. So if we can just make sure we're getting income, that's all that matters.
Yeah, a little bit of a wonky setup there. And Insanity will go deliver the bad news to Tomio as he walked over to the Wolves. We'll tell Tomio, unfortunately, it's gone. Your entire blue side. But it will be the grubs that end up getting finished off here by Conviction. So that'll be some nice experience there for Tomio. Trying to keep up with Munchie, but here comes the quad play on the bot side. Blue Otter going to go for a gank, going to go for a dive. They don't get tackled, but the Cataclysm does. The healing is insane. The double knockup is there as well. They do end up trading one, almost two, but it's Blue Otter with a 2-for-1 in bot lane.
Great dive from Blue Water, though, as it's Ariana harassing and slowing down Tomio, means that Conviction cannot get back for the reset. Insanity, he went to a base when Samikin went for the roam. So a great use of that timer from Blue Water, utilizing their numbers advantage, denying tactical that wave, getting a couple kills. Yes, it does trade back, but I think you take that every day of the week if you are blue, as that's going to be your precision play presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. Great juggling here coming through Munchie. Excellent patience on the Cataclysm. Obviously, Rovex does end up eating the extra shot, but again, I think a trade kill on the support, more than worth it. Munchie is even going to get back in time to take a couple of the grubs. So a great sequence across the board as a team for Blue Water.
Yeah, initially it's all Tomio wrapping back around to the grubs, but he didn't end up taking them, and now that is a boon for Blue Otter. Spawn getting oppressed off the turret with the culling. Tactical going to keep pushing in here. TP back into the top side by Ariana, so he'll be able to match up against Sniper. And so far, so good for Blue Otter. I mean, we said, you know, you just got to hold on, keep going until this comp starts getting some items, starts getting to these big team fights. While we have another dragon coming up here as well, I don't know if they're necessarily pressed to take that fight, but they might feel willing to.
And if Blue Otter is going to win this game and keep their season alive, or at least their hopes of not going to relegation alive, they need to be coordinated like that in the future sequences. The full team, all 5 members, even Ariana, who wasn't directly a part of that play, were involved in that setup. That needs to continue because that has been something that has plagued them as Samikin is continuing to find great trades in mid, and I think that buys Blue Otter a dragon.
They have paid the taxes, and they will now reap what they sow as Bubble goes a little bit wide. Maybe a little bit extra damage came down if Rovex does get caught by that one. Doesn't look like any contest from Conviction. Tomio is going to go to bot lane. He's going to go for a cheeky little push play down here potentially. As the push is coming through, the bot lane of Blue Water will reassume the bot lane, and that means 1-to-1 on those neutral objectives. Tomio still hunting, still trying to get the bait out. They got the bait. That is Omega bait for Rovek, but he dashes, he flashes, and he's fine.
That's the power of the Rakan right there. Always able to dance his way back out no matter how deep he goes. And again, that's a lot of time committed from Tomio. Look mid, now a dive.
They are looking mid now as well. Frozen Tomb already used. Insanity flashing away from it,
Nice
but the charm lands nonetheless. And let the Spirit Fire take him. Insanity is gone. As Tomio did show up, but unfortunately everybody's getting away from him now.
Looks like Tactical and Bounty also trying to make a dive happen in bot doesn't quite land. So Blue Water able to keep everyone alive, and Samikin is the MVP of this game. 12.5 minutes in for me so far. He's got 2 kills to his name. Really nice charm to be able to make sure that Insanity goes down after coming out of the Frozen Tomb. He was also instrumental in the bot roam, and a big part of the reason why Blue Water has a marginal gold advantage.
And it's going to be super crucial. I mean, we said it when they drafted it. I think this combo is the spotlight for Blue Water. Spawn in some trouble. Had to use the Feather Storm. He's going to use the Blade Caller as well to try and get some of those minions back. But that was a tough situation as the calling got unleashed onto him once again. But back to that Samikin point, he's on that first item. He's going to be ramping up as this Ahri. And I want to see them continue to be proactive. It's still a team that when they scale, when they get to this team fight, it's going to be awesome. But the farther ahead Samikin is, the easier to execute these fights are going to be.
Exactly, and make no mistake, the gold lead not substantial at all for Blue Water. And Conviction's composition still going to be very strong at this stage of the game. This one item sort of spike is Ariana forced to ult away in the 1v1.
He was a little scared that Shojin's was starting to hit pretty hard. We do have those first item spikes coming up for majority members, as well as the double Essence Reaver and bot side, but Tactical still decently ahead. Already has the Zeal as well. And he's going to deploy to mid lane, try to get some more plates in this side, and they're going to get ready for this Rift Herald play in less than a minute's time.
Conviction, though, seem like they're really still looking for picks, wanting to find those isolated members of Blue Water. That is how their composition does want to function. And this is where Lucian's going to start to look strong, right? He's got an item and a half. He's on the mid wave, got his team behind him, can always look to try to dash forward, make sure he's getting first touch on the wave spawn. Always going to have to respect the damage that can come out.
Tactical dashing out now. Does just walk out of the grand entrance. That feels good for him. He's got the dancing shoes on now as well. As a little bit of a pick onto Samikin. It's going to get his ult out, so Spirit Rush will be down if they want to transition towards top. Looks like Tomio wants to stick around. Rovex, some trouble there. There's the poke. There's that damage that you love to see from Tactical. And it's a guy who's been playing so confident today, willing to step up as well. And on the Lucian, it just fits his style.
And this is what Lucian wants to do, right? You just want to dominate mid-game, mid-waves, make sure your team always has first move to the side, because now it allows Conviction to play like this. However, they are on odd numbers.
Tomio's playing super zealously right now, but Munchie might just pay his life for it. It's going to be a big pick from Samikin on Insanity, and Tomio kind of baiting his mid laner there.
Yeah, I mean, mid lane priority, sure, it lets you go pretty far up as Conviction on the side waves, but you still can't just jump into an odd numbers fight. Bounty wasn't really there, so it was more like a 3v2 as Spawn.
He's going to save the Feather Storm just in case. Barely makes it out with his life using the barrier. Still had the ultimate at his side, but he's going to lose all pressure in mid lane. He's going to need some healing from Rovex as Tomio spotted out here, sticking around, but the TP coming in from Sniper. They want to try to capitalize on the Samikin. They want to get his shut down. He's going to use the Spirit Rush as it had come back up, and he will be fine.
Good attempt from Conviction. Spawn has really got to stop stepping up to Tactical on these waves. Just let the wave come to you. Let Tactical have the priority. I don't think Xayah is really going to be able to contest Lucian on these waves without help from the rest of the team, and Spawn would like to see him have that understanding moving forward.
Curious now, I mean, we already have second item there for Tactical, about a little bit less than 1,000 gold lead. He hasn't bought boots yet, so that's what's enabled him to hit those second items earlier, but it's still a massive spike. We rapid fire Essence Reaver. You'll be able to get some of this poke down at even further range with the power up from Nami as well. And we do finally see the trade of objectives come through a little bit later than maybe expected. The Rift Herald being started up by Munchie, the Dragon by Tomio.
I like this, though. This is really the strongest part of the game for the Conviction composition, so Blue Water just going to continue trading as Herald getting worked down by Munchie. I do still think Dragon stacking very strong in the current meta, as Tactical again just ripping open the culling, not letting Spawn and Rovex play the game. But Conviction, they're going to have the ability to force fights later, right? Blue Water, likely in 5 minutes, not going to want to let a soul point go down, so they better hope they're able to get their item spikes and they're able to get all 5 members to the play by that time. Otherwise, Conviction could be feeling real nice.
Yeah, they definitely could be. I do wonder now, though, as oh god, just one little poke, just one little moment, and that's just going to be a back initiated. Should be able to get the duo back if Spawn wants to take it. Not going to take it. Samikin now is going to be engaged on. Munchie is the one that they go for in the end anyways. He's going to flash Insanity is to get the lockdown, the root there. The charm connects though. Insanity getting a little bit lower. Munchie fighting for his life, but goes down to Tomio. Samikin looking for resets. Finds one though.
That speaks to how strong Samikin is right there in a 3v2. Able to turn it around and make sure Insanity drops.
Where's the Dark Seal? Get a Dark Seal, Samikin. Do it.
Dude,
I'm a big fan.
Knight
has
we got a
ruined
big,
me.
we got a
Knight
big reader over here. Mr. Mazel, he likes books.
Dude, I like books. Especially when Knight in the LPL reads them. He just made me so biased towards it. I just want to see it thriving for all of our mid laners. But it can't be understated how important this performance is from Samikin. I do feel like he's kind of the heart of the team. I know we talked about that a lot. We were talking about that a lot yesterday as well. But it's nice to see him performing at least here in this series, kind of waking up the team in game number 2 as well. As the side lane turret does go down to Conviction, they do wrestle the small gold lead that Blue Water had away from them.
I wonder if Ariana didn't have ultimate right there, or didn't have mana for ultimate, because I am very surprised he did not ult that minion wave died and tried an extra tower shot. Regardless, does mean tower goes down. Conviction still opening up the map in their favor. Samikin, I agree with you. I mean, him and Rovex are still the 2 remaining original Aporia members from back when that used to be the organization in spring of 2024 that then turned into Blue Water, that then promoted to the NACL for 2024 summer. So these 2 guys, I really do think are the soul of this squad. And for Samikin, we've been really hyped up about this player for a long time. So it's good to see him having a nice game.
Tactical tries to sidestep. Even though Ariana's tanky, Tactical will still do good damage. He will be hurting himself on the back end, though, with the Bramble Vest there. But, yeah, I just looking at the state of games here, I mean, it's pretty even for a comp for Conviction, who definitely wants to be kind of the leading man here, be a little bit further along in the item spikes here for themselves earlier on, because I don't know who's killing Ariana as time goes. Like, if he gets tankier, like, it's going to be hard. He's just going to be walking around as Scion.
And I feel like I have deja vu, Mazel, because I think this third dragon fight in 2 minutes, that's going to be the opportunity for Conviction to really break open the game in their favor.
Frozen Tomb comes in after the flash there. The cast time needed just a moment.
Big cooldown.
Does get out with his life, but that's going to be some big cooldowns down for him. Still does have the Spirit Rush available, and we're going to see more movement around the Baron buff here. I don't know if Blue Water needs to contest
Blue has a lot
this.
of ults. Blue has a lot of ults. Conviction only has the World Ender right now, so they need to be a little bit careful to make sure they don't get engaged on. Rovex has flash and ulti if he wanted to get spicy with it. But again, I think it's this third dragon fight. That's the moment where Conviction wants to try to break open the game and really explode an advantage. That's going to be the team fight where they are the strongest. But if Blue Water is able to stand strong and deliver a competent 5v5, it feels like their composition will just be able to start taking over the game from that point.
It does feel that way. It just feels like it's right there on the cliff, and wanting to see what kind of item spikes come through before this big fight. Obviously, Spawn has hit his second item. He also has the boots fully completed, to the other fact that Tactical's still wearing brown paper bags. but it's still all about the setup here. Who enters first? Big thing. Seeker's arm guard completed by Samikin. He can play a little bit more loosely now too in how he comes into this fight, but importantly enough, all the flashes probably going to be up just in time for Conviction, while Samikin going to be the only one without it.
Bounty might not have his, but Sniper seems like he's a bit of a target here. Let's see if Conviction's able to get here in time.
I don't think he's getting out of this one. This is a 3-man gank coming through, and Sniper will go to the alcove, try to get some healing back, but he will slowly but surely be taken down. Big pick onto Sniper ahead of the big objective.
That's a lot of damage on his spawn, though. He might be a little bit removed from this fight. It does at least hold on to most of his cooldowns, the barrier. I think he's happy to burn that in trade for the culling. 4v5 on the map. Conviction, they might not even get that team fight. Tactical, he does not have the items to chew through Ariana on this mid-wave, let me tell you.
He really doesn't. Ariana could just stand tall. He's going to get a decimating smash on top of him, too. Look how much damage Ariana's doing to Tactical. And that's going to be a blade caller on top of it, too. Yeah, he just takes no damage. As now we get the counter engage here. It's going to be a big charm on Tomio. Tomio's going to have to use the Vault Breaker defensively. Charm tries to come through from Samikin, but Dragon is already gone to Blue Water. They're stepping up to the plate.
Great sequence from Blue Water, making the call to go for Sniper. Ariana and Samikin, the solo laners, linking up, but Samikin just ripped through that Aatrox health bar. And then Ariana, I think a great sequence for him across the board, recognizing that he needs to connect with Spawn to get his AD carry in the fight. Spawn has been getting bullied on midwave after midwave by Tactical. Somebody has to help him get there. Ariana utilizing his health bar as that resource to ensure it's possible, and they parlay that into a flash off of Tomio and a Dragon. It's not the massive team fight that maybe we were looking for, but it's more time for Blue Water. Conviction not being able to explode the game is massive.
Yeah, being on Soul Point, especially an Infernal Soul, makes so much of a difference in terms of the decision-making pathway for Conviction. But now that it's tied to 2-2, a lot of that delay is starting to come through for Blue Water. It's something we mentioned from draft and in early game. These 3 items, it's right next to us. Like, they are very close to being able to complete that 3rd item and really hit their stride as a comp.
Tactical is still the strongest person on Summoner's Rift. 3 items is so massive on this Lucian that IE will actually let him start punching it into Ariana, who has completed, though, an armor item and a half with the Bramble Vest and the Unending Despair. Mercury treads to make sure that Insanity and the Nami damage
he's done
isn't going to rip through him so much. And yeah, I mean, look, man, when you're able to just dash forward on every mid-wave, pump up those numbers, it's no surprise for Tactical. I'm honestly impressed at how close Samikin is to him with just how involved this Ahri has been in all the plays for Blue Water. Great games from both the mid laner and AD carry of Blue Water and CNV.
Oh, they found him. You can't curse them. No, Samikin survives. It's everything used by Conviction. It's going to be flashes away from Tactical. Tactical goes unleashing with the culling, and Tomio takes down Munchie. Very chaotic series of events. Samikin survives, but his jungler pays the ultimate price.
Oh my goodness, that might have been it for Conviction. If they got Sammy, I don't think they can do this Baron with the Ahri still alive. He's got the teleport. CNV's trying to bait it, but they know they don't have the health bars.
That was everything used by Conviction. Really nice capitalization there. Munchie just putting his life on the line on the back end does end up falling. That was a lot of flashes, a lot of ultimates used by Conviction, and they didn't end up getting their initial target. That setup for Samikin is still there. Some pings to get rid of some of the vision around the Baron buff by Blue Water, else they'll move in to the pressure vacuum that Conviction left. And now that does mean things are a little bit more dicey. Munchie not able to sustain long in these early fights. And luckily, Samikin still at the ready for Blue Water.
I mean, that was it. It feels like Conviction just bet the game on that pick. Samikin getting away with less than 100 HP could be the difference. As how do you team fight this next dragon with no flash on your Lucian, no flash on your Lissandra? I'm going to say good death for Munchie. Sure, he goes down, but the Baron didn't fall. He almost killed Tactical. He got all of the summoners off of him. And his mid laner, critically, the carry for Blue Water lived.
Samikin going to find more damage, more poke. They're trying to find him. I mean, their ults are back up now, so if he overextends, He's going to have to flash out. Nice little play. Tries to get it with the Spirit Rush there and the Charm combo. Don't end up finding it. So the Spirit Rush won't be available unless he's going to use it now. He flashed into the Charm! Bounty is gone! Oh, no. That is catastrophe. And another Charm connects. Samikin is just roaring and raging through the entire line of Conviction.
Oh, that might be Baron. It's the front line and the support down for Conviction. Still a minute till this Dragon. It's a Charm on Tactical.
Oh, my God. Another Charm hits. Tactical just dead to right, stepping up into no vision like that. That is a mistake. The bot lane catastrophe has hit for Conviction. Both Tactical and Bounty having big misplays.
Yeah, I mean, Tactical, his jungler had left. Tomio wrote off the objective already. Why are we face checking? But Samikin is 1v9, 6-0-3, 100% kill participation, finds the charms to get them the Baron, to put them into the lead, and to keep this series alive. As, Bounty, it was the Faker Flash. It was the Faker Flash against Crown.
Oh, man. That hurts. That absolutely hurts. But in their final series, Blue Otter showing some serious life here. And it's especially from their leading man in the mid lane, at least. Going to be the one taking that Blue Otter flag forward. Rovex needs to be a little bit careful. Insanity's going to try to get the lockdown here. Samikin's the target on the side. He's going to go for the Spirit Rush combo into Bounty, and it's Munchie that follows up with a flank too. It's going to be a reset now, and all of Blue Otter have surrounded Conviction. I don't know if they realize how they got to this point, but they got to find a way out now. Tactical's going to be the focus by Spawn. Culling comes through. Rovex is going to go down. Big setup by Conviction as they are now collapsing. It's the Uno reverse card right now, and I don't know if Blue Otter can handle it. The lead, that little advantage, it's starting to slip. Samikin trying to get away from this fight. The big shutdown is not there on him any longer. He's going to flash away from that cease and desist, or at least the vault breaker there, as the cease and desist not available for Tomio. Samikin still playing within an inch of his life, but a big capitalization by Conviction, and the Dragon is up. That means soul point for them.
And the Baron push denied. A great fight for Sniper as Conviction was playing the long game in that fight. Yo-yoing Blue Otter between the two sides, not really having the decision making to be able to pick one and commit. Just for Conviction to then snap the jaws shut around them. I do think, again, critically, Samikin does still survive, but regardless, it's a big fight win for Conviction, who is still very alive in this game.
It's such a back and forth game. And I love that we're starting off our day with some of these tight-knit games. Obviously, some things going a little bit awry in that game number one for Blue Otter. But in this one, seriously showing some life. They've still got some Baron buffs in the mid lane. We're taking a look at the picture-in-picture of that fight. It was chaotic as heck. A bubble lands. Rovex forced to get away on that one. We'll end up having a little bit of reprieve there at the tier 2 tower in the mid lane. Goes down for Blue Otter.
Blue Otter with the tail end of their Baron, at least going to show that they still have some control over Summoner's Rift, but definitely not getting as much from that as they would have liked. And it looks like we are still going to have more fights. Baron in 3.5 minutes, Dragon only 30 seconds later. And it still feels like it's only one carry really on each side that matters. Samikin versus Tactical as Spawn is in Narnia.
Yeah, he is, and unfortunately he's surrounded by the opposition, as the Blade Caller coming back will not be enough to get a kill back, and that is the 80 down for the moment for Blue Otter. Oh, Tomio might have gone a little bit too ham. He's going to get his GA popped. It's Insanity that goes forward. He's going to pop his Zhonya's. Now you have the double knock up there, and Samikin is looking to go through again. He's getting resets after resets yet again. He's looking for more, missing the charm. Samikin is alive and well. That was a flash dash there and not available from Tactical. That's Samikin going legendary now, and they're going to chase down Bounty. The fish will be fried. It won't go to Samikin, but it'll be an ace for Blue Otter, and they're showing some life in this first series.
It's an ace. It might just be the base. Everyone's down for 30 seconds. No Spawn, though, to help them push down these towers. Inhibitor at least set to drop. I'm honestly not sure if they can end the game. I think the answer is no. We're going to jump into a replay as Tomio, a very questionable jump forward. And then it's really Ariana. This knockup is going to give Sammy the green light to re-engage in the 4 versus 5. So much AoE damage coming out so fast, immediately making it into a 4v3. Tactical almost turns it around with some slick moves, but Samikin, great timing on the Zhonyas, able to go golden, dodge out on the damage, and still continue to carry yet another fight.
Dude, Samikin has just been on one this game. He's a man possessed at this point. When you take a look back at the map, now there's a stable lead for Blue Otter. Now there's a 3,000 gold lead that they can feel confident moving into these next plays with. The Spawn goes over the wall by himself, goes straight on Tomio. Tomio's just dead. Really nice play here. Oh, he does dash away at the last second. The flash. Oh, it's enough. Spawn sinks the feathers into Tomio, and now they're going to push this top lane.
Lot burn, but I think Blue Otter are going to be very happy to just take full control over the map. Also over the Baron area with that objective spawning in just about a minute. Tomio will be up in time, but it's so hard for a Conviction to walk in without any true front line. Should be able to defend their base, although Ariana has thoughts.
Okay, the knockup coming through as well. They actually find the CC chain onto Munchie, but Munchie has his GA. He can play with his life here. They are looking for the end. They're circling the drain right now. Rovex going forward. Spawn just taking the culling to the face. That's the Feather Storm going to be used. Sammy tries to go for another play. Tries to go for a charm. Misses it. He's got to be really careful. The burst damage can come through at any moment from Conviction.
Very touch and go sequence right there. I think Blue Otter might have bit off a little bit more than can chew. Sniper, he's behind. He's got that big TP shield and the World Ender to boot.
Yeah, he has an angle, but he's a little bit worried.
No vision.
I would be too. Yeah, not being able to see anything. That's a reset out for Blue Otter. The lead continued, but an important fight on the horizon. Baron is up at 5, but the more important one, 40 seconds for the Dragon, would be a soul for Conviction.
And I do think it's a mistake in the base there from Blue Otter, not taking the inhibitor and also going just so deep that they have to reset late. They lose all their control over this Baron, so Conviction really effectively able to reset the map here. We are still going to get another even numbers fight. Blue wisely prioritizing this Dragon. But remember, Conviction does not have to take this objective if they don't want to. Control over mid going to be important for a potential Baron look.
And they will move in. There's so little vision from them, though. They got to be careful. Conviction, we're looking for play, but that was onto the frontliners, so don't know if that was going to pay off. They're going to try to threaten the Baron.
Blue cutting the wave high. I like this a lot. Tomio.
I don't know if Tomio wanted that one. He's going for the false engages on Ariana, trying to bait somebody else out so he can get the cease and desist, but that is so hard to do with this comp style from Blue Otter. They are just moving around. Samikin almost dead. He has to pop the Spirit Rush. That is so scary if he goes down. He's going to heal a decent amount now, and they're going to move over. But Conviction starting to feel a little bit more confident, starting to feel a little bit more antsy to take this fight. Samikin still at the ready, still incredibly strong. 4 items and Zhonya's available, Flash available. Flash Charm could make the difference in this game.
Tomio is on a deep flank. I'm not sure if Blue Otter knows he's there. Sammy, though, no Spirit Rush. It's a massive cooldown no longer available. Was traded for the culling.
They want Samikin. They want Samikin. They want Samikin. The flat play. The tidal wave. Samikin is down. I report. Samikin is down. Blue Otter gonna lose this fight potentially. They're going forward though. Spawn is on the side. He's trying to get a big blade caller, but it's still 4 members strong of Conviction moving forward. The only one down is Insanity. They've got to deal with this front line though. Ariana still so tanky. Tactical trying to whittle him down, trying to get him down. The decimating smash coming through. This is soul for Conviction if they win this fight. Munchie needs to get the 50-50. Tries to go for the engage. He's gonna flash away from the bubble though. He's gonna go down to Tactical. No, he's not. He's so low. Ariana gonna step forward. This is so tense. It's gonna be the Dragon 4,000 health. Munchie needs to get back around. He's gonna have to put his life on the line. The smite on the line. It's gonna be Infernal Soul to Conviction. The knockup comes through on the Tactical. Tactical's okay for now. He's gonna get bursted down by Spawn. Spawn's got the kill. It's gonna be Blue Otter. They lose the soul, but they get the fight.
If they can kill them all, maybe they could just end. Bounty's gonna go down. Sniper will get away, but it's a 1v4 for 10 seconds until Insanity respawns. Can the two of them clear the supers alone?
I think that's
no
it.
TP on Sammy.
The minions are so big. There's so many. I don't think they can take this one. Insanity's going to come back out. Sniper's going to come back out. The health bars are not necessarily there, but the engages. Insanity goes for the backline, goes for the frozen tomb. They're going to take down Ariana. They got the Cataclysm down. Insanity is gone again. 1 Nexus Tower remains. Blue Otter with a little bit of life at the end of the season. A little bit of life before Blue Otter summer. It's Blue Otter bringing us to 3.
Oh My word! That is vintage Blue Otter. You can see the laughs and the smiles as Samikin goes on a heater. But as soon as the president gets assassinated by Tomio, the vice president Spawn, he steps up in the subsequent team fight. He was still able to carry. What a game. That was electric.
Yeah, that was a incredible game to get the ante up a little bit more for this first series as well. Just important focus on Samikin, man. He died at the end. It was his only death. The guy was impeccable through that game. Incredible stuff from him across the board.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? We've not seen too many of those games so far this split, but there's a reason why we used to put this guy up in the conversation of potential next mids up for NA. One guy that we want to see take the next step. It's a game like that warms my little 2024 spring tier 3 tonight heart, watching Samikin just go crazy like that. And I just can't wait for game 3. Game 1, little one-sided. Game 2, little wonky. Well, what's this one going to have in store? Conviction
though.
Blue Otter. Gloves are off.
Can't wait. Game 3 on the horizon. We'll see you there after a break.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Didn't win a title in 2 different tournaments. Two different ones. Huni. Oh yeah, personal MSI too.
I don't remember if Huni plays in NA actually. Maybe Core JJ?
2 different regions, Core JJ.
Wait, he for sure won in NA. Huni. I think it's Huni, I guess.
I'm gonna say Huni is the one fitting in. Oh.
I'm gonna say Perks doesn't fit that. I think he choked on C9. Oh, he won on C9.
Huni.
Perks. Or wait, no. Oh no, it's Core JJ now.
I'm gonna say Core JJ. I think he only won Worlds.
Is it Perks? Core JJ.
Oh, one player that hasn't won 2 world titles. I say it's gonna be Duke.
I think it's Duke.
Really? Duke. Oh, it's Mako. Oh, okay.
I think Duke.
This is cooked. I'm just gonna say Mako. I think Mako is like the only player I don't really know that much.
That's Mako.
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 Is it Duke?
Mako.
3 consecutive world finals. I'm gonna give it to the imposter is Wolf here.
Bang, right? Wait, Benji. It's Benji or Benji?
I'm gonna say Bang. Benji. Okay.
I think Benji, right?
Bang.
I mean, I think it's Benji.
But actually, I'm just gonna say Benji. I don't know how to say his name. Benji.
It's Bengi.
Benji?
In 3 Worlds finals? Is it Benji?
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Edge.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL, and we have a topsy-turvy game for our first series. I'm Mazel, joined by Hawk and Blue Otter. They make us believe.
Now, Mazel, we've seen this movie before. You know, we've seen them
many
take
times.
games off of top teams and then lose in 3. It's happened twice already. But man, oh man, I cannot hide that I am so excited to see a vintage Salmon 1v9 on the Ari. But we got to give a shout out to Tactical as well, man. We've been talking about this new bot lane for Conviction. I think this is the game where we got to see what Tactical is made of, going crazy on the Lucian, really keeping Conviction in that game for a long time, being a big part of the reason that they were ahead even early on, but just wasn't enough to overcome Salmonkin, and now we got a Game 3 showdown. Blue Otter fighting to keep their hope of not going to promotion, relegation, alive, fighting to keep Blue Otter Summer a reality. But Conviction, they got the 4-way tie dreams.
They
keep
do,
in mind.
indeed. If you want to make your dreams a reality and want to make a push for NACL as a team, go check out the OQ registrations. We'll be running until the 10th, a couple more days there left on that one, and the tournament starts on the 16th. So make sure you get signed up and ready to go now before the end of the registration comes.
Yeah, be sure to sign up. But we're in the draft.
Just go do it.
Oh my goodness. I mean, hey, Blue Water, remember, they promoted through the qualifiers.
They did?
You could be just like Blue Water.
You could indeed be the Blue Water you want to be. As Ezreal is a big band that I'm looking for here. I think Ezreal will be a premier pick for either side coming into Game 3. And the fact that we've gotten here, we get to see the benefits of the Fearless draft system, obviously, really coming to a head as we do get the Munchie Mundo band away and Blue Otter on the red side for the first time in this series.
I agree that Ezreal, a really massive pick. Also, Karma, it's been banned both games so far this series, left open. Ezreal Karma is on the board. Now, my guess is a Conviction B1's one, Blue Otter will take the other. There's also Wukong, only skirmish jungler still remaining in the pool, with the ban to Nocturne and then also Pantheon Zin, Jarvan, Vi already having been played. We did talk at the top of the show about the little niche pocket picks for Munchie in Game 3s, as well as the tank preference for Tomio should push come to shove.
Yeah, and I want to see what they're willing to kind of pair with this Karma. Maybe trying to bait the Ezreal out a little bit from Blue Otter. Do you think it's still a good pick no matter what? Yeah.
Yeah. like what are you going to do? Give them Ezreal Karma? I don't think Spawn and Rovex are too keen.
We'll see what that duo is. If they just want to lock that duo in now, or if they try to go for something in the jungle potentially here in their first phase, we'll see exactly what they leave on the table for Conviction. But this is important. I think bot lane has been extremely at least focused on by both teams in terms of the drafts, in terms of like trying to get strong 2v2s to lean into. And right now they'll go with the jungle, save that support pick here. But the Wukong, very nice skirmish potential for Munchie.
Yep, that's the draft going exactly according to plan so far, kind of just going down the tier list. Other champions, Gnar, the strongest available blind pick still in the top lane. There is still Ambessa as well, which I know we had conversations yesterday about whether or not this champion is still early blindable or not. No luxury for a counter pick for Sniper's Big, and it's going to be Jace, which I'm going to tell you, Mazel, the one Jace game we saw from Sniper last week, I thought it was bad. So I need to see him play it a lot better.
Redemption game.
If Conviction is going to win this series.
Oh, they're going with the Smolder as well.
This.
First pick here. It's going to be with probably the Deathfire Touch.
It's a great pairing alongside the Karma. And at least in solo queue, there's been a lot of conversation about Smolder being potentially the strongest champion really in all of League of Legends right now. Definitely one of the strongest bot laners. So Smolder gonna get picked up. It's a lot of scaling here from Tactical, though. Conviction, they've generally been the stronger team in the early to mid game, so it's a bit of an antithesis to their typical style, as Ariana's gonna answer the Jace with a Yorick. So that's some side lane power. Woo, we are getting side lane versus team fight already shaking out on opposite sides.
Yeah, and the side lane does require that extra level of execution here, but if they are feeling confident from that game number 2, then might just be the ticket for Blue Water to find another win at the very end of their season. This is the last, at least, draft we will see from Blue Water this split in the NACL, at least. Obviously, still potentials for the promo relegation tournament, but they're trying to keep their minds off of that and on this series, at least, and try to move forward with that into the rest of the season. Now, it is the Aurelia ban as well by Blue Water.
Blue Water maybe anticipating a Jace mid for Insanity, or at least hedging for Ariana's Yorick in the top side, making sure Sniper can't, do a little reverse Uno card counter pick. I would like to see tank jungle bans, though, because I think there's a strong opportunity here for Blue Water to play something like a Ziggs, a Lux, a Zoe for Samikin, all classic picks that are otherwise not fans of the tank. So they remove the Skarner. Sejuani is still open. Malphite has also really fallen off in priority, but that is another one that Tomio could look to go to. I do think against something like Ezreal Wukong, though, kind of loses some of the value.
I can see that, yeah. I do like the Skarner ban, just taking away some of that team fight setup that Conviction are no doubt looking for. Still like some of the side lane focus that Conviction is banning away in that second phase.
Nico
but now
is also still up.
Yeah, it is. And more importantly, you have that counter pick that's going to be available for Blue Water.
Leona? Interesting. I mean, this is seeding the lane to Karma Smolder here as Blue Water. It is set up. It's a lot of pick potential. It must be Poke Mage. It must be Poke Mage for Samikin. There's no other explanation. I don't think you play Leona if you're not trying to set up for single target lockdown. Conviction, they just need frontline here. Trundle really good into the Leona, also provides some decent early game potential here for Conviction. It's not just going to let Wukong kind of bully out something like a Sejuani.
Yeah, and okay, the Trundle. I was going to say if you go for something a little bit more skirmish heavy too, you can have some answers into what Wukong wants to do. We have seen the Trundle a little bit more recently as well, and still that very, very strong fighting power.
There's no engage if Blue Water goes Poke Mage here. Maybe I'm coping a little bit, but I'm very afraid for Conviction. Syndra does at least provide some pick potential of her own, and you do have a lot of range. Conviction, they've got Poke with the Jace. Smolder, once he starts coming online with that 125 stacks, can have those splashes go through the front line of Blue. With something like a Lux, a Zoe, a Ziggs.
What's the Samikin special here?
What's he going to do?
We see the man with all the cards in his hands. Trying to see what he's willing to go for. Zoe, the Samikin Zoe, the final game of Blue Water of the split. You'll love to see it.
I mean, he's got to do it. He's got to do it to him. Samikin pulling out the signature pick in the final game of Spring Split for his tenure on Blue Otter. I mean, come on. Could you want anything other than this? It's Poke and side lane for Blue Otter. A lot of pick potential for Conviction. Straight up stat check. Great scaling on their side between the Syndra, the Jace, the Smolder in the team fights with a Karma to back them up, but a distinct lack of engage. And I'm not sure who answers this Yorick in the side lane later on. Biggest boon for them, though, going to be this strong bottom lane. They've got the double range versus the Leona. I think a lot of responsibility on Tactical to be the hero in this game.
That's a huge burden to bear, but it's one that he does willingly in the newest parts of this Conviction roster, really needing to solidify their place. I love the double stacking comp, obviously. Number go up good for Conviction for both Insanity and Tactical. But man, those little highlight moments, those momentum plays by Blue Water are always going to be lurking in this game. And I'm just so happy we get to see Samikin on the Zoe. He's gotten it one other time this split, but now going into the final game of our first series, it has been action-filled, and we'll see if it continues to be so. It is Blue Water versus Conviction, game number 3.
Now it's worth noting there's always a certain burden of execution on a poke composition. Blue Otter, I criticized them in game 1 for playing too fast. It's something that's plagued them throughout the split. They cannot do that with a poke comp. They need to let Samikin and Spawn sit back, fire and damage, find the angles. Only when a target isolates themselves and can be killed, that's when Blue Otter should pull the trigger. I also do want to look at the top side. It's critical of Snipers. Jace in their game last week didn't really look that good. He got camped pretty heavily, to his credit. He's got to bounce back against Ariana. Ariana, given the counter pick, will be strong in the side lane later. One of these top laners can get a big lead. Either one of these champions can absolutely take over the game.
That's what they're relying on here. It's also going to be the same side starts for both junglers yet again. So it looks like we'll be moving down to this spicy bot lane. The bot lane that probably is not going to get all of the action early on, as both of them really want to be stacking up as much as they can. Still, the push prio will probably be in favor of Conviction, as they will have the karma there, and that's always a big moment.
Yeah, no surprises whatsoever. Rovek's already forced to chew through both of his pots as well. Tactical did use his, so, you know, maybe potential if you can't find the smolder, chunk him out, force a base, but feels very difficult, especially with Summoner heals both being up. I think expectation for me really is that Rovex and Spawn are just going to get bullied down here. The good news is that Ezreal always has been well-renowned for his ability to just kind of pick up CS and be self-sufficient on his own. I think Spawn really just wanting to get to a 2-item spike in this game. Has good trading as well from Insanity. Samikin, we've praised him for how well he's laned so far this series. Definitely like to see Insanity see if he can take some early advantages for himself.
Yeah, we see a little trade early now by Ariana trying to run down Sniper. Those ghouls, or I guess kitty cats, doing a lot. Oh, Tactical? Tactically, it's CC.
Wait,
First
what?
blood to Blue Otter. Rovek's going to flash over and gets out. No follow-through from Conviction. Would love to see how that went down.
How is that possible? Karma Smolder getting 2v2'd by Leona and Ezreal with their jungler sitting behind. Rovex, he flashed over the Dragon Base and peace out, bro. And Tomio not opting to follow because he didn't have information on Munchie.
Indeed, as that's pretty massive of an advantage for Spawn on
huge.
his comfort.
This is the lane that's supposed to
Ezreal.
win for Conviction.
Yeah. Still, Conviction will always have that number at 225 to be the difference maker as Tactical gets through this game. But really, really good start from Spawn on the bot side. Still having his Summoner spells up as well. They could revisit that. We did get the Scuttle Crab trade and a little bit of an invade path coming through here from Tomio, maybe going for a roundabout gank over onto Ariana.
Ariana's wave's in a really tough spot. Ariana gotta wake up.
He has no mana. He does have the flash.
He's dead. Even with flash,
he's
dead.
waiting for the pillar. Yeah, he's just gonna hold it and smack him down. Shockwave blast actually comes through from Sniper to get the kill, and it will be a return kill for Conviction.
Ariana asleep at the wheel a little bit right there. Had the ward in the river. I think not noticing Tomio quite as quickly as he needed to, and ends up just going down. I think correct not to burn the flash. He dies there to Tomio no matter what, but that's a pretty big kill pickup. Remember, whoever gets ahead in this top lane can really take over. Sniper up a couple of waves of CS in addition to the kill.
And now, this little setup here can be an interesting push setup for Conviction, as they can kind of try to get this one pushed in and see if they want to get Bounty out of lane. I don't expect Bounty to be able to get off too many roams here with the style that Blue Water has presented. I do like to see the combinations of Tomio and Insanity trying to get active here, as the Trundle having that early skirmish power and that Dragon looming in about 15 seconds, a little bit less now.
Something I do want to point out, importantly for Tactical, he was able to hold the wave after dying off the reset, so Spawn wasn't really able to crash it. So Tactical's up a decent amount of CS. So Conviction, really the main difference in this game is just their top lane advantage, which definitely will feel good. On the point of the Dragon, though, junglers are on opposite timers at this moment. Munchie, the only one on the bottom side. I think Tactical Bounty respecting the threat. They have a good line of vision in the river to make sure they are protected. And should discourage any sort of early Dragon start here from Munchie, who's really just trying to power clear through his camps.
I do wonder now, though. Yeah, okay, he's going to start it up. I was going to say if Blue Otter wants to, they have a little bit of push. And Wukong's pretty good at taking the solo objectives there. So he's going to go ahead and start this one up. Try to get the early dragon stack. Maybe one of the earliest dragons we've had in the series so far as well. And try to get this preemptively ahead of the grub play that's going to be happening in about 2 minutes time. So Blue Otter going to feel really confident with some of their early objective focus.
And being able to stack dragons quickly is massive when you are playing this poke composition, forcing Conviction into situations later into the game where they may have to walk in. Definitely can be a win condition for them. So good take right there from Blue Otter. Munchie, Samikin's making a play.
Samikin going for the flash play. Gonna get a nice battle star in the flash return out of Insanity. He is just strutting his stuff on his big pick here on the Zoe. I know I was talking to Samikin before the season started, and he was like, if there was one champion that I could play, consistently that didn't matter what the meta was, he told me it was Aurelion Sol. But let's be real. In his heart of hearts, it's Zoe.
We're getting another look at that 2v2. Tactical looks like he might have gotten caught on a reset in that bush by Rovex and just gets walked down.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
That is nice stuff from the duo lane of Blue Otter right there. A pretty big kill.
Munchie waiting. Level 6 is available. Subjugate can come out. You have Munchie going for the Cyclone already.
Got Rovex.
Still a lot of damage, though, and a lot of shred. Oh, my God. Tomio is doing some work back into Munchie. Now Power Unleashed.
Oh!
1 auto. No, 2 autos. That's all it took for Insanity to get the kill back, and now Sniper has joined the fight, too. The Jace coming to bear here, as now also that setup from Ariana is there. The Maiden forcing Conviction away from the play. It's still the 1 kill going over in favor of Conviction for that one.
I saw the angle for Munchie, but he was too far ahead of the team. Rovex and Samikin just weren't able to collapse off their resets fast enough. And we can see Trundle still wins 1v1 against a lot of these AD junglers. Even with Wukong getting the drop on him, Tomio not under that much threat, at least on his own. So nice play right there from Conviction to get a kill, bit of a fumble from the jungler Blue Otter and Conviction. They are starting to open up a pretty significant early gold lead as Sniper up in the top side. A kill pickup puts Insanity ahead of Samikin. And despite the 2v2 kill in bottom, Tactical farming up like you would expect in the melee versus range.
Sniper gonna go for the all-in here on Ariana. My God, Sniper! Oh, Sniper is swiping this time around, and that'll be another kill and a solo bolo to the top laner Conviction.
Yet again, Rovex just not able to show up to the play fast enough. That's the Jace that we wanted to see. Sniper, he's looking like he's in position to maybe take over this game. Win conditions starting to fall by the wayside for Blue Otter.
Things are starting to buckle around them. Very early lead for a scaling composition that really is going to feel good at the forward hand of things here. Tomio's going to get the blue buff. Does end up flashing away from the Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Just wanted to make sure the follow-through couldn't be there. TP coming in. That's going to be on the backline. Rovex coming through. The Spellbook coming in clutch. Tomio's going to be the one they knock down. Rovex going for another stun, trying to get over on a bounty, but just turns back on the Tomio. Tomio's the focus, and it's Samikin that picks it up with the Sleepy Trouble Bubble again, as Samikin gets his first kill of the game.
With Rovex having still been on the top side, Tomio felt empowered to walk in with the support and try to bully out Munchie. But the spellbook difference from Rovex, TP flank, and ends up getting not just the flash, but the kill off of Tomio and some gold into Samikin's pockets. The hero of game 2 for Blue Otter. He's starting to come online.
He is indeed. Had a impeccable performance. I know it's early in this game. Hasn't died in 2 games so far. Well, I guess he died the one time at the very end last game. But do we count that really? I don't know.
I count that as an outplay from Tomio. That was a very nice flank by the jungler of Conviction.
True.
Fortunately, it wasn't enough as Spawn put on the carry pants. But
we're 9 minutes 40 seconds in when Insanity completed his first item. He's gonna be up and running. The Ludens is pretty good on the pick here, and I think as that first item, especially for Syndra, I think it's so powerful. But Samikin's going to be able to get some nice trades in Insanity here. But still, a matchup that's very, very important in this setup.
Samikin, once he's able to base, should be able to get his first item as well with that kill coming through. I think it's going to be a bit more of a scaling Zoe build. I actually did just see a tweet from let's see, it was like Windowges or somebody. Him and Samikin were working on the new Zoe tech for the new patch. So someone will have to check that one out. I didn't watch the video. I just saw that it existed. If there's any Zoe mains out there, be sure to check that one out.
Yeah, and learn from Samikin. Because he's one of the best. We do have set up for objectives. I mean, nobody had taken the early grubs, so that is not going to be the focus now, but still an available option. Oh, Scout of the Week. Not going to be enough. Going to get the easy use of the barrier that he didn't need to burn real summoner spell for. But now that we have the grubs up as well as the dragon coming up, could be a little bit of a trade of objectives, but the junglers are saying, no, we're both going down towards the dragon.
I'm a bit puzzled by this rotation. Bounty's spending multiple waves mid, but Tactical suffering for it. Now this
Really
is a big
good
commit to
flash.
Sniper TP.
Oh no, Munchie flashes but still gets rooted down. There's a weird flank coming on here. Sniper TP's in and gets the hammer slam, and he gets the killing spree for Sniper, who's having a redemption series this series for Conviction.
It's a big teleport commitment, though. Sniper is looking at the carry so far. I don't think you could do this dragon. Samikin and Spawn are still full HP. This feels dicey for Conviction.
Yeah.
But Ariana free pushing in bottom. Now they're able to consolidate, but can they do this? Sniper's still here.
This is like the prime position for Zoe when you are on the objective, because she can just pick you apart. It's not going to be enough. Dragon still goes over, so they'll even up the dragon score between the two. And the turret not going to take that much damage in the top side, but there is going to be the redeploy from Tactical up there to try to clean up some of these minions, try to get some more of these stacks, and potentially reposition for these grubs that they really need to be taking here soon.
Honestly, dare I say, very even trade across the board. Yes, Conviction, they get a kill for Sniper, who is now looking extremely strong. They get the Dragon as well, but free time for Ariana to get some gold back for himself, and Tactical suffered so much from that entire sequence. That top wave was the first creep wave he was able to touch in like a minute and a half. The Smolder really wants to be scaling, and I think the ultimate gold trade, it will still favor Conviction, but Blue Water does trade it back okay. As Conviction, though, they're going to keep playing up tempo. So they're not going to let Blue Water rest on their laurels. They're going to try to keep taking objectives.
You see there, Tomio saving his smite just in case they need to steal them away. Will be 3 grubs to Conviction. Nice XP setup now. About a level up is Tomio over Munchie. That can come to bear as time goes on in this game. It's not going to feel good or easy to catch up in. But does the first item spike really change things on the map in terms of fighting potential, Hawk?
I mean, it does. Trinity Force on Ezreal is huge, as well as the Wukong. Samikin's first item spike not going to be too crazy, but of course Zoe just generally pretty strong at this stage of the game anyway. You can see the trades he is ripping off on Insanity. And it really is looking like the bottom side of the map has got to be the carries for Blue. I think Ariana and Munchie struggling so far in this game.
Tactical going to willingly take that hit so he can get some more stacks going. 225 is the glorious number. And it's Munchie actually spotted out here. Sniper trying to go for a little bit of play on bot side, but some vision contesting in the top side. No objectives up for the moment. Still about a minute away for the Rift Herald as Samikin makes a nice trade back, saying Insanity does have damage too. You got to be a little careful of the Syndrome.
If one of them can connect the knee on the other, it will be pretty devastating. As no one has gone Merc Treads, by the way. It's Lucidity Boots for Samikin and Pen Boots for Insanity. Insanity has said, hey, I don't think my composition does enough damage. I'm going to do even more.
That guy right there on your screen, though, Sniper, been having a wonderful performance on the day, even if they did end up losing that game to Blue Otter. I think we've seen a very different shade of Sniper here today than we saw yesterday. And that's a nice, refreshing moment for Conviction as well. And a lot of resting on this Jace now with the poke, with the damage, with the potential follow-through on the engage as well. And Rift Herald coming up. We saw top side was playing by Conviction for the most part, but now probably going to be a little bit till we get to that top side objective.
Conviction definitely had a big spike. Pretty much every champion that they have strong on one item, save for behind him, and he's stacking up very nicely. Already having that 125 at 15 minutes. The Smolder is going to be a problem sooner rather than later.
And that's always the thing you got to keep in mind on. And that's what Conviction drafted for. So I got to give them props. In a game that matters the most, you see a little bit of slowdown in that action, but it's also something that benefits Conviction as they get further and further scaled here. About a 140 stack count on Tactical. So getting a little bit closer, still a little bit far from the actualization of his passive, but it still is topside control for Conviction, and they'll take the Rift Herald on top of it. So full neutral objective control on the top side so far from them, and perfect timing to either use this as a distraction Carnifex style ahead of the Dragon, or to just save that for a little bit of free gold later on.
Things have really slowed down in this game.
Wow, I didn't even get a single. I didn't get anything out of you for the 40K reference.
Oh, my bad.
Wow,
You know,
wow.
you've been playing 40K
no,
recently, man?
it's fine. Don't worry, it's fine.
Oh.
It's fine. I'm not upset. I'm not gonna cry.
I was planning on just paying you back later when something actually happened. You know what I mean?
I see.
I don't know. I could make a joke about how Samikin's looking like a zone thrope this game, firing the artillery.
Keep going with the Tyranid references. It's great. Little all in on the top side. Rift Herald also getting used here. Tomio has a heck of a flank. Yeah, I don't know if Ariana's getting out of this one. It depends on who he tries to take with him, though. As Tomio comes over, gives him the chomp. Bounty going to get chased down, but the Root's going to give him a heal, and Bounty's the one that gets the kill. I don't know if that's what you wanted. Tactical's dead in the mid lane. Spawn going to die to Sniper with the extra shot from the turret. It is chaos as things are opening up for Conviction.
Yeah, it's another kill for Sniper. Bounty, maybe not the one that you wanted to kill on, but it still feels good to open up the map. This is a huge gold swing for Conviction as Herald utilizing topside to knock down top lane tier 1. First turret, then mid lane going to get answered back as Spawn wasn't able to survive on that side. So while Blue Otter does trade back a kill, as well as the third Dragon, it's Conviction getting all of the money and the map control. And this next team fight, whenever it may be, their composition looking like it's going to be real strong.
And that's a place they want to be. An important series, an important game for Blue Otter, but also for Conviction to keep their head in that top 6 bubble here. And for Blue Otter, it is their last series. Conviction will have another. It's still a very nice change of the times from Conviction. It seems like they've really molded together since yesterday, and obviously with the roster changes in the bot lane, it's always come into question, and a lot more, I guess, pressure put onto the newer bot lanes. But how are they going to affect the game for Conviction? So far today, Tactical and Bounty have been looking a lot better, and it's going off of giving some resources over to Tactical.
Yeah, I mean, Tactical, the nice thing for him, he can be the late game insurance, but he doesn't even need to be the main carry right now. Insanity's strong. Sniper is absurdly strong. And
they're just
Blue Otter, they're setting up a pick. Yeah. They're setting up a pick on the bottom side of the map for Blue Otter, but I don't think it's going to come down. It's just going to be a tier 2. Just taken.
Might be able to do so. 1 plate left. Getting all the plate gold. At least get a little bit of some. Okay, that's a greedy back. Bounty's going to get forced off there. Realize it's not the place to go ahead and initiate that one. Spawn stepping up. Okay, he'll realize he needs to be a little bit more careful. He'll still try to play that edge against Tactical on the Ezreal. And again, a big comfort pick so far this split for Spawn. Really got to turn it up now, as we were hearing from Patch at the beginning of the series, saying that he believes the bot lane can show up today. Only to pick up the slack here as we move forward.
Yeah, I mean, I think the shining light here for Blue Water is that both of their primary carries are strong. Samikin and Spawn are very much in this game in terms of the gold. The problem is that Ariana and Munchie are just so far behind, and that is the front line. That's the skirmish. That's the side lane for Blue Water. They're not going to be able to sit back and poke if they're not able to take any setups. And that is really the elephant in the room for them.
Spawn almost getting caught there, does end up using the Arcane Shift away. The sneaky devil he is. Some pings coming onto the other side. Insanity is getting pushed on. Does get the Zenith Blade on top of him here. You got the Root coming down. Double Cyclone. but it's not going to hit the targets it needs to. Munchie's just going to get executed by Insanity, and that just starts the avalanche here. Flash from Insanity, going to get the double stun, try to get Samikin. Samikin does use the belt to get away. Rovek's going to be chased down into the grave by Tactical, who gets himself a kill here. And could they just do Baron? It looks like they want to threaten it.
I think so. Yeah, jungler's dead and no support either. I don't think there's any hope in hell for Blue Water to make a fight happen right here as they threw the kitchen sink at Insanity, but him and Bounty staying cool and calm. Good scatter, good McHale's. Keeps everybody alive. Ariana now in the focus as his spawn.
Too. Ooh, bubble
Sammy found Insanity.
Sammy kill. Nice! Sammy can get a kill back. Big shutdown going over to him. Unfortunately, they will lose their top laner. Ariana will go down yet again in the game. Samikin trying to keep this one alive desperately, looking for these big paddle stars. He does get the Pillar of Ice used to stop him in his tracks. Isn't going to be let through to Sniper. But he is one of the saving graces still for Blue Water in this final series.
All right. I mean, it is a kill back for Blue. Shutdown going over to Samikin, I believe. And it does stop the Baron. So it does keep them in the game. But Conviction up 6,000 gold. They're just playing together better. It's, again, just like game one, the top side of the map, really just warding these attempts from Blue Water. It feels like overreaches, overforces, shades of what has plagued them the entire season. And Sniper continues to just be Thanos. 3-item Jace at 22 minutes. He is going to kill everyone if allowed to.
Yeah, Blue Otter moving in first, but that might be not the right choice. Rovex is just down, burns his flash, still dies for it. Conviction now moving in to try to hunt down the members of Blue Otter. And they might just turn for this dragon. You got to remember, Blue Otter were able to get 2 of the dragons, including one of the ocean ones, but it still will mean the evening up of that neutral objective. And Conviction still lording control over this game with an almost 7,000 gold lead at 22.5 minutes.
Conviction just too far ahead for Blue Water to handle. They're not able to sit back and poke because they can't hold any space. Conviction can just run at them. They can wrest control from the enemy front line as Rovex just got absolutely dunked in that fight, evening up the dragon count, extending their gold advantage. Feels like a miracle will be required to keep Blue Water out of promotion relegation at this point, and Conviction setting themselves up with a date with Destiny against Dorado to clinch themselves a playoff spot next week.
I do wonder now how Conviction feels about this uptick in performance for them. It's got to feel a lot better to have these drafts going their way, at least finding a lot of success in their draft. Tomio's so fast. Oh my God. He got sped up. Ooh, Sleepy Trouble Bubble lands straight onto Sniper. Sniper might just get bursted down, but he's so tanky. And Munchie is the one that gets bursted down by Tactical, who has hit his stack mark and will be eliminating the competition. Let's see if he can get the execute onto Rovex. Rovex is burning, but Tomio is going to try to run him down here. They're skirting around the edge. Look at it. They're going to get around the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, and Tomio is going to end up finding spot. Rovex just took the round loop of things, and Tomio was wondering where he was at. But now they're on the wrong side of things. Insanity might get bursted down by Spawn here. Samikin going to be forced to flash away. Does hit another Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Now will be a sleepy time for Tomio. But everything is scattering to the wind for Blue Otter as they try to get away from this setup. TP! No, it's not. It's not enough. Tactical can't get him. And that will be an exit strategy success from Samikin.
Funnily enough, things getting so weird on the chase actually gives Blue Otter enough time to consolidate. Should mean no Baron for Conviction. But still, I mean, Conviction is just way too far ahead. I don't think there's really any chance here for Blue Water. They can't win these team fights. Their carries aren't strong enough to get through Conviction. And their front line is just throwing themselves into the grinder. And that grinder is named Sniper, Insanity, Tactical, who are all just so strong. So much gold. Sniper 6-0-0 on this chase.
Tactical went second item Black Cleaver. I kind of appreciate that. But it is going to get that third item now too. And that might just signal the doom for Blue Otter. Is there a saving grace here for Blue Otter? Is there an item difference? Is there a setup around an objective? Is there anything to hold on to hope?
Not without an act of God. Michelle,
An act
because
of honor.
truly, I don't think Conviction can lose as long as like Samikin doesn't do something absurdly heroic on the Zoe, which I have seen, but I don't think there's a way to lose a team fight right now. As long as you play together.
Rovex was trying to find a play on Insanity. Does have that spell shield. The Verdant Barrier will be down now, though. It'll be coming up sooner rather than later. So side lane push for Ariana. That's been the goal, at least. That's what Blue Water drafted for, but they're starting to get to the point where they can't let him just sit in the side lane. They've got to defend. There's so much pressure coming onto the base of Blue Water. They're going to need all 5 to defend it. Some pings going on to the Baron. Baron being shot by Sniper, and it should be started up by Conviction.
See if Blue Water even opts to contest this. I think trading for objective bounties bot lane tier 2 makes a lot of sense. Maybe a world where you can stall this out, play for a tier 3. Baron's already going down so fast. Big scatter.
Mom gets called, and that just means the party is over here as Conviction is shutting it down. Another pick onto Munchie. Munchie not going to be around for any contest over the Baron, and Conviction will just move right back to it. Ariana trying to pick up some pity prizes with the mid lane turrets. That big Baron buff will be available for Conviction. Is that Samikin looking for some steals or potential?
I mean, they're getting low, and Zoe can steal the Baron. This is a little dicey.
Bubble will go through it. Actually
Okay,
going to
it's not dicey
land
anymore.
onto Tomio, but yeah, they get the kills. So I don't know if that's going to happen anymore. You lose a lot of that engage.
Flashed
Yeah,
in.
that was close. He's gonna
Sniper's
get the
fighting
kill.
Samikin.
He might get the kill. He got it. It's a kill on his Samikin. Everyone gone except for Ariana, who finally gets the tier 2, but the damage is already done.
Sniper, he is legendary. The bounce back series that was promised from the general has arrived, flashing in to rip the heart out of Blue Otter. That's Heart's name is Samikin. Baron secured. Ariana.
Oh,
Speaking to play with Sammy.
they're gonna
TP
bring
counter.
Samikin.
Oh, it's Rovex again.
Oh, Rovex, rather. So I was like, Samikin's dead.
Samikin's still
Sniper
dead,
is
yeah.
coming over, though, with the TP. And no. Ariana just gets ran down by Sniper, who's 9-0 already in this game. And he's going to be the premier face right now with this Jace
I don't
play.
know, Jim. I don't know about that call on the bot side.
You know, it's an attempt. There's something.
It could be described as an attempt. That is yeah. Blue Water might just lose. They're down 2 members for 25 seconds, and these towers are going to evaporate.
They are. You can see the siege here. The 3 grubs also coming into effect as well. Just try to get Spawn. Spawn almost just dies. The waves are coming in. Tomio's just off doing the scuttle crab, having a good time. He's just smacking it with his hammer. I guess his pillar. And the push stops. They are just going to get the crash in and back away, get this Baron back off once again. And we take a look at the precision play presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Yeah, I mean, health bars were starting to get low. Maybe there's a world for Blue Water, but as soon as this scatter lands on a spawn, that's when you know that there's no hope of them getting poked off. And then Sniper just runs down Samikin at the top of the screen as the Baron goes down.
Yeah, this game 3 is definitely not the final prize I wanted or expected in this series. I expected tight-knit games. We did get that for 2, but Conviction have blown this series open with this game 3.
Yeah, they definitely have. I mean, maybe there's a world with all the poke Blue Otter can try to defend, but more than likely it's not going to be in the cards. Not a ton of range for the siege for Conviction is notable. They do have a lot of poke of their own. The little snot bubbles and the scatters.
That is true. You can see, I mean, Samikin's always threatening with the Sleepy Trouble bubbles, and I think that's why it's a little bit hesitant to crash this one in. Now they get the multi-lane crash, though, and that should bear fruit at least. Top lane is just absolutely dead. And Sniper on the Jace, finding himself some more gold here as Mom comes out again. Tomio is going to get a decent amount of healing. The Maiden is still up there. They should try to take that one down if they can. It's going to get really low. Munchie tries to go forward, has to immediately clone himself away. as Rovex is now in the firing line. Everybody's in the firing line, and Blue Otter are running away, but the shots continue to be fired. Now Sniper is getting his own in, and it's just looking like a unfortunate end for Blue Otter as Conviction have found themselves again. The bot lane transplant has worked in the second outing, and Conviction will continue and move to 500 with 4-4 on their record here with a 2-1 victory over the Blue Otters in Blue Otters' final series.
Conviction is able to bounce back. They snap their skid of 6 straight game losses. They take a hard-fought win over Blue Otter. Both their wins looking very dominant, very one-sided. Exactly what you want to see out of a team that is still in prime position to make playoffs. Dorado, at the very least, they can wipe the sweat off their brow. Blue Otters have drowned in Blue Otter Spring. They're going to the promotion relegation tournament. Dorado now safe. And it's a date with destiny between themselves and Conviction for the playoff spot next Wednesday. Conviction win and in. Dorado, they need to do a little bit more.
Yeah, and that's a lot on the line for the final little moments, but really awesome stuff. I know we're going to give a lot of praise to Sniper. I think as a whole, we saw some great performances across the board for Conviction, but you're able to see what they wanted from draft. They were able to play towards that. The lead in the earlier game just was like a cherry on top, right? This was a team that was always willing to go the distance in this final game because they knew they had that scaling advantage.
And the top side just completely came back to life. Sniper, a great series. Tomio felt like he was being impactful and proactive throughout all 3 games. Insanity, I think overall solid performance from him, containing a Samikin that was definitely on one today. And then even Tactical and Bounty, you know, I still think they're finding their stride. Would like to see them limit some of the 2v2 deaths. But I think showing that they still have the individual prowess to play in this league and maybe some more time with the squad could see them power up that much more.
Yeah, it really could. As you see, the gold graph is just a steady climb to the peak that was this game 3 for Conviction. Some little moments there for Blue Otter in their final series, but still a very big win for Conviction in a confidence builder. Like you said, stopping that slide, you know, that's got to mean a lot for all these players. Just keeping their head into the game and keeping that mentality strong as they're still pushing for that upper echelon.
Yeah, they most certainly are. Speaking of the upper echelon, let's look at the upper echelon of this series. It's got to be the one, the only, the general on the side of Conviction. Sniper going big on the Jace, going big on the Cassante, and even in game 2 on the Aatrox, that one really big team fight after the Baron, keeping things quite close. I think altogether a very solid series from the top laner of Conviction. And I think after really some rough couple of weeks for this player, I am so happy to see him look like himself, look like a top tier NACL top laner.
And I just got to give big. The Jace is awesome. The Aatrox is awesome. His Cassante, man. The first time we've seen it, he's obviously played it before, but the first time we've seen it so far this split, and he was masterful on it, right? Like finding a lot of great moments, at least in the individual play. But yeah, I mean, being able to see this closeout game of the Jace just gives you a lot more hope and respect for the grind that Sniper's been going through to make it back to this point at least and have a performance like this, which is so important in the closing moments, obviously, of the season to ramp up into the playoffs as well.
Yeah, and the Jace too, hey, it's looking a hell of a lot better than it looked 2 weeks ago against Supernova. Yeah, so, I mean, yeah, I just love to see it. I'm so happy to see him bounce back the way that he did, the whole team. And again, make no mistake, Conviction, they are in now with this win in prime playoff position. They're 2 games up on each the Citadel and Dorado. The only way for them to get knocked out of playoffs is for Dorado to beat them next Wednesday. But even then, either them or the Citadel has to win out.
Yeah, that is true. But we do have our interview ready with the general himself. We're going to be talking to Sniper, so I'm going to go ahead and take it on over here. Hawk, we will see you shortly. And Sniper, my friend, it is a redemption series for you, man. Started off the week in a little bit of a tough place, but this series, it felt like you guys were making it happen every which way. What was the difference coming into today? Was it different prep? Was it just a different mentality, or was it just the same but a better execution?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the last couple of weeks were very, very rough for the team and I. But yeah, I mean, you saw the champions I picked today, like Jace, Aatrox, Sante. These are my comfort champs, right? And I'm not saying like my Orange Scion, like that kind of stuff, like aren't good, because in scrims they're like really good, right? But then I don't know, I go on stage and they just like don't work out like all the time. So I think I just have to play towards my strength as a player, and hopefully we can keep winning.
I like that. And I guess I want to dive into that mentality a little bit more. When things aren't working, obviously, or things that you feel like should be working aren't, how do you approach that as a player? Like, how do you make sure that you're doing everything you can to have that lineup ready to go for the next time around?
Yeah, I kind of just like sit on it, and the thought naturally comes out like, oh, like why am I feeling like this when I'm in game? And like, well, it's just like the feelings that I get when I'm in game. I feel like I just question a lot whenever I'm just like chilling, you know, because I do wind down. I do try and wind down after like a loss like past couple of weeks, and I'm like, damn, like what's really going wrong with just how I'm playing?
Yeah,
and like the team, of course, because it is a team game. So I think that's just how I like approach those things. Yeah.
I appreciate that, man. And I guess that being said, is it a breath of relief to get this win and obviously push your guys' playoff potentials? Like, is it still hungry as ever? Is it one of those moments you're like a little bit of a weight off the shoulders?
Yeah, no, I mean, this is definitely some like good news in my life, because honestly, like the past like 9 months have just been like a huge roller coaster. Not really a roller coaster, but there's just been like so many downs. It's just like one bad thing after another. Like today I woke up this morning and I saw that there was like a Reddit thread on me that I'm just like toxic and stuff, which like, you know, like I feel like a lot of those things affect me, and then like on top of that we're losing. And like, I mean, no, I'm not gonna say too much other than that. But it's just like, it's hard to just keep going, you know. So I'm just trying to keep a strong mental, and I'm very glad we won today, thankfully.
Well, I just gotta say I'm thankful for you to keep on going, because it's a pleasure to get to cover you here. As a team, though, was there a different prep style? The draft in bot lane looked a little bit different today. More resources that way. Did you guys approach this series a little bit differently than yesterday?
Not really, to be honest. Our games still look really bad. Like, even though we won today, like, I don't know. It's just like it's not clean, you know? And like, I feel like I'm a part of that for sure. Like, I could be playing much better. And I still feel like, I'm not like playing that good in game. And so, I mean, yesterday, I think NRG and like Zimburo were just a good team. They just like destroyed us. Hopefully we can beat them if we play against them again.
Yeah, I'm here for that rematch. Last question, a little bit personal one here for you. Is there anything that you've really been focusing on working on, at least these last couple of weeks? I know in losses it's hard to like keep that focus, right? But is there something that you feel like you've been growing into or learning a little bit more personally?
Yeah, no, 100%. My goal, like for the first or before I played NACL, was just like to get rank 1, and then I ended up getting that, and then like the ranks reset and everything. So my goal is to just like this time around is to just like improve instead of just like play for LP. And I feel like ever since I've been doing that, I've definitely been like learning more and like improving more. So I think just having like a learner's mindset is definitely like helping me get better as a player. And I think I just gotta keep it up, and hopefully we start winning more.
Yeah, keep it up, man. Last little bit, do you want to give any shout outs? Anybody you want to talk about?
I think shout out. No, not really, honestly. Besides like my team, just shout out my team. Okay. They're very like strong mentally. You know, like we haven't been winning too many matches in the past couple of weeks. So I'm very grateful that they've also kept up a good mental, just like I have. So we've been doing a really good job on that part of the that part of the side.
I like it. Well, keep your head up, man. We're all rooting for you. Thank you so much. And we'll be bringing it back on Hawk as we got to talk to Sniper in our NACL. Phillips Norelco One Blade. Great mentality there, trying to turn into the learner's mindset. And I love to see that progression, at least for conviction.
Yeah, I feel like even just in that interview, you can kind of see this weight taken off of Sniper's shoulders, but also acknowledging, hey, job's not done. You know, we got ourselves a win, but we still have work to do. And so it's great acknowledgement of both where they need to go, but also what they've been able to do. And it puts them in control of
It does.
very firmly the 6th seed for playoffs. The playoff picture almost entirely shaping out. The 4-way tie is still on the cards. There's potential for Dorado and Citadel to win out. And if that happens, plus Winthrop, Loserville, then we have ourselves a 4-way tie, which is where all hell could break loose. But it really does truly feel like the season coming down to 2 remaining series. Next Wednesday, Conviction against Dorado. And then also on Thursday, Conviction against Dorado. And then on Friday, Winthrop versus Citadel. So you're not going to want to miss those. But before then, we got some more good games to cover on the way.
We do. One final adieu to Blue Water here as we move forward. Obviously, their final series today, but this next one is a banger nonetheless. NRG get next week off. This is their final series here. CCG trying to make a push for the top.
Yeah, CCG trying to show that they can take games off the best of the best, but NRG, they're sitting. And if they win here today, their regular season ends with them at either first or second at worst, guaranteed bye for the playoffs. But I really, for me, seeding's one thing. I'm just interested in seeing 2 of the best teams in the league going blow for blow. Maybe going to give us some information heading into the playoffs.
Indeed, as I'm going to bid you farewell once again, Hawk, as I'm going to be bringing in our interview for the second series of the day. We have Joey coming in with our Game Face interview presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. Joey, my friend, it's been a long time since we've chatted. First of all, what are you doing today to get the team prepped up, ready to go into this squad?
Well, I mean, we felt pretty prepped yesterday because we had side select, so not really as much to do today as there was on the other day. So we were just kind of watching the games before ours, you know, getting in that mood, getting warmed up, and making sure we're ready to go when time starts.
Okay, I like it. Was there any words of wisdom imparted on the team today? Did you have any phrases you were giving out?
I usually do my speeches before, usually at champ select, so I'll have to figure out what I'm going to say. But
dude, I need to hear the Joey speech, man.
The speeches are pretty good.
The speeches are good?
Yeah.
Okay, I like
That's why
it.
I'm here.
It's awesome. How have you felt? I know we haven't gotten to talk in a long time, but how have you felt kind of in this coaching role, in the setup role at least, and what have you felt like you've grown into at least as a coach?
I feel really good. I feel like it's definitely a different transition coaching UCI and NRG, and I feel like it's been really nice, the support group that I have here to help me with that. Rosbaum's been amazing, Park's been amazing, Tongna's been amazing, and just helping make sure that things go smoothly on this team. Everything I need is here for me, and it's just very, very easy to just slot into this role.
I like it. Now we got some spice yesterday. I got to ask Zamudo a little bit about it. Was it your guys' idea? Was it just Spica? What is the mentality behind the Italy? And maybe break the fourth wall. Are we gonna get it again? Like, can we see that again, please?
Maybe something a little bit more spicy than Italy today. I will say, when I was a pro support, I always loved playing the really fun, silly stuff. You always have to find your limit now. Now that I'm a coach, I have to be like, hey, maybe we don't play, like Shyvana support. Maybe we take it back a little bit. But definitely want to try to make sure that Spica's in the spot to play champions he feels like he can showcase himself on. So there's definitely a lot more cooking. So you have to wait and see. Hopefully we'll see a bit more in best of fives.
Yeah, I'm excited for that. Now, this is the final series for NRG. Do you feel like there's a big learning moment to be had here? You guys just getting buckled down and ready to go for those playoffs?
I think it really is just buckle down, getting ready for playoffs. I think that's really what our eyes on for now, is just making sure we're going to be the best version of ourselves so we can be for playoffs, and still experimenting while it's regular season, taking the risk, seeing what we're comfortable playing, and making sure that there's no question marks when we actually get to the games that matter.
All right. Well, Joey, give you last chance. Give any shout outs anybody you want to talk about before I let you go.
Yeah, shout out the whole team. They're great. Shout out UCI Esports. If anybody's challenger wants to come here, shoot a DM, see if we can make it work. And yeah, shout out to family, friends, everybody.
All right. Thank you so much, Joey. It was a pleasure to get to chat with you again, my friend. And we will see you soon. And we're going to go ahead and bring back Hawk after that interview, and nice mentality going into the final series for NRG.
Shout out Joey, team host legend, and always has a good mentality on his shoulders. Been really cool to watch him in his coaching journey. I love the shout out for UCI, by the way. Definitely a great collegiate program. But
getting to work with Joey is a pleasure.
Yeah. And I just think it's cool too. You know, when he was rattling off the names of like NRG's coaching staff, it's like, all of the greatest minds in North American Tier 2 all working together on one team. Joey, Razvan, Parth,
got the resources.
More. Yeah, like no wonder this team's at the top of the standings, man. They've been cooking.
Yeah, they truly have. That being said, though, we're getting into the setup for our second series now as well. We take a look at CCG's roster, who are no slouches in their own right. I know you said at the beginning of the day, maybe on paper, NRG might be a little bit of a better team, but this team is no slouch, and we've seen some great performances across the board from CCG, but wanting to get these strong performances in the last little bit.
And I think a really big data gathering series here for CCG, because we have seen them clearly be better than the teams lower than them in the standings, and that's why they are one of these squads that's already clinched for the playoffs. But last week, they got slammed by Maryville and also dropped the game to the Citadel. And you know, haven't obviously played NRG yet. That's going to happen here today against Supernova, the other top team. They did 2-0 them, but that was all the way back in week 2 before we really felt like Supernova started coming online for this split. So I think I really want to see a CCG that can be competitive against the top tier teams and isn't just some sort of playoffs gatekeeper. Is it a true top 4 here in the NACL, or is it really just a top 3, a top 2, and we don't know it yet?
That's interesting questions to be decided. On the other side, though, NRG, one of the titans of NACL, and obviously now I'm ears perked to seeing what kind of spiciness they bring. Joey foreshadowing to it. Got a little bit yesterday, but he said even more spicy, Hawk. I'm ready for it. But this team is an incredible beast to behold in the NACL, especially after their performances yesterday.
You know, I'm really curious what more spicy means, because NRG cooked 2 weeks ago, or excuse me, last week against the Citadel, and they got blasted in the bottom lane. Yesterday, they cooked against Conviction, and they blasted the bottom lane. You know what? All bets are off. Sushi and Spica, they've had a great split. I think Spica, we can definitively say, has still been a top 3 support in this league, or I say still, like he's been playing support a long time. Which is impressive for a role swap player. And I think in general, top to bottom, we consider this NRG roster to be top 3 across the board. And it's really great to see from a team comprised almost entirely of young players. I mean, if you really think about it, Zamudo and Kisno are like the most experienced players on this roster, at least in terms of Spica. Obviously, he has years and years of jungle experience and pro experience, but not in this specific role.
He's played, internationally. It's fine.
It's a different type of experience.
Brand new player.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead.
He brings veteran leadership, but not necessarily in-depth knowledge
and
of his
jungle
role.
backseating. That's what Kisno
Right. There you go.
Me.
Yeah.
But that being said, let's go and take a look at our face-to-face matchup presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. This bot lane going to be extra spicy, but not that way. Maybe if Cody Sun can have anything to say about it, as it's going to be Cody Sun versus Sushi, what we're looking to most.
Yeah, Sushi, maybe the spicy tuna roll down there in the bottom lane, and Cody Sun going to try to eat him up. We've seen a lot of really good play from CCG. Honestly, these are 2 of the bot lanes coming into the season that I feel like we had the biggest question mark surrounding, because Cody hadn't really played competitively since like 2020 in North America. It had been a long time, and Only 35 was coming off not really the most impressive year on Winthrop. He was fine, but not amazing. Sushi and Spica, obviously we had no idea how Spica would slot into the support position, and Sushi, was viewed as a gifted team finder, maybe not the best laner. Both these bot lanes have been great. I think Sushi and Spica have probably been a little bit better, especially in the laning phase. But, the team fighting from Cody Sun and Only 35 has been more than sufficient. I think Only 35, good sense for the map. And they got their work cut out for them today to try to take down this NRG spicy tuna roll bot lane.
Yeah, we're taking a look at the shared champs there. A lot in that middle column. A little bit on the sides here, but I expect a little bit more lean into those aggressive 2v2s. Try to get some advantages there as well. Funny thing coming into today for both these teams, and I know it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, 100% win rate when they're ahead at 15.
That's a pretty impressive
bomb drop.
Pretty impressive stat. I mean, I will say, NRG, they tend to get ahead when they play with Fi Mini, and they are still undefeated in game score with Fi Mini. They have yet to lose when this player is in. So, yeah, I mean, NRG with him in the roster is, I think, pretty strongly viewed as just the best team in the league. But I mean, it is very impressive to know that, like, if you get a lead, they've yet to throw it yet, which is incredibly clean. And we talked yesterday to the coaching staff of NRG, Razvan, and he was talking about how, you know, they're still working on, having a healthier map, making sure their games are even cleaner.
Mm-hmm. And I hope to see a little bit more of that today. Another little thing is NRG looking for that first place. Obviously, top 2 is the big ticket items here for the buy. But, you know, it's a little cherry on top to say that you're first in the regular season, at least for NACL. But we'll see if they can do so. I know we were talking about, at least with Joey, them being the best version of themselves. So we'll see what version they come out with today. But that makes me put more eyes on CCG. I know we've talked a little bit about how they're a potential contender for this top of the table here, but it's really going to come down to how they draft for themselves and how they play. I mean, Dardoch is an incredible player in his own right. We've seen him run the map time and time again. I think Kisno gives him a bit of a run for his money in terms of that tempo play in the jungle. As we get into it now, it's going to be CCG on that blue side banning away the Varus, the Bard, and the Vi. NRG on the red side ban the Orianna and the Ezreal.
Yeah, I mean, I think we generally know what the power picks are for this draft, because I want to sit on a quick tier 3 soapbox if I can, Lennon, because these two junglers, Dardoch and Kisno, real tier 3 fans know that since 2023, when Kisno started coming up in the space, these guys have been going blow for blow as the two best junglers pretty much at any level of play they've ever been at, with the asterisk of UG whenever UG's also been there in the NACL. But they have always been at the same level of play over the last 3-4 years. Kisno has been the only jungler during that era of tier 3 that can consistently get the better of Dardoch. Their win-loss against each other is competitive, but Kisno has had his number so intelligent at not getting thwarted by Dardoch, who is most widely considered to be very, very good at jungle tracking.
And that jungle tracking comes into a lot of play here. I do love this Karma first pick, at least. See what they want to grab. I mean, I'm always a big fan of the Jhin Karma, but maybe not the damage deal you want to have here, as we will have the Jarvan picked up for Kisno.
Yeah, I think no surprises. Jarvan, very strong. Ashe Seraphine on the board if NRG wanted to go towards that. It's been a favorite of theirs throughout the season. We've also seen a lot of Bard, which is banned, so not going to go for that one, but Alistar as well, another favorite. I think Ashe Seraphine does make a lot of sense. Nocturne not available as the counter into the Jarvan. They do have Pantheon if they just want strongest available. Xin Zhao, also very strong for CCG. I mean, I think in general, expectation is to see power picks traded back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, I think for a first game, that's definitely going to be the case every time. You want to see if they actually do get the Seraphine on the other end of things here. The Xin Zhao, a really nice pick for Dardoch. Going to give him some breathing room on his own individual style in this game number 1. The Lucian comes through with the Karma combo.
Yeah, it's a little bit different. We don't often see the Lucian Karma, but definitely providing a lot of strong early game here for CCG, and it's going to provide a lot of trading power into what is a bit more of a slower bot lane in the Ashe Seraphine. Likes to take time to ramp up into the game, play for those death balls. It also has the ability to get out of that Cataclysm. It's always important against this Jarvan, and I like the Xin Zhao pick here for CCG as well. You know, we talk a lot about like, oh, Xin Zhao Seraphine. Obviously, NRG, they ended up going for the Jarvan, and Xin Zhao Karma, I mean, with those speed ups and the extra HP, can really get in deep in these team fights.
I do really like the engaged potential on NRG right now, though. It just feels so strong. And anytime you can get Ashe Seraphine, it always feels good. Although we've seen some losses from the Ashe Seraphines as of late. We do get the Ornn ban in the second phase by NRG, so trying to take away Fiji's premier champion here in this split.
And we didn't get a chance to talk too much about the top laners, but Fiji really the only truly weak side top laner we have here in the NACL, playing almost exclusively tanks, couple games of Yorick as well. And he's up against, as a rookie, mind you, the unanimously considered to be best top laner in NACL and one of the best players in the NACL in Zamudo. And big questions for CCG is, no matter how good their mid jungle has been or how good their bot lane has been, can Fiji contain Zamudo? Because there are not really any top laners that have been able to do that so far this season.
Yeah, that's been on everybody's mind, trying to figure out that puzzle. Not a very easy puzzle to solve, as it's going to be the Nami ban.
Anticipating maybe a
so
Karma Flex
thinking
mid.
with the Karma mid, yeah. I see that being the case for Aljun, as we'll see what the last ban is going to be for CCG if they want to continue focusing on this top lane towards Zamudo, but that Rumble is going to be very warranted, as you said.
Do you think it's very interesting that for NRG, if they're worried about Karma Flex, they're more worried about Nami than Milio? So is potential for CCG to still lock in that Lucia Milio if they wanted to go for it. But not really expecting that to come through. Aljun has been so good on just playing. The remaining stats aren't really all that great, but his team fighting's been solid, and he's been good at linking up with Dardoch. So 5mini going to just take away one of those favored mages. I'm expecting Anivia has been a very popular counter pick to this Rise. It's also been a favorite of Aljun on the split.
Just some serious scaling on the side of NRG, man. This comp is terrifying once you pass that 20-minute mark, it feels like, and especially around these objectives.
Yeah, it is a hell of a death ball. And I will say, too, one of the problems potentially with Anivia is it can struggle to deal with some of the range that NRG is bringing, things like the Ashe and the Seraphine. They do still go towards it. Does have a good advantage into the Rise in the lane phase. I think strong lanes across the board here for CCG, looking at a pretty solid mid-game composition. Sion to round out, I mean, this is basically CCG where they butter their bread.
All right, we'll see how they work with it. The Karma going to be back in the bot lane, so we'll have that. I guess it could still be flexible technically. But now we have Zamudo with the counter pick, a very terrifying proposition for any team, as the Rek'Sai comes through into the Sion. I love this pick. The only person that has the Rek'Sai pass in my mind is Flandre, and we'll see if Zamudo can get his name into the ring here.
So far, undefeated in the NACL. Zamudo and Hoarder are the only ones that have been playing this pick. It's 4-0.
Got 2 games.
2 wins apiece for each of them. And it does just provide some needed frontline and CC. It's going to make it very difficult for this Anivia to be able to do damage in the team fights, I think, with so many champions that can just harass her when she tries to put up the Glacial Storm. A lot of range, a lot of scaling for NRG, and for CCG, they do have decent scaling on their own side. They do have a lot of frontline with the Scions and Zhao and a Karma to back them up. But I will say, I think this Lucian Karma, while it will be nice in the lane against the Ashe Seraphine, I worry for its scaling damage when compared with this Rise and with this Ashe.
Yeah, I think that's always the terrifying prospect here is what happens if you don't get the lead that maybe you are looking for, and that you get to those late game team fights against NRG. But CCG giving themselves some answers here at least. I'm really looking at this jungle to kind of be a trendsetter here, as is always the case, it feels like. But do want to see if there's going to be any resources delved towards bot lane for both of these guys.
I mean, I think expectation for me is that they're just going to clear towards bot side. No one should really worry about influencing this tank v tank slap fest we're about to have on the top side. I think these compositions just so stylistically similar. It really is just slightly better scaling for NRG, but CCG has drafted themselves some strong lanes. I do look at Dardoch to be the big carry. The Xin Zhao can be such a big X factor, especially with the Karma behind him. The early skirmishing for CCG should have that marginal advantage.
We get into game number 1 of our second series, CCG versus NRG, in NRG's last series of the regular season, and potentially first place on the line. We get down to it. You were correct. Top to bot focuses for the jungles. See if they want to go with any finicky paths, but Do expect that to be cleared to fruition. This is where we get the Enchanter gameplay in the bot lane. Poke is plenty here between the Karma and the Seraphine. We do see 5 Mini actually getting a pretty good trade on Aojun in this earlier part of the game, too.
I'm going to be honest with you, Mazel. We might be doing some podcasting this game, as I am
We got the
really
double
not
Deathfire
expecting early fireworks between these
True.
teams.
Maybe from CCG?
Maybe. I do think they would be the team that wants to get things going if they're able to. Expecting more so, though, for them to just use their strong lanes to try to cash in on early objective control. As they say that, though, Sushi did just get chunked pretty low. Might have to take a base pretty soon. There's no heal, no pot. He is in a lot of danger.
Cody-sun's thinking about it.
Yeah, he's got a base.
He kind of wants the angle here. I'm trying to push off of him. The volley is going to get the slowdown on Cody. Now, it will be the back initiated by Sushi. Prison not going to come through there yet. As very good prio on the solo lane so far for NRG, but the bot lane so far so good for CCG as we come to the second half of the clears for the junglers.
Yeah, I mean, big stuff. That's our featured matchup for the day. Cody-sun and only 35 getting the first lick in on the play. Early base from Sushi will mean he misses.
He didn't get
never
it.
mind, didn't base. He's just going to be sad under his tower. I guess going to try to collect some of these creeps, but regardless, does mean he's going down pretty substantially in the CS department, and definitely what you want to see as a CCG fan. Nice barrier from Cody-sun to make sure he's not taking damage from that tower.
See how much Sushi's able to pick up here. He is pretty far behind in the CS department for now.
I think he should have based initially, because now he's going to be even more sad.
Now
It's
he's
kind
in
of
some
sunk
trouble.
cost at this point, right?
Yeah.
But Dardoch can always threaten to
already
dive.
taking the scuttle. Yep, he is. There's going to be the trade, though. You're going to see Kisno go up towards the top side. Just kind of cede control the bot side since bot lane is a little bit under fire. And Sushi just had to walk all the way back to his tier 2 to back as only 35 was holding the wave and pushing him out.
Oh my goodness, and this is going to be devastating. If they're going to try to crash that upcoming bot wave by holding it. Oh, Sushi, he is so far behind through this early game. Really nice laning here from only 35 and Cody-sun. And I will say, no dive threat as Kisno did base, but I'm going to say too, that has been the biggest problem I've had with Sushi throughout his entire career is he just overstays on waves very frequently. He's been getting better about it, but he just needed to base. After that initial poor trade, he ends up getting punished so much more than he otherwise would have due to the presence of Dardoch on the bottom side and the nice wave hold from only 35, denying him even more creeps.
But you know what's in benefit of Sushi? He has a cute dog named Whiskey. And Whiskey had an NRG jersey on today. So
that is true. Dog buff does go
take
sicko
with that
mode.
what you will.
Which yesterday we did also get the Shiba Inu cam behind Spica during the draft.
did.
So we do have dog advantage here for NRG's bot lane.
It's the dog buff. There's a little bit of a buff on the bot lane. Flash is coming out. Only 35 is going to go down. Sushi standing tall in the face of the 2v2, but he's going to fall. No, the flash comes out. The nice double root. Now they're trying to get Cody-sun. Cody-sun in some trouble here. They're going to do the airy back from Spica. Spica waiting to get the next cast, but he can't do it. It's still a first blood for NRG.
Mechanical outplays in the bottom lane on all sides, but it's Sushi that ends up getting the kill. And that is why we think this player is damned good. A mechanical talent down in the bottom side, and Kisno is here to cover to make sure that Dardoch cannot disrupt this wave crash.
Kisno reading the mind of Dardoch, saying, I know you're hungry, man. I know you see that low health Ashe with no flash. I'm going to be there to make sure you can't get a piece of it. And really nice counter setup from NRG so far. 1,000 gold lead early on into the game. Dragon is up on the board. Do wonder if they want to recycle into that play.
We talked about the individual talent on the side of NRG, and it's just on full display. Laning advantages all around. Saving grace here for CCG is the CS in bottom lane. Cody-sun was able to hold the wave before a base, so Sushi is still a little bit depressed in the farm department, but getting the kill obviously going to help shore a lot of that up. And calling Kisno back down here towards the bottom lane so they can make sure they can push out this wave safely. maybe even force for a dragon, but this is why Dardoch always considered so smart, not going right back to his topside camps either. Going to try to match this play and not give away any objectives to Kizno for free.
He's going to get the Scuttle Crab. We will have a trio movement by CCG if they want to contest this one. Just trying to clear out some of the wards. Looks like the reset of the dragon is going to be there. Kizno a little bit worrisome. But yeah, he is level 6. Oh, speaking Sushi. Lying in wait, only 35, going to take the smart path, but they're going to go for Cody-san. Cody-san is still there. He's level 6, though, comparatively to Sushi's level 4. Uses the culling to start the fight off. Now he's going to get the piercing light, but the double CC is there. Cody-san going to pop the barrier. Still had the flash. This level difference is out of hand.
Yeah, only 35, spending some time not in
Yeah,
the lane.
the
Cody!
Cody-san with the deadly guns.
Maybe a bit of disrespect coming through right there from the NRG bot lane, walking up to a level 6 Lucian and face tanking the culling. They thought they'd be able to get something going, but Cody utilizing those freezes and the XP difference he's been able to get off of Sushi to great effect, and Cody-san answers back on the bottom side.
Man, what a heads-up play from Cody-san there. Really like the utilization of the Lucian. Confidence we're seeing out of Cody-san. I don't know how he got 2 levels on him.
The wave bot is still horrible for Sushi. He still has no summoners. He's still level 5. He can't play this. They need jungle help. Kizno has to get down here just to bail out his bottom lane. Cody level 6 still with a Dirk and a Sheen. He can play past the wave with the help of his Karma if he wants to.
Okay. See what this dragon is.
They shouldn't let this crash. Yeah, they're not going to.
They aren't. They're gonna. Oh, nice little catch there as well. Wonder how this pressure is going to be levied by NRG. The grubs have spawned, so there's the possibility of the trade of those neutral objectives here now that we have both on the board at the same time.
Nothing gonna happen just yet, at the very least, with the dragon.
He's still not level
and both
6.
junglers.
Still
Yeah,
a 2-level difference.
Sushi missed a lot of creeps this game. He's down 25 CS over that. And Cody really making him pay for it. I feel like ADC XP differential is not something we oftentimes see or talk about, but great awareness from Cody recognizing that PowerPoint. At the very least, for NRG, the wave is finally starting to bounce back towards them. Junglers have both reset, both gone back towards the top side of the map. So Grub's focus, at least maybe for now, at least looking that way for Dardoch. Kizno is crossing, potentially to make a play bot. There's a CCG ward on the dragon, so pretty good information on both sides about about the whereabouts of each other.
Yeah. Dardoch seems to know he's going to start up the grubs here. It was missing pinging the dragon.
Ooh, only 35.
But it's going to be the engage now. The arrow flashed out by only 35. He's still got his hands. The Cataclysm comes through, and there's no exit now that you don't have the flash. Sushi picks up the kill. Doesn't matter if he's so far behind on the XP. They still continue to find gold down in this bot lane.
Yeah, CCG, they knew Kizno was on that side of the map, but they didn't know exactly where. I think only 35 going to try to put down a defensive ward, not anticipating Kizno to have already arrived in his lane, or maybe anticipating that the dragon would be started off of NRG's bot push. Either way, ends up losing flash and giving over another kill to Sushi. That is really helping to keep this Ashe in this game. This looks like Dardoch made an attempt mid after doing the grubs, but no dice. So it's NRG coming ahead on the play with the additional kill on the objective trade.
I'm actually really glad that Sushi and Spica stopped their base for an extra moment there to help with the dragon, just in case it was going to take a little too long to give some room for Dardoch to come in. They will get the reset out, potentially a roam here by Spica, get out on the map, get some influence here. Zamudo starting to stack up in the top side, though, Hawk. He's got a pretty decent CS lead. He's already taken multiple turret plates up there.
Yeah, we've seen that the two guys here in the NACL that play this rec side really know how to use this counter pick. As Zamudo up CS and also just ignoring Fiji to farm his tower.
Okay, no, it's not enough. It was so close. He had like less than 10 health.
Well, obviously,
too,
for
pop
Aljun,
like that, that's gotta feel bad.
it would suck to lose the egg, but also you can use it as an extra HP bar in the lane phase, just to kind of let you overstay. As Zamudo,
he's taking turret shots, takes an extra one there, and does end up having to burn his flash to get away. So a couple burned here now. And potentially
Hey,
something to visit in the top side at least, Spica. For the double CC there, only 35 is going to get ran down. Encore goes wide, but the enchanted crystal arrow hits. Sushi going to stand tall, doesn't get rooted, goes into the vision. He's going to be out of here. He does end up securing his escape with the ghost, and now Cody's son is left out by his lonesome. Going to miss the flag and drag, but Kizno still slams him down with a sword.
Oh, this NRG bot lane is nice with it. We're going to ignore the encore from Spica.
They can't keep getting away with it.
Oh, it just went over my head right now. Oh, I just heard it. But Sushi, that was a really nice 2v2 from him, landing the arrow and just burning down only 35. And the flash out of vision to not let Cody finish him off. That was very well played. And despite the deficits in the CS and level department, Sushi and Spica showing their mettle as straight up only 35. He just walks up, tanks a slow. You can't do that in this lane. I do want to give credit to Spica for at least forcing Cody back at the same time, but that flash right there, Sushi, great understanding of the map state and also understanding he doesn't need to overstay to participate in this kill. He can let his jungler finish off Cody, who also only needed one more auto on his Spica. Can't find it on a knife's edge, but it's those kind of margins that decide games.
Yeah, and those kind of margins have made the difference for NRG. That's 2 plays in a row that Sushi has just stood in the face of the 2v2 and not slunk away, and it's come out the better for him. He's 3-1 now, and while he's still down in CS, the gold is negligible for him, and he'll have another Enchanted Crystal Arrow. He'll have these setup tools for his team, where NRG now have a leading hand in these next fights. They have so much setup CC.
So I'm just glad that our featured matchup is delivering. Every single kill so far this game has been in the bottom lane. Cody 1-1, Sushi 3-1, only 35-0-3. Definitely hasn't been the best game for him, and I have never seen a game be so much of a microcosm for how I feel about a young player as this game is for Sushi. Mechanical mastery, but also struggling just a little bit in some of the finer points when it comes to which waves to be contesting and whatnot. And it does mean that at the end of it all, we have a very even bot lane state of all things, but it's the solo lanes for NRG and their individual laning prowess. Mostly Zamudo and Mini being able to build up some nice CS advantages, and Zamudo tower plates for himself, meaning that NRG has a gold advantage at 14.
And let's be real, well, hey, we're going to that factor. 100% win rate, 100% win rate. The factor that I'm a little worried about for CCG is we've talked about it from the draft and probably going to hit on it a couple more times, but like this is a perfect state for NRG.
It is.
Like their comp becomes so terrifying the more items it gets. And it was a little bit on CCG to be proactive. They have scaling, they have options, but if you're taking a draft outright just on paper, I think you look at NRG's and it's a little bit of an Exodia comp.
Oh,
See if they can
big
crack
play.
that Exodia open. The left arm is taken away as Cody's son takes down Sushi.
Well, there you go. That's some of the proactivity, and that's what we wanted to see. We wanted Dardoch on the Xin Zhao pick to get out on the map with only 35 and try to make something happen. Finally, Xin Zhao makes his presence felt on the bottom side. A really nice flash slow followed through by the rest of the squad and shutting down Sushi, who continues to really pendulum swing this game back and forth.
We're gonna see another gank in the mid lane, though, on to find Mini this time. Dardoch gonna find 2 in a row, and that's a kill to the mid lane, and that's another pickup for CCG.
All right, well, welcome Dardoch to Summoner's Rift, who just did the classic solo queue, gank your bot lane, gank your mid lane, gank your mom, gank the dragon, maybe another fight in bottom. Aljun, he's here.
Kizno's gonna make it out. Sushi takes a huge chunk from the culling. 4 members strong. The wall.
He's
gonna stick Sushi. He's stuck. That is unplayable. There's no way. He had so much space, but his character could not move. Locked down, taken out. Another death to Sushi.
All right, well, that was absolutely filthy from Aljun, and CCG, they've more or less equalized this game. They went bot, they got a kill. They went mid, they got a kill. And then they went bottom and got another. Problem for them is they do get all the kills, but NRG is going to get the objective. Zamudo, that tower he's been working on all game, this top lane with no intervention from anyone. Up 40 CS, Now first tower of the game, Dragon getting worked down. Kizzo can't do any time. Dardoch level 11. Kizzo's gonna die for this.
Oh no! Dardoch smites it down to 1 HP. Kizno secures the deal, gets his second dragon for NRG.
And gets out, and Fiji came down. Oh no, CCG.
He got the TP.
Overgrouping a little bit. Okay, he is going to be able to get back top and answer Zamudo, but that's a lot invested from CCG to not get that dragon.
Oh, Aojun. Oh, they're waiting in the bush. They go for the Cataclysm play. Flash does end up being used.
Nice
Really good bush play from NRG to try to capitalize on the back end of the initial play. We do have the ADCs going to mid now. Rift Herald up, and Zamudo lurking behind CCG.
No angle for a play, though. Kizno on the bottom side has used the Cataclysm. CCG being up ultis means they will still be able to answer the objective trade. It's 100% Void objective control here for CCG, but NRG stacking up dragons. It's really the tower. That's the only main difference between the teams so far this game. Kills are back to even after the proactive play of Dardoch in the past couple of minutes. Farm as well, also a part of the story. Aojun has equalized after getting that kill onto Phi Mini. But Zamudo up a little bit more on Fiji than Cody is over his opposite number.
Zamudo is going to become a problem in the top side, though. They have not been willing to deal with it. There will be a monster up there. Almost 2,000 gold up with no kills just because of turret plates, just because of pressure and CS differentials. That's the kind of performance we expect from Zamudo, but now he might be answered to. I don't even know if Dardoch can make a difference up here. He's going to try to. Will be spotted out by the control ward Zamudo had put down.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the problem for CCG is I don't think there's really anything you can do. Zamudo, he got his R5 counter pick in a winning matchup against a tank, and he's playing it out really well. I don't think CCG can really invest resources, though, to try to bail out a Scion of all things, especially against such a safe champion like the Rek'Sai. It's just kind of a reality right now that they have to deal with, that Zamudo, you know, he's the monster screaming the loudest.
It's a terrifying scream when you hear it just randomly coming from your top lane. Dardoch was looking for mid. You do have the Rift Herald play, but they're just going to try to get it down low early. And you don't have any objectives for a little while, so it's really just looking for some of the standing gold for CCG to chunk back this lead. But the lead is by no means out of reach for CCG. But let's do some theorizing, some hypotheses. How does CCG deal with Zamudo? How does it work? What kind of chemical reaction do they need?
I think deal with Zamudo directly is not in the cards. They need to win.
Just let him play his own game.
CCG is in a good position to take a very strong team fight at the next dragon if NRG gives it to them. They're going to have 2 items on Lucian. They have the Rift Herald to make a play in for the mid lane turrets as well and get themselves priority over that objective. It's going to be one of their stronger item spikes in the game. And I think as has been the trend really throughout the games today, third dragon really going to be the opportunity for the slightly faster composition to try to break open the game. The problem is, though, I don't know if NRG is going to give it to him. And again, I don't think there's really a universe where it makes sense for CCG to invest significant resources into trying to chase down a Rek'Sai. I think their composition just isn't built to do it. Instead, they need to force him to team fight, and they just need to be better. That's what that's what Fiji picked Scion for, right?
Yeah, no, exactly. In the bread and butter. Oh, we got it, though. The Dusk and Dawn completed for Dardoch. The healing is immense on this Zinzao build. Yeah, see how you use it. Like, I'm not joking. You'll see him at like 200 health. He'll just proc, and he will be back to almost full. It's actually disgusting. So see if he actually gets a chance to use that here in this matchup. But Zamudo going to continue breaking. Oh, my God. So much damage to the turret there off the twofer. Almost takes it down completely. That's a tier 2 potentially falling at about 20 minutes.
Yeah, the barricade plus he's got the demolish and Zamudo. I mean, the way he's just played in these towers, just ignoring Fiji, it's really been intelligent stuff. And I think NRG is looking like they're not going to give this team fight around the dragon. Now, this is a little optimistic, but it's very sneaky here from CCG. They're indexed on the bottom side.
the blue plant did not find them.
Oh, this is very
They're
cute.
just gonna slowly take this down. The Rift Herald play is the focus of CCG, so there's no way they're coming up here.
I mean,
but how much does
CCG
NRG give?
They're playing completely logically, right? They probably think, oh, NRG, they're just on a reset, gonna just play for gold, give us the dragon. They don't know that NRG is doing the Baron, calling out exactly the stock standard sequence here, and they can two-man it because Rek'Sai can tank this ad infinitum, and you get the attack speed buff from the Jarvan. This is incredible.
Aojun finally gets an idea, but it's so little and so late. The pick is going to come in onto Fiji as well. There's 4 or 5 members strong up here.
Wow.
Zamudo gets the kill. The Baron goes over in 21 minutes. And NRG just exploded the game.
I mean, CCG in that sequence did everything correct, by the book, logically. They dropped the Herald mid. They took control of bot side for the Dragon fight. And NRG moved the map better. They use their winning Rek'Sai. They go for the Baron. They call out the stock standard macro from NRG. And they are now 3,000 gold in the lead with the Baron at 22 minutes. Incredible macro.
And Zamudo's right back to his antics. He already took the tier 2. He's working on an inhib tower now. I think there's going to be a reckoning to come when they have to deal with him. I mean, he's up almost a full item, if not a little bit more, over his opposition. Almost 3K in the divisional lead. Turret on the outside and mid does fall too. So more standing gold to NRG. And this Baron power play is going to be immense.
And they're looking for a dive on Aojun as well. He is alone.
They're just hungry for some
PPM
eggs.
if they want it.
How do you like it? Over easy, scrambled, or dead? Looks like that's going to be the final choice for Aojun.
Mazel, I think most eggs that we eat are actually already dead. So it could have been any of the above, really.
Could have been. You take your pick. It's like an all-you-can-eat egg buffet in the bot side for NRG.
Myself, I'm typically an over easy guy. I go to like one of those classic diners. I like to get like the sausage, like the pancake breakfast with like a side of sausage and over easy eggs. That's always the way to go, man.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Man knows like what he wants.
Yeah, exactly. What about you? What are you getting for breakfast?
That's a hard choice. I'm a big breakfast guy.
We got a breakfast enjoyer here.
It's crazy. We will be getting to the setup here for NRG.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so smart. It's like CCG played a common chess opening that everyone knows, the Spanish or something like that, and NRG just hit them with the Intercontinental Ballistic Missile Gambit. I mean, just like a very unexpected play that takes advantage of doing things by principle, by the book, and it's just incredibly intelligent. I'm really impressed by the macro and the shot calling for NRG. It puts them in prime position to win what was otherwise a very close game, with now a 5,500 gold lead. I don't think they're going to get too much more from this Baron, but I think a 4K Baron power play, you take those.
I'd say you'd be perfectly fine if you do. That being said, though, I struggle to see how CCG kind of makes it back into this one. I feel like, lacking of range in some regard, but lacking of the team fight potential that truly is the namesake of this draft from NRG. We said it outright from the beginning. They knew the hand that they were playing, and they knew they could play it well.
I think, honestly, bot lane just didn't quite win hard enough for CCG, right? They picked this Lucian to try to fight back against Sushi and Spica, but Sushi and Spica outplayed in at least the 2v2 all-ins. Now, Cody's son did a great job of playing around the waves, but if Sushi's able to pick up kills to shore up that gold deficit, it doesn't matter. If he doesn't get those, I think this is a very different game that we're looking at, but that is just not the world that we are living in. And NRG now with 3 items on their Ashe, 3 items on their Rek'Sai, almost 3 items on their Rise. They are arrived in this game with the spikes, and I just don't see how Lucian and Anivia can keep up.
Yeah, they got the limo to the red carpet. Is seeming what it's like for NRG in this game. Number one, again, NRG's final series. You heard it from Joey. They want to make sure they're ramping up into the playoffs. Positions like this and confident leads like this being closed out is the way that you do that. Zamudo got attempted on a gank by 3 members of CCG. It did not come up with anything for them, and he'll be just fine pushing in yet another lane in the side lane.
The jungle is very dark and full of terrors right now for NRG. Let me tell you. Ash Arrow could come out at any
Look at all
moment.
the red,
Sushi knows
man.
it.
Look, it's just everywhere. On top of the tunnels being there, but I'm mostly talking about the vision.
Zamudo does have quite the tunnel network. He could arrive to a play in mid really at a moment's notice. And CCG knows at this point in the game, 2 items on Spica, you can't really engage into NRG. It's going to be soul points. It's going to be a tier 3. I mean, what CCG kind of lost on the map right now.
They don't have many answers. Is the tunnel network like the League of Legends equivalent of the back rooms? Is it like,
you know,
is that where weird things happen?
Yeah, maybe it could be. It's dude, Zamudo's. I'm gonna go back to 40k. He's got his own webway right now.
Oh, true.
40K reference is Rek'Sai an Eldar?
I think he might. I think she might be. That is a tough place to be in. You could see that, you know, CCG is just kind of willing to give over that side of the map. They're going to try to work on the opposite side of Zamudo like they have been all game long. The fact that NRG are now on soul point of a Hex Soul just means that there is a bit of a timer for CCG now.
Yeah, I think the clock maybe has already been ticking for him, but I agree with you. Now it's like a really big one right in the middle of the screen, blinking red, counting down on him. I mean, Zamudo just took a tier 3, man. Like, he really is.
His game has been
1-0-0 and like carrying the game.
Insane lead. Like, that is the craziest thing about this.
He's out. Ooh.
Okay, gonna flash over the wall, and the Decimating Smash gonna still knock him up. It's the Glacial Storm, the CC chains. He's going to get Hysterics popped. 3 items, by the way. Gets stopped between the tunnel. He's going to have to go for the fight now. A gets taken down. Big shutdown to the Birdman. And that's Aojun getting killed with the Baron going in NRG's way. TP coming across. They want to desperately play for this one. Dardoch going to flash over. Doesn't get the smite. It's going to be Realm Warp escape time. As the, nice wall from Aojun, though. Wait. Slow them down a lot. TP coming in, but that's going to be pretty late. 5 Mini doesn't have any exit. Oh, it's Sushi stepping up now, too. TP's coming in means that there's body advantage for CCG. Cody Sun tries to go for the Wonder Play, but doesn't find it. Fiji tries to go on the Sushi, but doesn't find it. CCG just desperately reaching out their hands, trying to grasp onto something, Sushi. And it's Sushi that they find, dragging him down.
Okay, they do get 3 kills in trade for, actually only 2. In trade for the Baron. It takes them everything to try to kill Zamudo. They do end up getting Sushi on the backside. It's still a win for NRG, but at least CCG will buy them some time. It's something back for them. I think a really nice sequence there for Aojun. Able to still continuing.
Oh, but now it's their TP play. Zamudo comes across the line, and you immediately know the white flag's coming up for CCG. Zamudo finds an angle, only 35. This is the first time we're seeing him involved with his team, and he comes up with a big kill. He's going to get locked down city here. Kisno could get jumped on by Dardoch, but Dardoch is terrified as the damage from 5 Mini is raining. Zamudo, an excellent engage tool for NRG.
5 Mini is really strong. We've not talked about him that much this game, but handling the Rise of Nivea matchup with ease and chunking out Cody for half his HP with 1 overload on the bounce. That might be a tier 3. Aojun going to do everything he can to try to hang on to it, but I think it's only temporary. Fiji.
Gonna go on to Spica. Spica in some trouble here. Does have Sushi right behind him, though. Encore gonna come in. Hits on Aojun. The knockup comes through, though, and Fiji gets a kill. Shut down on the Spica. Engage now into 5 Mini. 5 Mini is down. The damage is starting to fall. Sushi doesn't have enough right now. The volley is gonna get the kill on the Fiji. Now they're gonna re-engage. Kisno thinking about going back in, but just getting pounded by the zombie. Now Sushi steps forward. Arrows reigning supreme. Another kill. Make it a triple kill for Sushi. They want to find a quadra. Are they gonna try to give it to Sushi as well? Aojun needs to find a way out, but he's got no mana, no saving grace, and Zamudo is coming for his head. Sushi looking to finish this one off, looking to go for this quadrant, gets slowed down. The turret shot! He's gonna get the shutdown again!
Oh, this game getting a little goofy as we get down the stretch. It's bedlam all around, but it's NRG that continue to maintain a lead. Zamudo gonna take an inhibitor almost certainly, unless Aojun Not going to be able to clear out the minions in time. Level 19 Rek'Sai will slink away through the webway. And it's 7,500 gold in the lead. Kizno, the only member still with Baron in hand. Very least for NRG, they were able to show that they've got some sauce in the team fights, but even with killing off 5 mini early, Sushi just absolutely styled on him.
Yeah, that was an incredible step up from him. Obviously, dying for it, but the moves, man, the moves. You can tell he's feeling himself today. This is just game 1 of the series, too.
I know. It's been such a high-level game already. NRG getting the better of CCG, but I think we've seen really good stuff from both teams back and forth, and I think if CCG had a draft that is more capable of dealing with these late game team fights, we'd be in for a banger as Nice Arrow.
Comes in, Crescent Guard used in desperation, get away from the play. Sushi takes a brunt of damage, and that's going to be pick on a Sushi. You got to be careful though. Zumudo is finding your backline. When you turn around, they are dusted. Zumudo in some trouble now. He's going to get some healing. The shield from the Sterix. The Encore comes through. Void Rush is going to be used. Double CC chain. Cody Sun is still firing away, but is it going to be enough? Decimating Smash is not, but it will be the kill as Cody Sun. 5 mini finds the backline, goes for the AoE. He's going to be bursted down. He gets knocked up. Dude, Cody! Fiji is having an insane fight right now. Cody Sun gets a triple, but it's Fiji that set him up for the alley-oop.
I need to put on my glasses, Lennon. I think I just saw double lift on the kite back as Cody somehow manages to stay alive. And now it's a 2v3 on the map once Sushi respawns. I don't think CCG will end. I don't even know if they can get an inhibitor once Sushi comes back up. It's only going to be the tier 2. But Soul Denial would be huge as NRG not able to close out the game. Fiji found Sushi and somehow the carry survived. Let's take another look. NRG starts the fight with the arrow, but look at Fiji into the backline. Sushi, no flash from the previous play, gets jumped on by the boys. And even though only 35 gets assassinated by the dive, look at how CCG groups up in the Aeojun Storm. All together, yes, it gets turned off, but they're forcing NRG to dive into the AoE, and it's only the front line and the supports that are dying for CCG. The damage is still always alive, and 5 mini, he sends it for broken to the backline. He doesn't get it, as Cody somehow manages to escape with his life and a triple.
And it cannot be understated how much damage that Glacial Storm was doing from Algae. Like, it hit for like 2 ticks and brought everyone down by like half their HP. Really coming into the damage profile for CCG, showing a little bit of life here in this game, number 1, that felt like it was out of reach. Now only 4,000 gold down.
And I am going to be critical of Mini in that fight. I see the vision to ult into the backline, but it feels like he sent it just a little too prematurely. He maybe started playing that one out more front to back, not allowing Cody and Aljun to focus fire into him. NRG might have had the health bars to carry it out. Instead, the game continues and the gold lead has shrunk drastically. Zumudo, though, still level 20, still very strong. Dardoch died. Dardoch died somewhere. He died.
Yeah, he did. 50-second death timer on that one, and now they're getting caught out in their own jungle. Flashes coming out, everything being used to try to escape. Cody Sun steps up. Aeojun is the one that gets the kill, though. Goes on a killing spree on this Anivia. They
they're on the wrong side of the rift.
Safe space now, though. They got to deal with this mid lane, and they got to get out of here. Looks like NRG is going to let them go.
I think Sushi dying saves the game. Sushi being dead means that NRG not going to really have an angle to pressure the base. Ping still onto the Baron. They have the rise to machine gun this one down. There's TP available on Fiji, who just hit level 20 in his own right. But no, it's not going to be contested. Baron to NRG, but the game somehow still in progress after it looked like NRG was going to cleanly close things out. For the last 10 or so minutes, we have gotten real goofy.
Showing why CCG has been in the upper tiers of the NACL, showing they have a fighting chance here as well. Some of their item differentials really being evened out here. Almost full items. We take a look at the picture-in-picture here, how Dardoch got caught.
Yeah.
Just not able to get away.
It's a bad death from Dardoch right there. Just walking up to a mid-wave that NRG was... I mean, maybe he's not expecting them to be playing it, but also I think you have to respect the threat of showing on vision and potentially getting Ash Arrowed in a place where NRG can follow up. Doesn't end up being the end of the world for CCG, as I think the Baron would have been difficult for them to contest regardless. But it does mean NRG still foot on the gas pedal. But Aojun fully scaled on this Anivia, and that's a big stun.
Yeah, I mean, that's a flash from Kizdo defensively. Trying to get away from the play. NRG going to be putting pressure on multi-lanes. They've got many super minions coming down the bot lane as well. The wall will just delay the inevitable, try to clear some of these minions here before they have to deal with the bot lane. Unstoppable Onslaughts hits onto 2. Fiji is kicking off the fight again. Fiji is helping set up CCG. Void Rush going to be utilized, but Zamudo just gets taken down. CCG stand strong together. Fiji is having an insane performance on this Scion in the late game.
The only weak side top laner, the true weak side top laner in the NACL. Fiji spent 25 minutes just putting the fries in the bag, watching Zamudo take his towers, take everything in this top lane 1 versus 1. But in these team fights, he somehow continues to find the carries. And now it's 5 Mini alone for 30 more seconds as CCG is pushing.
A 7,000 gold lead doesn't mean anything to CCG. We talked about the scaling, the comp difference for NRG, but it's CCG who mechanically execute NRG in NRG's final series. This is going to be the end of game number 1. CCG have pulled it back. Massive gold swing, and the tables have been turned. CCG with game number 1.
Unbelievable. CCG. Lennon, that's the second 7,000+ gold comeback
get that
we've
fan
seen
out there, Cody son. Get that
in
fan
24
out.
hours. That game was
Insane.
over.
Massive gold swing.
I think NRG wants that game back. I think they got a little too loose in their fight selection, and CCG, you gotta give them credit, found some really nice plays. And Fiji and Aojun, the solo lanes for CCG, after they were the reason they were losing in many ways. They didn't really win their lanes. Fiji was getting blasted by Zamudo in the side. Doesn't matter. They carried so hard in the team fight. And remember, all the way back when we were like, how do you deal with Zamudo? How do you deal with NRG? Group up in team fight and hope you just do it better. That's why you picked Scion, right?
Have Fiji
That's
run
why
his
you picked
face.
Scion.
Yeah, have Fiji run his face into Sushi over and over again. Sushi just biting those unstoppable onslaughts. An incredible mechanical performance from CCG to kick off this second series. We're going to see what they got for game number 2 after a short break.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Didn't win a title in 2 different tournaments. Two different ones. Huni. Oh yeah, personal MSI too.
I don't remember if Huni plays in NA actually. Maybe Core JJ?
2 different regions, Core JJ.
Wait, he for sure won in NA. Huni. I think it's Huni, I guess.
I'm gonna say Huni is the one fitting in. Oh.
I'm gonna say Perks doesn't fit that. I think he choked on C9. Oh, he won on C9.
Huni. Perks, or wait, no. Oh no, it's Core JJ, no?
I'm gonna say Core JJ. I think he only won Worlds.
Is it Perks? Core JJ.
Oh, one player that hasn't won 2 world titles. I say it's gonna be Duke.
I think it's Duke.
Really?
Duke. Oh, it's Mako. Oh, okay.
I think Duke.
This is cooked. I'm just gonna say Mako. I think Mako is like the only player I don't really know that much.
That's Mako. Mako.
Mako.
Is it Duke?
Mako.
3 consecutive world finals. I'm gonna give it to the imposter is Wolf here.
Bang, right? Wait, Benji. It's Benji or Benji?
I'm gonna say Bang. Benji. Okay.
I think Benji, right?
Bang.
I mean, I think it's Benji.
But actually, I'm just gonna say Benji. I don't know how to say his name. Benji.
It's Bengi.
Benji?
In 3 Worlds Finals? Is it Benji?
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need. Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back to NACL, presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Hawk and CCG. A miraculous comeback in game number 1. We said it would take an act of God. It would take a miracle. Well, miracles do happen, apparently. A 7,000 gold lead almost, whittled down to nothing, and a small little blip at the end to tell you who won the game there.
I mean, just an unbelievable comeback from CCG, and obviously a lot of eyebrows likely going to be raised towards NRG, who I think absolutely should have been able to close out that game. Not really many excuses to be found, but you got to give credit to the solo laners of CCG for their great team fighting. I think Cody was great throughout the game. Dardoch really coming alive when it mattered most for the squad, and I think despite even how big the gold advantage was for NRG, I said it during the game, very high level performance between the two teams. And I'm expecting that to continue. These two teams are clearly close to one another.
And that performance, I mean, Aojun in the fights was huge. A lot of unsung damage there in the AoE that he was providing. But Fiji, man, finding Sushi 2 times in a row. He was hitting every single decimating smash he could in the fights. And I just got to give props to a top laner who's really taken this league by storm. And being a little bit of a different take than the top laners we've seen as of late, and I appreciate that. CCG back on the blue side, going to be banning away the Varus, the Bard, and the Vi again. We do get NRG on that red side again. Orianna, Nocturne bans already.
And the question will always be where the priority ends up going. All of the strongest junglers are pretty much gone. Pantheon and Wukong are the skirmishers that we do still have available. After that, we would start going down the tier list that little bit. The strongest enchanters also gone. Karma, Seraphine, Bard. So something like, Lulu Yunara tends to go up in priority once those really strong 2v2s are out of the way. We've also already burned Lucian, so Lucian Milio not going to be available for either side.
And we do get the Pantheon for Dardoch. I always appreciate Dardoch on the Pantheon himself. I feel like always does have a leading hand. It's only been the first time this split, but definitely seen some great, at least decision-making power in his hands. And I think that's going to be the case again here, as we do get the Caitlyn pickup here. First pick for NRG. We'll see if they want to get the duo for it, if they want to go for a jungle matchup.
Yeah, I'm curious as well. I don't think they're under too much pressure to really pick a jungler. I could see Nico being a priority pick here for NRG. I think would also be a strong option for CCG if they did want to go towards it. Wait, that's real. What?
That is real. You get the Nefiri lock in for Kisno. So he said, I am tired of it. I'm just going to go for the carry potential.
Yeah, Kisno going for the Nefiri on 2. That is a spicy lock-in to say the least. This is a Kisno special. One of the champions that we have seen him perform very well on. Feels like it must be a prepared counter pick, something they want to try into this Pantheon if I had to guess, but it does mean that CCG can steal away this Nico should they wish. Ezreal also looking strong on the board. Jhin has been a popular answer into the Caitlyn as well.
I do wonder what they want to go with. Cody Sun was playing with a little bit of heat in that game number 1. It didn't work out for him early, but it really worked out for him as time went on as well. We'll see if they do end up wanting to go with a little bit of a safer niche for the bot lane, as it will be the Ezreal locked in alongside that Nico.
So what's NRG going to take? Anivia's gone. That's been a popular pairing with the Caitlyn. They don't have Nico. They don't have Karma. What lane bully do they want to pair with this? It's almost certain to be a range champion. No Bard. Nidalee's available. If they wanted to go back to the Nidalee, we're just going to go Rumble. So they get Zamudo on his Rumble, which we've talked a lot about how strong we think this champion is and how strong we think it is specifically in Zamudo's hands. NRG, I think they're hiding something. There's no reason they haven't picked their support yet if they're not hiding something.
Okay, I'm here for it. Maybe they're going with that spice that we were foreshadowed to by Joey earlier. I'm just gonna say though, the Rumble immediately makes me. I'm not going to buy into it, but it immediately starts making me think about Game 3. That's all I'm saying. Like Zamudo's really damn good at this pick. It is just 1 out of 5 though. See what the rest of the pieces are going to be. As CCG, they banned away the Senna just in case, and the Cassante was the ban by NRG.
I mean, again, there's only so many range supports that are left. I think NRG right now trying to force Fiji on the Ornn.
Ban.
Yeah, there's. I mean, it makes sense. So what does Spica got? What does Spica got for us, right? We might just get a blind pick here for Mini as well. Something like the Aurora, still available, still very strong. Would be a strong champion also in the hands of CCG, so wouldn't mind seeing that one denied. I think an answer like Annie could make a lot of sense for AO June if that was the direction they wanted to go.
You wonder. Still power picks
Aurora,
available, obviously,
okay.
as the Aurora
I'm expecting
is going to be
Annie.
locked in. See if you get your wish here.
I think it's Annie Ornn. I think it's Annie Ornn, and you're very happy here if you're CCG.
Yeah, Ornn not banned away, or is banned away, rather.
Oh, yeah,
so
well,
wouldn't
thank
be
you,
able
thank
to-
you.
Wouldn't be able to be there. Still something
Then
tanky, though, I'm sure.
What do you go for then if you're Fiji? I mean, could it be Singed? Like, I don't
played
actually
Skarner
know
top?
what
You had the
Fiji
Gragas?
has for this. Annie makes sense. We
Here's
anticipated
your
that.
Annie.
I think I've predicted the entire draft for CCG so far, but I don't know what this last pick's going to be.
They're playing with the idea of potentially having.
It might be
that
something we've
Nico
not seen. No, it is
go in
Skarner.
There's the
Okay.
Skarner! So Fiji pulling out the Skarner again. That'll be 2 times now in the split. Little smiles coming out from some members in NRG. Now, Spica, what do you have for us?
I mean, they're hiding something. There's no other explanation why they've drafted this way.
Look at this smile. Look at that smirk.
There's no way
Got
they
something.
waited that long to just pick Caitlyn Morgana, right?
I mean, Morgana's not necessarily played that much in competitive right now. It's still one of the strongest duos that Caitlyn had come up with in the Caitlyn Morgana combo. First pick of the split here, and the Morgana support comes out for Spica.
I don't like this draft from NRG. Their only hard CC is Morgana route, and I just feel like they gave up so much to try to get this R5 Morgana, but like, I don't know, it's an old school pairing. They could have just picked it earlier in the draft. They do at least have a lot of playmaking, a lot of damage on their side, but I feel like CCG can kind of just team fight them. A lot of lockdown, a lot of tankiness, enough damage to get through a composition that doesn't have any frontline. And it doesn't feel like this Caitlyn Morgana is really that crushing into Ezreal Nico. Still plenty of range and damage that CCG can fire back to at least play a stable game. I'm going with Overcooked here.
I'll give them the benefit of the doubt, though. They cooked yesterday and he came out on top. We'll see this time around. The Black Shield has a lot of implications into this comp because CCG
cooked against. They also cooked against.
Hey, we're
CTG.
talking about recency bias, all right? We're talking about recency. But the CC that is available for CCG, the team fight setup right now for them, when they go in to find either picks or just lockdown, there is so much for NRG to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I said it yesterday. It's a hands check comp for NRG. Maybe they can just do it again. I mean, they built a very impressive lead off of some great individual play last game. Maybe this time they won't throw it, but I just feel like compositionally they do not have the same answers. And CCG, this time around, if they go to the team fights, I think they're going to be very happy in that environment with the champions that they have drafted for themselves. So let's see if NRG can just plow through these lanes and try to full court press this game, or if CCG going to be able to take good 5v5s.
2 Ezreals are better than 1, is what CCG is saying now. As we get down to it, it will be the same side starts for both junglers going down towards this bot lane earlier on. Anything that piques your interest in terms of the runes here? Got the Deathfire touch yet again for Zamudo's Rumble. The double electrocute mid lane too.
Everything makes a lot of sense, really. Fiji going for the Comet is, I guess, a little interesting. you know, going to try to harass out Zamudo from this lane, but I don't think it's not the spiciest thing in the world. This was like old Skarner top, back when it was really oppressive, would go Comet, spamming out the W and the rocks. Comet, I think, generally considered by most people to be a little bit stronger now after the changes.
Very curious if they can try to keep Zamudo down. We say it so much. Not only is Rumble just super strong, but in Zamudo's hands, it feels terrifyingly so. And then we got to also take a side-eye look at this bot lane and see how the early 2v2 is going to be going. Caitlyn and Morgana can be so oppressive if you start getting the CC chaining down with the Dark Binding, with the traps. That's going to need to get those levels in for NRG to put that pressure on.
Something I'm also very curious about with the Skarner pick is last time it was picked into Renekton. So is this a prepared good counter pick into the Rumble? Or is this just a tank that Fiji likes to play when all of his other tanks get removed? I think something that we can kind of learn from this game, as so far it looks like Zamudo is in a nice position in the lane.
Doing a good job with the poke of the Electro Harpoons there too. It's something kind of the back and forth that's probably going to be the case in that top lane for a very long time, as we did end up getting the opposite sides for Dardoch and Kisno, who are going to be coming to an end here. Maybe a little bit of a stomp off in top side. Oh, 90 caliber net forward from Sushi, and Sushi's feeling himself once again, putting pressure on Cody-san at only 35. I will say Cody-san made the smart decision, knowing that it was going to be an oppressive lane. He took the TP, so he'll be right back.
Yeah, still going to have that one forced out. Going to miss a few of the creeps right here. Really nice trade pattern there from Sushi. Just able to find good damage off of the root from Spica. This is why Caitlyn Morgana has been the classic combo for this duo down on the bottom side.
Always love to see the differences, at least, in being able to come out with new duos in the bot side, especially Spica. Just trying to find his groove. I love it because you hear some of the appreciation Joey has for Spica learning how to play support, and obviously like coming into his own with some of the picks that he's willing to bring. And I think that's a shade for the support role that Spica can really bring to his own, right? Like being able to change the meta a little bit to make you a little bit more comfortable is going to feel really good for a guy with his experience, his veterancy, his game knowledge that's not just used in lane.
We'll see if NRG is able to convert it into a larger advantage, getting that TP out from Cody. CS relatively even so far. Something I do want to point out, Mazel. Last game, FiMini lost his first game of the NACL 2026. As all of NRG's losses beforehand had come with 0. So a pretty remarkable feat here from CCG. Not even Maryville was able to take a game off of FiMini, as another massive trade. Okay, Sushi and Spica.
Caitlyn, something that if you get the combos right, I don't know if there's another feeling like it in League of Legends. And they'll keep the pressure down there. Luckily, you know, CS is still going here or there, but I'm going to check in now that we're getting second paths from the junglers, which side, I guess, in seeing who needs to be a little bit more active. I do love to see Kisno going for an early dragon here.
Yeah, utilizing that bot lane priority. Might as well take it. Nefiri definitely does these objectives very effectively as well early on into the game. A lot of damage, a lot of clear speed on this champion. Kisno will definitely be pretty strong later on. I think so far things are going according to plan for NRG. They're winning in the lanes that they want to be winning in. Zamudo up quite a bit on Fiji, despite the Skarner counter pick.
I want to see what it does. I'm just so itchy. I mean, I know we've seen it already one time, but this time into Zamudo's Rumble. Like, will it be the answer that they're craving? It's a nice combo. Tries to get the 90 caliber net. Gets the shot there too. Not going to have the kill, but did have the trap underneath. Love to see that utilization from Sushi and Spica, who just continuously press on Cody-san at only 35.
Yeah, that's a third route now from Spica in this lane that has just really put the beat down. Flash and heal getting forced, and only 35 taking a base. So pretty big stuff from NRG. And I mentioned in the draft, I thought FiMini maybe getting looked at. Should be fine.
Yeah, I don't have Tibbers for Eojin.
Yeah, I thought that CCG, their bottom lane might have had the sauce to be able to keep up with this Caitlyn Morgana, not fall too far behind. And I'll give Cody credit. He's actually staying pretty even in CS, but pressure advantage is definitely going the way of Sushi and Spica at this point.
And Kizno maybe wanting to find a way to play around that in some regards, but so far a pretty quiet game from both junglers. I expect that to change a little bit soon as grubs are coming up about 1:15. Pressure on the top side is going to be extremely important for both. Fiji losing out on that matchup just a bit. The CS starting to grow for Zamudo.
Yeah, I would call 25 CS in 7 minutes more than just a bid. Zamudo is beaten up right now on Fiji. So I think I'm going to go with the latter side of the theory, which is this is not necessarily a Rumble counter pick. It is a I need to play a tank, and Cassante, Ornn, and Sion are not available pick.
Astute observation, my friend.
Yeah.
Very astute. Dardoch?
That's why they pay me the big bucks,
Right.
you know?
True. Oh, the play, the Tibbers, the stun chain, and I called it from draft. That is CCG's bread and butter.
Yep, not much you can do about that one as Phi Mini, other than stare at a gray screen and come back to lane. No TP, though. Means it's not only first blood, but wave denied. And this is why I like what CCG is bringing to the table. They have so much ability to just remove these squishy members of NRG at a moment's notice.
And it's down to execution, but when you see plays like that, it's just perfectly done. And man, that's going to give them a little bit of a heads up at the jungle position. Love Pantheon getting the snowball as another root's going to connect. The all-in coming in from Kizno and the bolt over Peacemaker to get the final kill, the last final shot onto only 35. I love that Kizno tried to go for Cody's son. Didn't come up with anything there, but they will get pressure on the bot side now. Things coming out from Dardoch towards the Rift Herald, though.
All right, well, that is NRG opening up a distinct advantage in the lane that most needs it for them this game. So a nice look from Kizno answers the play from Dardoch in mid and keep things very competitive. But Dardoch, as you say, going to be able to get the grubs for his trouble. So CCG, I think, still very happy across the board about the last couple of sequences.
And looks like he will be left to his own to get the grubs as well. And means that we'll just have that continued trade, honestly, from last game with the top side versus bot side neutral objectives. CCG really like their Void, apparently. I don't know what that entails, but they really like it. And I think the grubs can't come back.
They're brooding. They're very dark and mysterious.
Brooding. It's a interesting tagline for CCG, the dark and brooding team of the NACL.
They're actually just the emo team. That's what we're going to know them as now. Honestly, someone should start that team. I'd be a fan. I know other people would.
Yeah, same. Me right here. I would be a fan. There's a little thumbs up for Phi Mini to make it out of that mid lane. Gonna TP back as well, and a little bit quiet on the storm here, as it has been for the other game in this series. What a boon it would be for CCG to take down NRG in their quest for these final pushes of wins. NRG also still pretty good stakes in this game with the first place, but it's going to be a side lane attempt by Dardoch. It's going to be the equalizer in return by Zamudo, and a back comes through ready to TP into the top lane.
Yeah, good avoidance from Zamudo. Good look, though, from Dardoch. Ends up just being a trade of ults. Flash burn, though, does mean it's very re-gankable. Next Dragon, however, coming up in about 10 seconds. And I think this is where I am really looking at potentially a big play. Only 35 does have the flash back. Eoju, no flash.
Whoa, Kizno finds the solo kill on only 35.
Only 35 must have just face-checked the dog, and that guy has a Voltaic Cyclosword completed. So, I mean, CCG clearly was wanting to fight for this objective, but a bit of disrespect, mispositioning maybe coming through from their support, and it just means that NRG, they're going to get a kill, and they're going to get an objective for free.
And this kind of lead is so terrifying for NRG, but so was the last one. I'll just say that. 7,000 gold up, but a little bit of a different game plan here for NRG this time around. Kisno definitely a lot more in the driver's seat of his own ambition here. Second dragon is secured. We will have a mountain soul on the rift, so might behoove CCG to try to start taking some of those with the tankiness, and would be nice on their squad. But now we have those first items. You said the Volcanic Cyclosword, but we do have the Hex Optics completed for Sushi, so gonna have some good damage there. You also have the Sundered Sky for Dardoch.
NRG, I'm gonna give them credit. They're really playing well with this composition so far. Still have questions as to where we'll be come the team fights, but we did mention before the series. Oh, Zamudo, no flash, he's dead.
Eojun gonna be here too with the Tibbers. Not enough damage. Zamudo is down. Big pick in the side lane for CCG.
Honestly, respect to the Zamudo for trying to fight that one out and trade out 1-for-1. Just doesn't quite have the damage through all the CC that CCG brings to the game. Call them crowd control gaming, this game.
I like it. Pun absolutely intended. Thank you for that.
Exactly.
Do wonder if it's going to pan out for them. Still a decent map advantage for NRG and some of the plays they've been able to do. Some picks are going to be available, and especially now that we're getting another move from Kisno to try to be proactive on this Nefiri. Will Fiji take the bait? We'll have to wait and tell. He's going to go in. Kisno trying to go with the Darkened Daggers just to lead, get some of that bleed going. Dogs on him. Nothing else going to come of it. Now Dardoch with a counterplay potentially, as the back will be initiated by Kisno, so nothing else.
Dardoch just sitting there seeing if he needs to ult. Doesn't need to commit to the counter gank prematurely. I think not really much threat there for Fiji. As long as he has his flash up, should be pretty hard to take down, as June is starting to get pretty strong. He is the only lead for CCG, but also one of the larger ones in the game.
That's going to feel pretty good on the Annie. Again, you have a direct hand in how a lot of these fights get played out anyways, so being able to have a little bit more resources your way, it's going to feel pretty good. Not that far heads and above his opposition in 5 mini. Item spikes nonetheless coming through for them. And we have CCG's next favorite thing on the menu. About 1 minute and 25 seconds for that Rift Herald on the top side. Again, they really love. Oh, Zamudo, you have overextended yourself, and now Fiji looking for a solo. That's going to be the equalizer.
Whoa!
Fiji! The weak side top lane ain't weak no more. Solo Bolo!
All right, you know what? Maybe I was a hater too quickly on the Skarner for Fiji, as he goes for the flash, the pushback, the impale, and the dunk as he throws a rock into Zamudo's face. A exceptionally rare solo kill onto Zamudo. I cannot even remember the last time I saw one.
That's a 40 CS differential too. Cody-san unfortunately going to be brought low. TP coming in from Eojun, trying to go for Kisno, trying to go for the flash play. Doesn't have the CC, does have Tibbers though, and it's not enough. The bleed is enough to get Kisno and 5 mini the combo kill, and that's an unfortunate series of events for Eojun.
Wait a minute, maybe NRG starting to show some sauce with this comp. They can just outplay Eojun. TP's in to try to cover the dive, but I think Cody was always set to die. And once he arrives, trying to chase down onto Kisno, but he had no stun. So Kisno is able to contribute to the play. Opts to just re-engage it, maybe trade himself out for 1-for-1. I don't even know if Kisno thought Kisno would live, but he did. So we can get another look. I think it's a very optimistic notion that CCG would be able to get their 80 carry out of that 2v1.
I mean, if he had the stun, he just didn't have the stun.
So low, yeah.
He literally died with the stun still up.
I mean, Eojun had to dump his whole combo to get the stun in the first place. But that is definitely a feels bad. Even one more stack on the passive and he probably gets him. So definitely a tough look for Eojun right there. And like I said, I think Kisno, like when he chose to go back in, I don't even think he thought he would live, but he did. And NRG now 2,000 gold in the lead. The hands check composition. You know what? Step 1, gather a gold lead. They've done it.
True. That's all you really need. It is going to be, though, CCG putting up a bit of an effort into this dragon. They don't want to give NRG the decision-making power of having soul points. So they want to make sure they can get into this river and contest this objective that's coming up in 15.
and this is where we're going to have to see something, right? Can NRG in the 5 versus 5 with the composition they have a lot of damage. So if they are able to find the priority targets, they absolutely can. But CCG, they've got a nice front line. They've got a lot of CC. How does NRG approach this fight? Are they able to find anyone isolated?
And even Kisno walking in there doesn't get pounced on because Dardoch wants to go back for it. Only 35 with the double. It's going to be Dardoch flashing over the wall, and they've already gotten down one. They're going to try to take more, but Aojun gets taken down by 5 Mini. Now it's Sushi also free firing on the side here. Dardoch getting a little bit low. They've already lost 2 members, only 35 Aojun. That means Dardoch is next to fall. Ace in the hole, not enough, and it's not enough either with the weirding. And that's going to be the Dragon reset. A big play by NRG on the bot lane.
All right, well, these two junglers are simply escape artists. First, it's Kisno that gets out on a sliver, and now Dardoch ends up being a 1-for-2 in the favor of NRG, but no objective taken makes it a fairly Pyrrhic victory as Fiji is Can't kill him.
Close. About 30 CS differential. Now we'll take a look back at this one.
Yeah, I think this is just too deep for only 35. Aojun's just a little too far, and so the follow-up doesn't quite come through at the same time. And while Kisno does get blown away, Spica and Sushi are able to kite it out, and 5 Mini with the nice flank position means he can re-engage onto CCG after a lot of those tools are blown. I don't hate the idea. CCG, they definitely do have the tools to blow up individual targets, but it was just a little too much.
There's the individual target right there. True Shot Barrage makes it so. Only 35 finds a pick. A little bit of a setup, though, as unfortunately Aojun steps onto a trap, and the Cupcakes bite back. Sushi going to flash out. There's going to be all the CC, though, thrown at him by Dardoch. Dardoch waiting for the execute, misses it, steps onto the trap, and Sushi Masterclass initiated. It's a level 400 class, and I hope you're ready for it. A double kill comes through for NRG's carry, and all of a sudden, NRG are off here in Game 2.
Oh my word, there is no way Sushi survives there. Dardoch and Cody committing in onto him, but Cody misses a Mystic shot that probably would have spelled lethal. 90 caliber net back out of the Comet Spear as well, and Sushi somehow spaces it out, gets a double kill. He is now 5-0-1, up 2,500 gold individually. Soul point for NRG, and you know what, Mazel? They might just be far enough ahead where this comp, I think it could just work.
Come on, we knew this was going to be a 3-game series. We knew it was going to be a 6-game day. The full distance covered in the day here so far, if NRG can continue closing this one out. Definitely looks like a much more stable lead, even though 7,000 gold last game was a pretty stable lead in and of its own. It just feels like the comp is more flexing the muscles this time around for NRG. And Kisno has definitely taken this one by storm. I feel like he's been leading the charge in a lot of these, kind of putting his body on the line, but also coming up clutch with them. Yes, he died in that last fight, but it's still those moments that are set up by him. I think that's a huge praise going over to him as they stabilize this series potentially.
And amazingly, NRG is doing this without a lead from Zamudo. So often he's been one of the biggest proponents of their gold advantages. But it's Kisno, it's Mini, it's Sushi. Sushi is continuing to have a brilliant series. I do think for Kisno and Mini, they played well in game 1, but maybe not well enough. Good laning from 5 Mini, but perhaps not enough impact in the team fights. So it's nice to see them also leading the charge alongside their AD carry, not giving the youngster all the glory.
CCG barely doing the Rift Herald in time before it despawned for Baron. They did get it, though, so still 100% topside neutral objective control from CCG this series. And that means they'll have the Rift Herald play available to them to crack some of these outer towers that are still standing strong, especially in mid lane.
So one of the things here for CCG is we have praised Fiji as a rookie, his understanding of what waves to drop, when to connect with the team. We've not really seen that so far this game. Fiji has yet to get involved on this Skarner, and he was given some resources in the early game. He is the only one that is really keeping up individually with his opposite number. So I would like to see,
even then he's down 40.
Yeah. I would like to see if Fiji is able to get involved in some of these team fights, provide some frontline, because I do think that has been part of the problem is without the front line, CCG, they may have the crowd control advantage, but it's not much more.
Speaking of precision, the precision play presented by Philips Norelco One Blade, Sushi is on one.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to commit to this as Cody's son, you have got to hit that last Q. Yes, Sushi had the barrier, but I think it's lethal with an extra auto attack. Instead, Cody had to walk away, and then the spacing on the back end from Sushi is just nuts. Great re-engage as well from Kizno, and I mean, they're just mechanically outplaying.
They are indeed off the back of Sushi, the Wonder Star carry here. The brightest names coming up in Tier 2. It's been a pleasure to watch him grow. It's honestly a pleasure to watch him alongside Spica after he subbed in for New Year Airport last year, but also still having some of that built-in synergy. It's funny, you talk to all the players, especially when you do interviews, but also questions outside of the games, and Sushi is always a name that comes up where good mentality and good vibes are had.
Man, I gotta say, Lennon, I'm thinking about right now, we got a little award at the end of the regular season. Let's hold that thought. Zamudo might be a target.
He's going to try to run away. Tibbers comes out. Oh, got the CC chain. Okay, he got it, but
Counter
double TP now coming in. And look, all of NRG are streaming up here. Oh, no, only 35 misses the Pot Blossom combo. Zamudo in trouble. How does he get grabbed by that? Fiji had the extendo arm, and now it's the Estal's impact into the wall. 5 minutes down. Solo laner's gone for NRG, but the big ticket, Sushi, is still alive.
5v3, though, could still be very difficult to play. This is Fiji's first time involved with the team, and look how tanky he is.
I mean, Cody Sun's landing the shots. Grand Starfall coming in. Sushi is black shielded, but he should just go down anyways. This time, the spear finds its mark. Shutdowns across the board, and oh no, Hawk, it's looking like game number 1.
There's the team fight. There's the 5 versus 5. Fiji leading the charge alongside Dardoch. NRG can't kite it out well enough. They get a 4-0 in the favor of NRG. Herald summon, but no Baron take. So it's the gold lead gone. Only 400 now for NRG, but CCG has got to redeploy to deny this soul with Kizno still down.
What a momentum shift there. The shutdown from Sushi goes over. Everything goes up. Fiji got Nocturne ulted. That was so chaotic. And it just means that CCG are going to try to up the ante here. It is a dead even game all of a sudden. Another lead that NRG has inexplicably lost.
That one may be a bit more explicable as I think it's just good team fighting from CCG. I see the idea of the collapse from NRG. They are strong, but Sushi and Spica just a little too slow to get there. And Fiji and Dardoch are doing such a great job of frontlining. But I do agree with the sentiment that NRG for the second game in a row could potentially lose after an early game lead. Mazel, coming into today, they had an 100% win rate if they were ahead at 15 minutes.
They did. And now?
And now it could be 2 games in a row where CCG comes back.
And it's, I mean, the pressure isn't, you've secured the setup for NRG in the standings, right? First place would be awesome. But in all reality, like, they are in playoffs. This is still their last series. Like, you don't want to go into playoffs, even if you get the bye, on a cold note. And, you know, after the win yesterday, you could feel still some hesitancy in the team saying, you know, we wanted to still clean things up. And so far, they have not been able to right the ship.
We'll say NRG still in a decent spot for the bye, just based off of the fact that they have head-to-head still over Maryville and Supernova.
For sure.
Where the other 2 teams in contention as Dardoch, he is the strongest member. He got a lot of that shutdown gold, and he gets found. Zamudo, he's fast.
He's a quick little guy. I mean, he's got a mech. He's going to feel pretty... Oh, look at the flank. Is there a potential move? They have a control ward up there.
So
Aojun.
unhinged from Aojun. Oh my goodness. But he's not gonna send it until the team's ready to commit.
I love it though. They're trying to bait up. Aojun does potentially have a game.
Oh, Zamudo is so pinched if they want it. Zamudo is so far
Look
up.
at this. Look at this. They're coming around the corner. Grand Starfall coming in. Fiji sets it up. It's Sushi that they try to go for. They miss the engage there. Kizno going to run away now. CCG a bit split on how they entered this fight. But Sushi is now disconnected from his team. 5 minutes trying to get over there. But Sushi, who started off 5-0, will end up now 5-2. 2 deaths in a row.
CCG, like a heat-seeking missile for Sushi. They go for the crazy flank, but they ignored every target and just ran at Sushi. And here's the compositional problem for NRG. How do you frontline for your Caitlyn? You can't. How do you stop this Skarner? How do you stop this Pantheon from getting to him? I don't think they can do it.
Fiji started that fight by himself. Like his whole team was focused on a completely other side of the fight, but he is so tanky and sets up so well that it doesn't matter.
And I think the bigger story is not only did they get the kill, which obviously is important, but they get both the summoners off of this Caitlyn. So Sushi not going to have those up for a potential soul fight. We get the mid lane tier 1 as well. That's going to afford CCG a lot of ability to start fighting back for map control, especially on the top side. And I think NRG's composition for me is running out of gas.
Seems to be the case. They really wanted to be in a snowball potential. They really wanted to have Zamudo in a good place. But now it is Dardoch who's taking center stage to kick off this huge series against NRG, arguably one of the best teams in the league. And we've been waiting for this matchup for a while. See if CCG can hang. So far, they absolutely can.
TP in from PG as well. He understands the assignment. Just group and we
Just
win.
throw my body at him.
He's level 17.
Equalizer in a really good spot here. Dardoch's going to block a decent amount. He's going to have to run away, though. I think CCG want to get back. Oh, Aljun? Okay. It was close. It was close. Black Shield is there, though. I like the attempt. A little bit of a swing and a miss.
Aljun. Good Black Shield
in practice.
From Spica. It doesn't honestly matter that much, though. I mean, obviously, Flash Tibbers ahead of Dragon, not great to lose. But we saw they threw down the equalizer, did NRG onto Dardoch, but there's no CC. I can't keep him there. Spica missed the binding, and that was all she wrote. NRG, you can still see the struggle.
Yeah, indeed. As I think that's one of the troubles here, as cleanly executing these next fights. I gotta say, though, NRG still on a really nice setup here, potentially for a Mountain Soul. About 30 seconds till that fight kicks off here. We've got third item spikes everywhere. Aljun is just a little bit behind. Doesn't look like he's going to get the reset for the fight, so he is just stuck with what he's got, but so is 5 Mini.
That is a very risky path for Zamudo to take when he has no flash. Definitely engage target on that Rumble. No Zonias yet either. Sushi, remember, no flash from the earlier play.
Tough position to be in as well. They're still so tanky, though. So much poke is landing, but Fiji only losing smidgens of his health, and now they want to split it. Look, the NRG are getting split between the middle. Kizno is forced to get away. Pop Blossom goes through, but it's not enough. They've lost their front line a little bit. They've lost some of their engage, and now NRG, they're hunting. Spica goes for the flash play. He's going to connect on Fiji. Fiji needs to try to get out, but the Tibbers comes back. They burn down Sushi, but Sushi doesn't go down. Kizno gets the resets here now, and CCG have fallen apart ahead of the Soul. Dardoch will fall. Double kill to Kizno.
CCG, they beefed the engage, and this time, Zamudo and Kizno and Faimini, they're able to layer their ultimates. Only 35 gets blown to hell by the squad, and Sushi, the prime target, survives. So NRG, they get a Mountain Soul, and just like the last game, it's not over yet. You can take another look. CCG trying to play high on the mid wave. This is all correct, but where exactly does it get crazy? Dardoch flashes it onto Kizno, but he's not really the best target. And look at the Soul Landers on the side. They just kill only 35 on their counter engage, and they get so much damage off. So much value from their ultimates, and NRG is just able to run them down after that point, knowing they have the health bar lead.
And that is a really triumphant comeback in the face of adversity by NRG. Now they have the Mountain Soul. I mean, that makes it so much easier to survive these all-ins from CCG.
Maybe looking for a play. Aljun, he's got a base, but he's not going to be able to. No TP, he's dead.
Yep, he is gone. Sent between worlds by FiMini.
Good find by Mini, and now that's going to be 45 seconds that Aljun is not available for the defense. Should at least be the mid and bottom lane tier 2 towers falling. We'll see if they're able to get anything more. As Caitlyn Morgana with a Baron in hand, this is where the champion thrives.
Man, that damage on the turret as well. The Baron is in hand, and they're going to be taking down turrets left and right, pushing multi-lanes here. Back off a little bit, potentially just flag down towards this bot side. As you see, the push is coming through from FiMini. CCG desperate to find an answer here, just to hold on while this Baron siege is incoming.
Mini's almost on Rabadons as well, so he's gotten really big off of the back of a couple of nice team fight performances for himself.
Aljun is up. Almost has
the flash back up in a few seconds. Yeah, exactly. Sushi does have his. NRG has all of their important ones. Zamudo's is about to come back
Grand
up.
Starfall, they're going for the 4 side of the play. It's going to be everybody on the Spica. Spica's down now. Pop Blossom isn't going to land. Zamudo looking for a bit of a flank. Has the equalizer, lays it down like a red carpet for NRG, and Sushi is the star of the show. As the flashes come through, the cameras are bright, and NRG look to even up the series here. It's looking like a massive permanent damage buff here in the bot lane, as the inhib turret is gone in both bot and mid.
But it's not going to be the game. CCG, they will survive. Almost certainly with their base in tatters. 4,500 gold now the lead. As Zamudo, he does have flash, he's fine.
They just don't have the damage. I mean, the Mountain Soul's doing so much work right now for NRG. Any of the rebuttals from CCG just don't strike as true when you're so tanky.
And I've got to say, I think this series has been a bit of a struggle for Only 35.
Yeah.
In the first game, the lane phase just wasn't really there, I think, compared to everyone else. And now in the second game, that's a couple fights in a row where the Pop Blossom has just not gotten any value, and it's really hindered CCG's team fight, especially with how much damage NRG can fire back. Well, PG are a big frontline. They can't do it entirely on their own. They need the CC to land onto some of these carries.
That gold grab, man. Holy cow. Came back from the brink, and now we're back at the brink. Still about a similar gold lead.
Nothing makes sense. You know?
Up is down.
Up is down. Left is right. Cats and dogs living together.
I mean, that could
NRG and
always be
CCG
true.
throwing
That's
gold
not
leads.
that crazy. Didn't you ever see that show, Cat Dog?
No. Can't say I did, actually.
Okay. Well.
There's a great, I think it's from the movie Meatballs. There's a great Bill Murray monologue where he's talking about, like, brimstone raining from the sky, cats and dogs living together.
You ever see the movie
Meatballs?
Cats versus Dogs? They're like that weird, like, spy animal
Oh,
thriller.
I know what you're talking about. I never saw it, but I do know what you're talking about.
God, man, we're getting all the old references.
Sushi!
Big Pop Blossom, but he flashes. Really nicely done by Sushi to get away from that one. And now NRG feel comfortable moving forward. That equalizer going to set a line, draw one in the sand, as it's the final lane that needs to be pushed in by NRG. Pick. BG almost swipes through to get FiMini, but can't do it.
All right, that was a cool flank from Only 35, but unfortunately it's just flash or flash off of the enemy ADC. Does make Sushi vulnerable to the next engage. He's got to be careful to avoid that one, but how do you defend with no ultimates and a Caitlyn bearing down?
BG might be tanky, but he's still nothing. Oh, they're going to Sushi. Sushi's executed. Shutdown goes over to Cody Sun. Cody Sun is free firing, but now you got the resets coming through. Kizno looking for more kills. Gets the GA out of Dardock. Now Zamudo looking to make his name known here. He's going to be burning alive here now as well. Only 35 can just stand and watch while his team gets taken down to size. Cody Sun still firing mystic shots left and right, but will it be enough? TP coming into the base. Zamudo, he's going to go for the end.
Zamudo's trying to backdoor, but Cody and Only 35, they are full HP. Pop Blossom up in just a couple of seconds. NRG, 4-member strong. What was that Pop Blossom?
Only 35 doesn't even get close. NRG, even up the series. We're going full amount of games today in day 2 of week number 7.
Oh my word. Dardock found the flash in onto Sushi, and Cody was cooking in that fight, but he doesn't have the damage on his own. He doesn't have the damage on his own. And NRG with the hands check comp somehow does it.
They do indeed. Man, the execution
Unreal.
was huge. It was still a roller coaster. It was still crazy. But it also still is NRG, at least surviving through the storm of CCG so far, being able to bring this the distance and now having a real chance to take the series and that first place.
Yeah. NRG, first place on the line. One game to secure it. Be the number one team heading into the playoffs. For CCG, big bragging rights. Also a possibility of a bye heading to the playoffs in their own right if they can win here today. Mazel, I think all there's left to say is it's a banger, man. We've got one more game. Y'all don't
It's
want to
been a
miss
banger day. Yeah, it has been
day.
an absolutely incredible day. And I do believe we're going to be getting ready for that final game of the day. We'll see who comes up aces in game number 3 after this break.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.
Philips Norelco OneBlade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco OneBlade 360.
Didn't win a title in 2 different tournaments. Two different ones. Huni. Oh yeah, personal MSI too.
I don't remember if Huni plays in NA actually. Maybe Core JJ?
2 different regions, Core JJ.
Wait, he for sure won in NA. Huni. I think it's Huni, I guess.
I'm gonna say Huni is the one fitting in. Oh.
I'm gonna say Perks doesn't fit that. I think he choked on C9. Oh, he won on C9.
Huni. Perks. Or wait, no. Oh no, it's Core JJ, no?
I'm gonna say Core JJ. I think he only won Worlds.
Is it Perks? Core JJ.
Oh, one player that hasn't won 2 world titles. I say it's gonna be Duke.
I think it's Duke.
Really?
Duke. Oh, it's Mako. Oh, okay.
I think Duke.
This is cooked. I'm just gonna say Mako. I think Mako is like the only player I don't really know that much.
That's Mako. Mako.
Mako.
Is it Duke?
Mako.
3 consecutive world finals. I'm gonna give it to the imposter is Wolf here.
Bang, right? Wait, Benji. It's Benji or Benji?
I'm gonna say Bang. Benji. Okay.
I think Benji, right?
Bang.
I mean, I think it's Benji.
But actually, I'm just gonna say Benji. I don't know how to say his name. Benji.
It's Bengi.
Benji?
In 3 Worlds Finals? Is it Benji?
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco OneBlade. One tool for all you need.
Edge.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL, presented by Philips Norelco One Blade. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Hawk, and we have a long one today. 6 games total and absolutely earned. I expected it coming to the day, and we get it gone to fruition. It is NRG that do close out the game, even though there were some moments of flux for them.
Yeah, NRG, big advantage early. Sushi, especially building a huge lead. And then CCG, it looked like with their team fight comp, they were roaring right back to life, but they weren't really able to take the big objectives. They weren't really able to seize a major gold lead in a couple of monster team fights from, I want to give a big shout out to 5 Mini, who I was critical of for his game 1 performance, and also Zamudo, who for one of the first times this entire split lost lane.
Yeah.
Massive team fight AoE ultimates to allow NRG to somehow pull the rabbit out of the hat and send us to a game 3.
I am absolutely here for it, and I just want to see what happens in this final game. We were talking about some of the draft situations in that game number 2, and in the interest in some of them as well. Now we're getting all the way to 3rd game. Like, does the spice level increase, Hawk? We were told that it gets spicier for NRG, but we already had the Morgana Caitlyn bot lane last time around. You wonder what teams are going to be willing to bring out here for game 3. Again, the final series before playoffs for NRG with first place on the line.
And it does immediately beg the question of CCG, they've only played one other game 3 this split, which happened in their last series against Citadel. We're probably going to see some sort of new champion for Fiji, although Ornn did not get banned this game. I am very much expecting that to get locked up here from CCG in their next 2 picks.
Yeah, if it gets let through, you can absolutely see that coming through. The Senna, which was banned away last game as well, is going to slink on through for NRG, setting up their bot lane and giving Spica some more carry potential. I know Senna earlier on isn't strong, but we all know what Senna can become once she gets those stacks. As the Yunara, maybe the Lulu, trying to come through here as the classic duo, but would be interesting one nonetheless. Okay, engage support for only 35.
Nautilus, yeah. I mean, it makes a lot of sense, especially when you are playing against Senna, to play a champion that can get in there and really put down some CC. I think for CCG, first of all, NRG must understand that they're leaving open Ornn and the ramifications of that. But I see no reason not to just lock down CCG's best champion here for game 3.
Oh, it's the
Unless we're going to see something brand new.
Okay. Could it be Jace Miz? Could it be Jace Top?
It could be.
Jungle Jace? So many options.
Less likely, but possible.
We'll see what NRG want to finish out their first phase with, though. Big picks coming through.
If it's for Fiji, this is a complete departure from everything we've seen from him so far this NACL split. It has been exclusively tanks and utility. If you don't want to count Singed as part of that, that's fair. And then also a couple of games of Yorick. But Yorick very much still in that side lane bruisery sort of playstyle. Jace, a pure carry top laner, would be quite a difference and some serious confidence coming out. I do like this Victor pick here from NRG. It is just very strong scaling, team fight damage. And I think so far, both teams building the start of some pretty strong compositions. It's just going to be a matter of where we go from here. Okay, they think it's Jace mid.
Yep. As they will go ahead and take that one. They try to play with the draft a little bit, though. NRG smirking. And they need to do their due diligence with some of the comfort picks that are still available for CCG. Now we get to see what CCG's focus is going to be in the second phase as well in their bans.
So if this is not a Jace top, it means that we're still going to have to see a line pick for Fiji. They're going to have to reveal the flex before the blue 5 counter pick of Zamudo, and this is where the rookie has got to show us what he's made of, right? He just had a great laning phase last game on the Skarner. Zamudo, though, in game 1 on the Rek'Sai, really doing a lot of work into him. But in game 3, maybe on a champion you're less comfortable on, against what is likely to be a counter pick, can you contain the best top laner in the NACL and not let him steamroll the game?
It's a tough task for any top laner, it feels like, even some of them in the LCS. But this time around, it's going to be up to Fiji. We'll see exactly how this all pans out as we do get the Gragas ban towards Fiji. So a couple direct bans towards the man himself, as things that he's been really comfortable on or willing to take out. The Vayne will be banned away by CCG, so not wanting to give that one to the Zamudo.
So another question too, is this going to be a Senna 80 carry or a Senna support? I believe Senna 80 carry is currently the flavor of the month. Can't really say I'm the most up to date on my Senna pairings. I've not seen too much of this champion. Spica himself has played a couple games of it, if it does end up going his way. But it's
Definitely
Leona, so it is Senna 80C.
It is going to be the carry. Yep, so Sushi is going to be on that one. We will get Spica on the Leona. It's a pretty interesting duo down there, but really just maybe trying to play a little bit safe.
Can you blind pick Singed if you're Fiji if you just want to go comfort? There's 2 immobile backline carries from NRG, not the highest DPS either. Kasante's actually open. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. Just take Kasante. It does the same thing, but definitely a lot less cheesy. So I'm very okay with that. Something that can just mess up these team fights, be big front line. I'm just looking at what Zamudo's got.
Please, give it to me. Make some spice. Spice is the spice of life or something. Nidalee locked in, so that's going to be jungle Nid for Dardoch.
Okay. I'm expecting something like this for Zamudo. Gwen, Fiora, Jax, maybe, although it's not as good into the Kasante. Aatrox, something along those lines. You give him the counter pick. You let him carry. It's Fiora, the first one of the year in the NACL, into the hands of the best top laner in the league against a rookie. Can Fiji try to keep up? Can Dardoch on the Nidalee look to create an early game advantage and the space that CCG needs? It's front-to-back team fight for CCG. It's side lane and great scaling for NRG. It's game 3.
It is game 3, and I'm excited to see the Fiora once again for Zamudo. I just really want to harp on the fact that, yes, Fiji has been losing in lane, and that could get worse with the Fiora, but he's been able to stabilize outside of lane. On this Kasante, that's still going to be a crucial component for CCG. But we also saw that CCG were okay with leaving Zamudo on his side lane, getting fed. That was on a Rek'Sai. This is a Fiora. This is a different name of the game. I don't know if you want to just let this get out of hand, and CCG gonna have to put together a really nice strat to try to take this map out, because it's gonna be kind of a defensive structure for NRG, who are just waiting for items and waiting for Zamudo to get ahead.
There was definitely not the most lockdown on the side of CCG to try to deal with this character. The riposte can very effortlessly deal with the Nautilus itself. So a lot of the CCG crowd control is very telegraphed, very slow. NRG, good disengage on their side, good range to always be able to play in those 4v4s, 4v5s even potentially if Zamudo is pushing up on the side. And never underestimate the ability for a fed Fiora to group up for a team fight and just rampage your way through, especially with Senna behind.
Game number 3 is here, the final game of the day, 6-game day on top of it all. And NRG versus CCG kicks off now.
Now, this is only the second game of Fiora in Zamudo's career, at least at the tier 2 level, tracked on GOL. And it was a loss, so not exactly a Zamudo champion, but I do generally have faith in this guy to be able to play whatever. Obviously, not the top lane. The top lane's not the only lane that matters in this game. Bot lane's been very explosive a couple of games in a row as heavy trading has come down between these two sides. As Leona Nautilus, this is a tank matchup. No longer double range supports, no longer poke bottom lane. We are all inning each other.
We're back to normalcy, I guess. And off meta, which, you know, is another thing to think about. But it's going to mean a little bit more top and anxiety-inducing bot lane. I will say there's going to be some hyper carry potential, especially as Sushi gets further on, but looking at Cody Sun, who's going to be taking a lot of the carry resources here, it feels like, for CCG this game.
Yeah, something worth noting is the amount of magic damage on the side of CCG is not very high. It's really just this Nidalee. Obviously, no true front line on the side of NRG, but I mean, Leona, Wukong, you know, they got some steel caps. They got W for Leona, passive for Wukong. Could be very difficult to take them down, especially steel caps and Mudo as well. So something definitely to keep in mind. And I do think I need to see a lot of early game proactivity for Dardoch to justify this pick. Obviously, it will still have the utility of the Primal Surge for Cody Sun later on.
You want to have gold, though, for sure.
Yeah, exactly. And you want to use this pick, at least in the jungle, to take advantages.
Yeah. We did see in that last trade before the back got completed by Cody Sun, they did end up burning the cleanse and the heal. So 2 summoner spells down on bot side in favor of NRG now. And we do have the jungle path coming to a head towards this bot lane and towards this scuttle, but Spica is the first one to move, which will mean Kisno smites away the scuttle crab.
Kisno should be able to go for 2 crabs here, as well as Zamudo has heavy push here into Fiji. Really nice trading up here on the top side of the map. Does need to get this wave in. Not being an awkward spot, but I think he'll be just fine.
It's just so hard to approach the wave because when you're focusing on one thing, Zamudo's going to be focusing on hitting those critical spots. Sushi going to get grabbed. The dredge line from the cinematic just came out of the side of the screen, but Cody Sun going to be the one that gets engaged on. Remember, he doesn't have cleanse, so this CC sticks. He does have the flash, and maybe he's going to look to use it. Lethal tempo has been procced up. Sushi trying to get the vision decrease here, but they go back for Cody Sun. Cody Sun flashes away defensively, but it's going to be Spica that follows him through. It might not be Fervor Leona, but it's Spica Leona. Thumbs up, and NRG up 1-0.
Oh, that reminded me of Fervor of Battle Leona Ignar back in 2017, as Spica's the one that follows the play. A incredibly well-played 2v2 by the quote-unquote rookie support of NRG. Spica, he did a great job of peeling from his AD carry, and Sushi, great spacing as well. Great CC layering, utilization of the health bar. Looks like Cody Sun with the lethal tempo, with the Transcend, is going to be able to fire back well. But Spica, the instant flash forward as only 35 tries to continue the play, not allowing Cody to follow up on that counter initiation. And not only that, he's got the damage in his own kit just to finish off the kill.
Leona does a surprising amount of damage in the earlier parts of the game. And to that surprise, Cody Sun pays the price. It's now going to be those 2 kills. And that's also a huge step up for NRG to now focus elsewhere, right? Like Spica can go on roams. You have a little bit more decision-making tree here as only 35 steps into the bush. Maybe Dardoch coming over to support him. Primal Surge should heal him up a little bit now. The pounce comes through. Spica is in some trouble. He's pretty tanky, but he's going to get dragged in by the anchor again. The spear connects, though, and it's enough damage to get only 35. They're desperately trying to get a kill back, but now Dardoch gives his life over too. He's going to try to flash. Dies anyways! The Wukong stick is too long to get away from, and that Cougar is down.
Oh, and Sushi, he's 3-0 again. Just getting all these kills. We talked about the volatility of the bot lane.
That's the kill that we missed. I was wondering why only 35 was dead.
Yeah, that looks like he was maybe trying to hold the wave or something. But Spica is just so tanky. He's got the Senna behind him. He's got the Eclipse. That spear missing is big. And only 35 is just not tanky. Kisno arrives in the nick of time, and that flash feels bad for Dardoch. Double kill to the Senna. And things for NRG. Oh, no, it's falling apart. It is falling apart.
Fiji is gone. Solo Bolo to Zamudo. And it's 6 minutes in, Hawk. How much gold do you think they have an advantage? It's almost 3,000. Is that normal?
I would go with no. Is definitely the answer. Hey, you know what? AO June's lane is even. But no, it is looking real bad real quick. Okay, we're going to get a replay of this one.
Oh, yeah, he's just fully handled.
Just got fried. Yeah, I mean,
Grand
not really any other way
all
around
4
it.
procs.
Okay, we have lane swapped as CCG because NRG is way too far ahead in both side lanes. They're already in a bad situation. Gonna try to just deny Zamudo, but only 35. Why are you in the enemy jungle?
That's unfortunate. Just trying to go for some vision play potentially, but does end up getting caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Does mean a massive deficit now, a loss of pressure potential. As you can see now, it's just a 1v1 in the top side. I don't know if Cody Sun wants that smoke.
Yeah, I mean, I get the idea. You're trying to swap out of the bad lanes. Maybe deny a little bit of gold from jailing Zamudo under tower at the very least. It's not like Fiji can farm anyway. But only 35. You gotta make sure your carry can actually play the wave. Otherwise, Zamudo just doesn't give a damn. And he just dies. It's another kill going to Zamudo.
This is the most action we've had so far in an early game. Usually been waiting to kick off the action until like post 10 minutes or so. But really hitting the ground running here for NRG. Sushi has a big old bounty on his head that I'm sure will be the focus of CCG as time comes through. But we do have objectives up. Nobody could get the dragon because of all the chaos that was happening. But Dardock's going to go ahead and start it up now. I will say Kisno's on this side of the map, but not interested in coming over for the objective for now.
Sushi has no resources to fight. He's got no mana, so just gonna be a base here from NRG. Probably gonna try to swap back if they're able to, but nice dragon take to come out. I would imagine NRG wanting to play up towards these grubs would be very helpful for their Fiora, as hold that.
35, threatening, but also being threatened, I guess, is the duality.
They sent Sushi back bot, wow.
Yeah.
Maybe they're just going to play for the grubs and have Sushi contribute his global as nice knockup.
Oh no, the miscommunication from Fiji and Dardock. The spear doesn't land and Fiji just sacrifices his life. It's another big kill, and that's going to be going over to Kisno this time. That's so unfortunate.
Honest, Sushi, oh no, he did use his flash. Yeah, that's a feels bad.
Yeah.
Probably
if
could have
that
gotten that
spear
shutdown
lands,
if
it's a
Fiji
different.
just dies.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest, this Nidalee, 9 minutes in, not really doing what I was hoping it would. And again, I know it'll have utility for Cody later, but it's just not having the early game impact that a Nidalee needs.
Cody Sun hit the transcend oneself. He is gliding on him. Spear does connect onto Spica. He's actually hoping that Dardock comes over. Trying to get some more damage onto this squishy jungle. Ooh, Sushi! Get those dancing shoes on and put on some music, big boy, man. That's great.
Ooh, and Sushi has the new static shiv, so that's cool.
I like the new static shiv.
Yeah, that was some nice footwork right there from Sushi. I mean, he wouldn't have died, but he probably would have taken a lot of damage. As Spica looked pretty screwed, but Sushi just made him look invisible, and so Cody Sun cannot auto-attack something he cannot see. And with Dardock showing bottom, easy Void Grubs for Kisno, and more advantages for NRG, who have grown their gold lead now to 3,500.
Ow, June. Getting a little bit of owl in the mid lane. As Arcane Storm gets put down. There's the dot in Shadow, and there will just be Shadow for CCG's bot side as another big hit. And unfortunately, level 6s and 7 had been completed way ahead of schedule versus Cody Sun and only 35. The turret is going to pay for that as well. Multiple plates going down.
Void Grubs helping. And I am about ready to crown Sushi the MVP of the series right now. I mean, hey, we've seen them throw big leads before, so maybe I shouldn't get too far ahead of myself. But Sushi is just on an absolute heater in this series. 4th kill of this 3rd game. Massive bounty on his head, but it'll be very difficult for CCG to collect that one. And so I was going to bring this up last game, but we have a little award here in the NACL called Most Valuable Prospect.
You're not allowed to say anything about it, apparently.
I'm not allowed to say it as a former Most Valuable Prospect.
Then there's a fight in the other side of the map, too, and Cody Sun just left to his own devices. And those devices do be death. As Dardock is going to try to get away, but Kisno wanted to follow through. Only 35 was ready for the counter dredge line. You did have Aljun moving over, but Zamudo is still playing with his food up here, trying to decide how he's going to take down Fiji. Fiji's pretty tanky, though. You got to be a bit careful on the entrance. I think he just wants to try to take the turret. He does have another proc.
a former most valuable prospect, missing a solo kill, while potentially a future most valuable prospect is the point I want to make, got his kill stolen by his support. As I think there's a lot of good names in contention. I think Zamudo himself very much in contention. Honestly, everyone on NRG in the conversation for that award. People on CCG most certainly as well, but Sushi really making his case felt here, I would say, so far this entire week, and definitely showing why he's one of the next best players up. And I mean, this NRG roster filled with just young, great talent, gonna make our decisions very difficult towards the end of this season, Mazel.
Yeah. When Sushi finally hit the NACL table here with the near airport substitution, we could just tell. We've known him coming through the tier 3 scene. He has been mechanically gifted. It's been incredible. Yep. I love his mindset on top of it all. It's really a complete package. There's still some growing pains, still some things to learn, obviously, when you're coming up and you're trying to make your way through the first couple of years. But the sky is the limit for Sushi. It's been impressive to watch him work.
Spica near miss right there on Aljun, who's so low. Fine Mini just winning the 1v1 against this Jace mid. But I agree with you. I mean, shoot, I was ready for Sushi in the NACL when he came up on BlackRock. And
True.
As you say, always things to work on, but he reminds me of a guy like Sajet or Masu, where you just watch him play the game, and you can tell he sees the lines to win that other people just don't. He's got the hands, and I think that counts above anything else when evaluating, especially an AD carry. And it's definitely showing in games like this where he is just outplaying on an individual level, ready to lock up a almost certain 1 seed here for NRG, as they do hold the head-to-head over Maryville. So
they do indeed.
They win. They got it.
It's a little bit of a tip of the cap, or a feather in the cap, I guess, to get that first place. Obviously, the buys are for 1 and 2, and obviously seeding coming into effect later on, but still something to be proud of for the regular season. Zamudo still played with it, does get the repose through when Fiji tried to knock him back into the turret, so he'll be fine and dandy now. We have another objective on the map, Dragon number 2. CCG are positioning, but so is NRG. That's a 4-level difference.
I want to let him in. Nice clone.
Oh, Spica.
Oh,
Spica going straight for Dardock. It's looking a little bit like the LCS days, but it's Spica at support here. Beautiful play call from Spica, and NRG just going to take the free dragon.
Spica's mechanics have really been on display this game. His flash usage has been electric.
Yeah.
Is it hot in here? Like, oh my gosh. That was a really nice
Cody
engage.
said, pass me the fan.
Yeah, I'm really geeking about that one. The flash usage in the first 2v2 in bottom was also really good. Going on to Cody, that was, whew, okay, 8,000 gold lead. Spica, take a bow, man. 8 KP.
I still think you hear so much from the players what having a veteran player like Spica on the team does for the communications and things. They might not always agree on the same thing, but having his perspective on things and how he approaches the game has been so important for them. Spy Mini is going to go down to Aljun. Unfortunate side lane pick, just a little overextended there as we were heaping praise on a Spica.
Yeah, I think that's a case of Mini getting a little lazy in the side lane right there. It just can't be that far up when your team's not really in a position to support you. You are still playing Victor after all, especially with no flash. So good find from Dardock and Aojun. Gonna be a big kill going over to the Jace, who is, you know, got a Spear Shojin, scaling up.
It's something, you know?
I mean, when you're down 7.5K at 15, we're reaching for something, anything.
But I guess some serious props for CCG for pushing buttons so much, right, in this series. And we've seen NRG with a 7,000 gold lead before, and they lost that game. So not to be said that this is going to be it, though. Spica's just tanking the world right now. And only 35 forced to flash away now. Sushi's been layering in the shots with the static Shiv. And while they're in a much more stable lead here, it feels like for NRG, got to give some props to CCG for this series so far.
I mean, you definitely do. I think taking the first game of the season off of Phi Mini, taking the first game off of NRG when they have a lead, both very, very impressive feats that they should be proud of. And I think by and large, they were able to go band for band. I think CCG definitely proving that, hey, maybe it's not just that top 2, but it is a true, potentially top 4 as we do look towards the playoffs and a lot of contenders. But Another thing I want to give praise for, I know I'm talking a lot about Spica, but, you know, we've seen him on a lot of range champions so far this split. Not exclusively, you know, he's played things like Alistair, has a game of Rel, has a game of Rakan, but this is the first Leona, and by and large, it's been range supports. I am very impressed to see that he's able to play Engage this well when he's been mostly practicing Enchanters.
Yeah, true. Being able to pull out the flexibility there does mean a lot, especially going into those best of fives. That as Joey was talking about, you know, you got to wait till best of fives come around. Then you'll really start getting the sauce. But setting themselves up for success in that means flexibility in the draft. Sushi going to use the Shroud to get away, dodging out of the Shock Blast too. Oh, Spica thought he needed to go in to deflect some of that engage, and now Spica is going to go down. Solar Flare's there. The heal's coming through. Sushi keeping his support alive. He finally dies. That'll be the spear to the heart of Spica, but it's even more going over to NRG. Zamudo is looking for another solo kill. Wants to take down Fiji. Fiji under turret, about 300 health now, a little bit more. He's healing up a bit. He's going to heal up a lot more now as well. He will be fine, but the Rift Herald play came down in bot side, and it's going to be more presence, more pressure. The turret. Oh, that feels bad. Oh no, Fiji. He's down. We had foreshadowed to it when Zamudo was circling him like a shark earlier, and it turns out sharks do feed, and that's going to be Zamudo feeding on Fiji.
I really thought Spica was not going to die in that fight. Like, I was convinced.
It was close.
Thank goodness Stardock managed to take him down. Unfortunately, it's not going to mean a damn thing, as NRG is up now 10 grand before even 20 minutes, which is a pretty outrageous gold lead. So, not looking good for CCG, but really impressive stuff in the fight right there. Spica just so tanky for how far ahead his team is, and also just playing Leona with Aftershock, Locket, W, Asena.
Sena's looking
NRG
good.
Just continuing to extend, yeah.
It's looking good. Has the Hex Optics now too, so a little bit more range once the kills start raining down, and you're already going to have insane range. He's at 80 stacks as well, which is I feel like pretty good for Senna.
That's a lot, honestly, for an AD carry Senna at this point.
Stacks
Yeah.
at 18 and some change. Obviously, from a leading position, it's easy to get a lot of that poke down, get those double hits, get those stacks going, but still impressive nonetheless. Zamudo being ganked here. The gank squad has come over to try to get him. He should just die. Only 35 missing the Dread Slide, but it doesn't matter. A big shutdown going to Aljun.
All right, Aljun able to get one back. Unfortunately, towers will be pushed. The base potentially going to get broken. CCG, they got to get back to base to make sure that doesn't happen. They will maintain their tier 3. Does chunk into the gold lead just a little bit. And a nice find from them.
Sub 10K. Let's go, baby. You can keep that number down. Keep it down. Dragon is up, though. And it would be second Dragon for either team, at least. Don't think anybody's going to be threatening Baron anytime soon, but we do see some presence from CCG through the mid lane to try to get some access.
So, Mazel, this week so far, we've seen some 7, 8K gold comebacks. 10K would be pretty outrageous, I think, for CCG. That's getting to, like, SKT, EDG territory. I don't know if CCG has that in them, but I'd be very impressed if they did.
I would be sad.
That would be, maybe would also just be depressing.
It might also be super sad. There's always a winner and a loser, Hawk.
Depends on how it happens.
My God, those damage numbers. Pretty even across the board for CCG. And the carries are pretty even for NRG. Zamudo just tanking up. That's a lot of true damage, too. Obviously, the Fiora is going to be feeling good with those sweet spots, but it's a little bit of a lull in the action here now. And that lead isn't close to 10K anymore, down to like 8.5. And we're starting to get items. Like, we do have second item for Cody Sun. The Fiend Hunter bolts are going to feel really good once the ult starts kicking off.
Yeah, I mean, CCG definitely does have stuff. Problem is, NRG is just going to do everything in their power to just continue progressing this game. So Baron going to get started up. CCG, I mean, if there's a will, this could be the way. But Spica, body blocking, engage.
Spear does connect on the Spica. Another one is going to connect. He's so tanky, though. Fiji steps in on the back line, trying to go for a little bit of a pincer. Baron got pulled off. Oh, no, Zamudo.
Uh-oh.
He's gonna find another one.
Someone's got to deal with that
Somebody
guy. Cody.
has to
Cody's
go.
bot lane.
Cody's there. I don't know if Fiend 100 Bolts is gonna save you against a Fiora.
I don't think he wants to be there. That is a
He
level
has
16
teammates.
Fiora.
His teammate Dardoch is here. Primal Surge. Mudo trying to go forward. Dawning Shadow coming across. It's not enough healing though. He tries to get the sweet spot. Doesn't get it. And that will be all she wrote for Zmudo's side lane push. But the benefit is still NRG with the Baron.
Top lane tier 2 also getting taken by Fi Mini right there. Zamudo, this side lane Fiora just generating so much pressure. Aljun not able to absorb it on his own. I think CCG wisely choosing their base over the Baron, but it still means they're falling even further behind. And you talked about that lead growing or not. NRG doing exactly the right stuff to make sure this game keeps moving forward. We can get another look at the missed engage here from NRG. I mean, they're just trying to turn around on a CCG, especially knowing that Zamudo has all that push on the bottom side. Not able to turn the 1v3 though.
The healing was almost it.
close.
Oh, he didn't hit the sweet spot there on Dardoch. He actually went a little bit too high on that one. You know, nitpicking.
I don't think it was lethal either way, but
5 minutes.
yeah.
He has the rest of his team go. I don't know if CCG want to stick around here. I think
Fiji's
Fiji is going to be forced to. This 5 minute is just walking in front of him and saying, hey, is this where you want to go? This is the direction you wanted to head? Fiji will just go down and only 35 will join him, as that's a couple big picks for NRG. Baron buff
NRG
up.
maybe can
This
end.
lane is open. They could just go for the end.
Yeah, I think they can. They've got Baron.
Oh, they got a catch out?
Aljun is not yet channeled a recall. Oh, he found Sushi. So there is no AD carry there to try to end the game. I don't think it matters.
Oh, Sushi steps back. I mean, yeah, I don't think it matters either. The root's coming through. It's going to be Zamudo who has come back with the TP. And that just means the end of all things for CCG. And the end of the split being #1 in the regular season. NRG close it out strong against CCG 2-1.
Congratulations to them. The most dominant game is the final one. It's a counter pick for Zamudo, and it is a dominating performance from Sushi on the bottom side of the map that carried them over the top. NRG, take a bow. You are the #1 team in NACL Spring. And for CCG, I think we could definitely say they're a part of the top 4. They're a deserving participant in the playoffs. Definitely a team you don't want to run into.
No.
But not quite at that same level just yet.
Yeah, I think, draft didn't help them in the end. I think it was a little bit trying to get a bunch of pieces of things, but didn't necessarily work out. Italy definitely needing a little bit of another look over, but I will say it was very clear what NRG wanted to do with this draft. The fact that they got it, again, it's one of those situations, like the fact that they got ahead is just a cherry on top. They knew that this could be a long game and they were ready for the long con, but once you get ahead like that and it snowballs, it feels that much easier to dictate the map.
Yeah, it truly does. I mean, that game just got out of control so fast. The bot lane and top lane just exploded against CCG, and it happens. There's not really much you can do about it, but it's a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, it is indeed, but not for NRG. And some incredible plays. We're gonna heap praise on to Sushi. I think Spica had an insane series too in a lot of his picks, the Leona specifically, but Sushi was dancing on them, Hawk, all series long, even in the loss.
Yeah, he really was. I mean, Sushi just an incredible mechanical performance, both throughout the laning phases as well as the team fights. The only really big gripe I had from Sushi in game 1 was not basing after a bad trade at level 2, right? But I think from there, he had a tremendous series. Obviously, maybe misplays here or there, but definitely the primary carry on NRG throughout this one. Spica alongside him, especially this last game on the Leona, was brilliant. I think really everyone coming together well, to make it a whole team win.
That's what you like to see to round out the season. I know they had high motives for this one, especially to clean out the last week pretty handily. They did lose a game today, as you were saying. 5 minutes first loss. Little things like that mean a lot, but it is also still just a dominant season from NRG. It's a pleasure to have this kind of developmental project in the league itself, and I think that's what I love the most. Is this isn't just a bunch of veterans who've been around tier 2 for a while. We do have some newer faces. We do also have those veterans, and we have players that are kind of next up looking on that NRG team, and the fact that they have the back end, the coaching staff to kind of support that is awesome to see. And Sushi will be our definitive MVP for today.
Much deserved, and putting himself in the conversation for MV prospect as we do go further down the season with performances like he had today. Sushi, a very, very impressive season. And you talk about the developmental aspect of NRG. I mean, I love the idea behind this team. They took 4 of the best up-and-coming players, all some of the best in their roles across this league. They put them together on a team. They took a veteran who wants to get back into the game and is role swapping, and they put some of the best staff behind them. And they are getting paid back for it with the #1 seed now locked up.
Incredible stuff. And I do hear that our interview is ready to go. So Hawk, go ahead and take it away and talk with our MVP.
Yeah, let's bring Sushi on in here to the booth. My word. Oh, maybe soon. All right, there we go. Sushi, y'all just not locked up the #1 seed for the regular season, my friend. How are you feeling?
Pretty good about like the overall score, but still a bit like mad about that first game. That was a bit like I mean, I would say it was a bit bad play, but it's at least the overall score is what we wanted to end up for, so pretty happy with it.
Yeah, maybe a little bump in the road. Some could call it a throw, but hey, we stuck the landing in the end, right? So all's well that ends well. And I want to hear straight from you, because we've talked a lot about you and Spica being kind of a bot lane we weren't really sure what to expect a lot from. What's it been like laning with a player like Spica, role swapping over, but with so much experience under his belt?
I mean, it's been really great. I think we've had some ups and downs, which I feel like is normal for every single team, right? Every bot lane have like they had like their toughest time, but I think we've learned a lot from each other, and I feel like playing with him, like playing with his experience and everything, I could really like feel that you could just like tell, right? Like whenever like you're talking to him, or whenever like you like talk about lots of like macro gameplay too, I feel like you can really just like tell with his experience. So yeah, it's been really great. It's been awesome.
I love it. When like Spica's picking like Nidalee or Morgana, is that him cooking, or like are we doing this together, you know?
I mean, it's mostly, I mean, I feel like since he played like other role before, right? Like he has more knowledge on more champions, I feel like, than other supports. But it's definitely like I'm down with it. Like we're both super down with it, and I don't like mind like learning to play with like new champions in the bot lane. So like we're both like really down with it. But it's mainly like him playing these champions in other roles that like helps him. I mean, just like getting these mechanics, and also it's been nice.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely looked nice. So that's awesome. This year, you know, we've had a lot of conversations. Now, you've completed 2 full splits in the NACL, 2 full regular seasons. And how do you feel you've been able to improve over the last both 2 years, since all the way back when you came up on BlackRock in 2024 to your year in NACL to now? How do you feel about your level of play?
I definitely do feel like, I mean, the level of play has like changed. I think I improved a lot as a player, but also I don't like mentally too. I feel like I've had a lot of like different visions on how to play the game, so I feel like this has like been the most improvement. And just like playing with like different people with different perspective as well has been really like incredibly helpful. And all of the staff I've been working with it's been really nice. And yeah, it's been really, I feel like I'm on the like right track to improve even more and try to get those mistakes out of the way. So yeah, it's been really great.
I would definitely say you're on the right track. Playoffs coming up. How you feeling?
I'm feeling excited. I feel like I usually play a lot better on playoffs too. Like when like the games like well, they all matter, right? But when like it matters a bit more, I feel like I'm playing a bit better like on pressure. So I'm definitely excited for it. And I think also last split I played it really well in the playoffs. With Dorado, so I'm definitely really down with it, and it's gonna be really fun and awesome, and I can't wait to play with the team.
Would you say you're a bright lights merchant?
I don't know what that means.
when the lights are brightest, you shine. When the lights are brightest, you
Right.
shine.
Of course.
That's what I'm trying to say. No, well, Sushi, before I let you go, any shout outs, anything else you want to say to the fans?
Just shout out to my whole family watching, to the team, to the staff, to UCI Esports. Shout out to CCG as well. I have some friends on CCG. And yeah, just shout out everyone supporting me and my viewers on my Twitch stream as well. And I love you all and thank you.
Yeah, no, of course. Thank you so much for joining me for this interview and also for playing some damn good League of Legends. It's going to be great to continue watching your rise, but also to continue to watch your playoff run. NRG will be back in just a couple of weeks, but until then, let's bring Mazel back in here to round out the show.
Thank you, Sushi. It's a pleasure to watch him do his thing. And he was doing that all series long. I know he's a little bit taken aback by the first game and how they lost that one, but the mentality
now he knows what a bright
sticks.
lights merchant is.
Now he knows what a bright lights merchant is. We had a full game set up for today. 6 games total. First series, Conviction finally breaking the streak and ending Blue Otter's season on a loss, while NRG end their season on a win over CCG 2-1.
What a great day of games, man. I mean, Blue Water and Conviction showing us some serious slugfest at the beginning of the day. And then CCG, NRG. I got to say, high-level series from start to finish. And even though CCG, they're definitely back to the drawing board, I definitely think NRG, throughout the majority of even all 3 of the games, looked like the better team. We got to see a lot from both of them. But NRG, 8-1, now at the top of the standings. They're the number 1 seed guaranteed heading into the playoffs. On the opposite end of the coin, Blue Otter 1-8. They are headed to the promotion relegation tournament. As for CCG, they're still into the playoffs in Conviction. They want to get there with one more win next week.
Yeah, still some things to be decided as well. Some positioning to have. But speaking of, we're talking about that tomorrow segment that we do have. It's the Collegiate Showdown coming back to the fold here in the final day of week number 7. Maryville University versus Winthrop University, and CTG taking on AMI.
And Winthrop, having been on a bit of a tear over the last couple weeks, they're running into the brick wall that is Maryville University. We'll have to see if they have what it takes, or if Maryville is just going to beat the Eagles down. As for the second match, Citadel, they are still technically alive for the playoffs, albeit a bit unlikely. And they also have the opportunity to send AMI to the promotion relegation tournament, guaranteed with a win tomorrow.
Still a lot of game left to be played, even with only 3 days left. But there are only 3 days left on something else, and that's to register for the OQs. They're going to be running starting on the 16th, but make sure you get your registration in with that QR code on your screen before May 10th to make sure your team gets registered to make a run for the NACL.
You're not going to want to miss it. Make sure you scan that QR code. Make sure you show that, hey, I maybe can take down Blue Otter. Hey, I maybe can take down Apex, Mission Impossible, or Citadel, or Dorado, and we'll find out which one it is. Oh, wait, no, it can't be Dorado. It could only be Citadel or AMI. Yeah.
But that being said, Hawk, final regards for this second day of the week. Still have one more on the table here.
I just can't wait to see how everything shakes out. We got some big matches tomorrow. We got some big matches next week. It's been a very competitive split of the NACL, I think, from top to bottom. And it's going to be fun to watch the rest of it.
It is indeed. Thank you for joining me, my friend. It was a pleasure to cast these games with you. Thank you to the production behind the scenes, making everything work just as intended. And thank you to Philips Norelco OneBlade for sponsoring the NACL. That is it for us for today. We are done and dusted, but tomorrow we arrive again. Same time, same place, more NACL action. We'll see you there, and we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.
The NACL is presented by Philips Norelco OneBlade.